and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order December 9th, 2025, close to 1 o'clock. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted during the meeting with an errant phone call, that would be great. So please silence them or put them on vibrate. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Kervin, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here, thank you. Let's see. Okay, our invocation today will be given by Dr. Ophelia Sanders of DR Ministries, Inc. So if we can please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Ophelia Sanders from Dr. Ministries, where the pastor is Bishop Lewis Sanders. And it's an honor to stand before you today. Let us pray. Most gracious, kind Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing ourselves to assemble once again to conduct the business of the city of Pompano Beach. Lord, we know that there's turmoil all around us, but we ask for peace and guidance during this meeting. We pray for each and every one on the roster, our mayor, our commissioners, and all those that govern the city of Pompano Beach. Let all the decisions that are made be in the best interest of the community as a whole. All these things we ask in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good, thank you. All right. Can I get a motion approving the joint special workshop of City and CRA minutes of October 20th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of October 28th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Can I get a motion approving the joint special meeting of City and CRA minutes of October 29th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Finally, can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of November 13th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for
Mayor,
that.
I have a point of order.
Vice Mayor? Sure.
Thank you. I think it's important before we start this meeting, given where we left off at our last meeting with the 15-minute time limit, that we as a body discuss and set some ground rules to start the meeting so that we can all agree on how we're going to conduct business. The 15-minute rule was, with one time to speak, was not in compliance with Robert's rules, which this board has adopted. Robert's rules say that you do get 2 opportunities to speak. And I guess I'd like to ask Mr. Berman to clarify that, and then perhaps as a board discuss what we're going to implement so that we can all agree.
Sure, we can get clarification from Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman, clarification, please.
Thank you. Sure, I never get to go first. The general limits of debate per Robert's rules, you get 2 speeches per member on the same question per day, a maximum of 10 minutes for each, and that was the question that came up. So it's a maximum of 10 minutes each, no splitting up your time, no yielding time to another. You don't get to make your second speech on an item until everyone else who wishes to speak has already done so. Now, these time limits can be extended upon unanimous consent of the commission. The commission can always adopt its own rules, but this is what Roberts says. Merely asking a question or making a brief suggestion is not counted as speaking on or debating on the matter toward the 10-minute limit, nor is the making of any secondary motion, but for both, as long as the member of the commission in asking the question or making the motion makes no commentary on the then pending question before the commission. So you can't turn that question into a running dialogue. A simple question, yes, but not a speech. When the debate on the question ends and you've moved into now voting, your opportunity to speak obviously ends. And that's in a nutshell very quickly.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you. So I do
Clarified.
think it is designed for order and process, not to stifle debate, and this is our only opportunity. So I do want to make sure that no one's blindsided by some arbitrary time that's unilaterally set, like what happened at the last meeting. So perhaps I need to make a motion that we adopt more specific.
I'm sorry, Vice. I've entertained your point of order. It was answered. This is not the time for that. Thank you. Anything else?
Finish.
Nope.
Very good.
Good start.
All right. Let's see. Any changes to our agenda, Mr. Bosworth?
No changes, Mayor.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. I'm sorry, Commissioner Perkins?
Okay, I'll wait till we get to the regular agenda item. I wanted to move item number 23 to number 1 on the regular agenda, but I can make the motion once we get there, I guess. Item 23, I would like to move it forward because we have several people here that would like to speak on that item.
Okay. Because it's under the agenda, so do you want 23 moved up?
Moved up to number 1 on the regular agenda.
Then that would take it to item number 10, or actually right before item 9, because regular agenda. Okay. Would Commission have any problem with moving the item number 23 up to the first item on the regular agenda? No. Very good. We'll just go ahead and do that. Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Our consent agenda, item number 2 and 3 have been pulled for individual discussion. All other items on the consent agenda will be eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. So 2 and 3 will be individually pulled. That takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Mr. Alfred?
Mayor, we have a total of 14 speakers who signed up. However, quite a few of them listed that they're here to speak on the parking garage,
Okay.
which is an item on the agenda. And there's maybe 2 folks that listed that they're here to speak on the health, the freestanding ER, a matter that's on the agenda as well. So I'm thinking that those individuals will wait until the item is called, and they will give their public comment at the time. But for the remaining speakers, I'll call them. Or how would you?
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and call everybody.
Call everyone?
In order, yes. But if anyone is here to speak on an item that's on the agenda, you need to wait until that item comes up during the regular agenda, unless you're going to speak on a consent item. But if you want to speak like on the parking garage, that question is coming up individually, so you'll need to wait until then. That's not what audience to be heard is for. Audience to be heard is for basically anybody who wants to comment about anything else. So let's go ahead and call the names, and we'll see if they want to speak now or later.
Mark and Trigula. Mark and Trigula.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Shannon Gallagher. Shannon Gallagher.
All right, go ahead. Just name and address for the record.
My name is Shannon Gallagher. I live at 527 Northeast 8th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Okay. I'm a state-licensed general wildlife rehabilitator, and I'm here today to talk to you about our city's usage of rodenticide poisonings, and that begins with a plastic bait box and ends with tragedy for our local wildlife. This year alone, my facility admitted 5 birds of prey from surrounding areas in Pompano Beach, but specifically District 1. 3 of 5 of those cases were rodenticide poisoning. The impact is immediate, local, and entirely preventable. Just recently, I was called out to Station 24 right here in Pompano Beach to pick up a distressed, poisoned red-shouldered hawk. When I arrived, I found a rodenticide bait box sitting right outside the fire station. This box had a clear entry and exit point. I cannot prove this box was the one responsible for poisoning this specific hawk, because hawks can live for days until showing signs of poisoning. This happens because of something we call the toxic food web. Rodenticides, particularly the most common types, don't kill the rodent immediately. A rat might wander away sick for days, when a hawk, an owl, a bobcat, or even a possum feed on that weakened poisoned rodent, the toxin travels up into our food chain. Then the predator, often on top of its urban ecosystem, dies a slow, agonizing death, usually from hemorrhaging or internal bleeding. I am here to ask the City of Pompano Beach to take action and possibly reconsider its pest control policies. My first request of the commission today is ask your staff what pest control companies they are using for city facilities, and more importantly, ask them what specific type of poison, if any, is put out in our public parks, plazas, fire stations, and schools. The public has a right to know what chemicals are circulating in our shared environments. While my personal goal is zero poison use, I understand that managing rodent populations is a necessity. The good news is I have safer alternatives. We can fight rats without killing our wildlife. Non-chemical deterrents are often more effective for long-term use. Sanitation, proper trash management, exclusion, sealing entry points and exits, traps, switching out poison boxes with entry points and exit points for boxes with only entry. No exits. Pest control companies are routinely cleaning and checking these boxes for them to be put out. We can use classic snap traps or electrocution traps that work instantly and humanely when placed correctly. We must stop using anticoagulant rodenticides like those found in products like Tomcat, Decon, and Contract. These are slow-acting internal bleaching agents that are indiscriminate killers of wildlife. Tomcat, in my personal experience, is a death sentence for any animal that gets secondary exposure. They simply cannot survive. These are easily accessible at most hardware and grocery stores, making the problem more widespread than ourselves. If chemicals must be used, we can use smarter, less bioacclimative options. We can use products like Radex that contains gluten. We can use bromothane, a neurotoxin that doesn't bioacclimate in the same way. Or, sorry, I can't pronounce this one, chlorophyll, a vitamin D-based product like Terrad 3. These alternatives present a much lower risk for our local raptor populations, and we have a responsibility to protect our ecosystems. Please commission and investigate for the City of Pompano. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Very good.
Scott Zoderick, followed by Jacob Lucky.
We'll speak later.
Good.
Is that Scott? Okay. Jacob Lucky, listed to speak on. Okay. Hector Livlo. You did list that you're here for the freestanding, for the ER,
Yes.
which is on the agenda. When the mayor calls upon it, you can speak.
Okay. Can you speak now?
You can speak, if you can speak later on the freestanding emergency room item, because that's on our agenda. But if you've got something else you want to speak on, that you can speak now.
No, I
You'll wait? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Carol Eisman.
Yes, I know. It's when you're short, it's always a problem. First of all, Carol Eisman, 4020 West Palm Air Drive, 311 Pompano Beach. I want to wish everyone in this room happy holidays and a wonderful new year of 2026. And that's everybody in this room. I'm here today to speak on something that unfortunately will never come back to the commission. It's something called the Costco warehouse that is being built on Powerline Road, and something called the Pump. The reason I'm here is mainly because of the traffic that is going to ensue as a result of this development. This is going to be Powerline and Southwest 3rd, which is 1 block from Atlantic, and just to also give you the picture, that's where Walmart is also. So consequently, Powerline, which you can barely move on now from McNabb all the way to Atlantic, will now have added to it, through Costco being built, 811 cars, because that's what they have, 811 parking spaces, and 32 pumps. In addition to that, residential has just been completed with about 700 units, and we know that there will be a car for each unit. So you're adding now, and this has gone through with no problem. This is not the development that this commission, well, not this commission, but the commission passed when this was originally presented. This was going to be an entertainment thing. We're going to have hotels, and we're going to have Crystal Lake, and we're going to have restaurants and everything. Instead, what do we have? A warehouse district. And this is what the Costco thing looks like. All you see is parking spaces and fuel pumps. This is what we ended up with. All we have is warehouses on Southwest 3rd. I would like, I have asked for and not received, an updated traffic policy, traffic layout. I have requested it, haven't received it. I personally can read it, I understand them, and I'd like to see how they're going to handle all this additional traffic and other development that's going to go on in the pump. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Eisman. Next speaker.
Vicente Thor, followed by Roderick Phillips, followed by Marquis Smith.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mayor, I gotta be honest, man, that last speaker was spot on. You were here when all that stuff was promised to us, and ain't none of it happened yet. Ain't no Crystal Lake, ain't nothing happening that was promised to us over there over at the casino. So my question to you, Mayor, what are you all gonna do about it? Because nothing that was promised to us has occurred over on that casino property, which used to be the prize of our city back in the days when it was under the horse people. So I hope that you all do ask staff, how did we get here? And what did we have to give away in order to let them just do what the hell they doing right now, which is nothing. Stacking our community full of a whole bunch of apartments and a Costco. Whatever, that is not what you, when you were running, campaigned on was gonna happen for us. It was supposed to be something that was supposed to be to compete against the casino out there over at the Hard Rock. That is not what's occurring. Now, if I'm wrong, you can tell me, Mayor, but that is not what we're seeing. Somebody has made a deal to let them do what the hell they want to do, and it's not benefiting Pompano Beach. That ain't a marketing tool that you can put on a marketing packet. Welcome to Costco, Pompano Beach. That being said, Mayor, my question to you is, Mayor, and to the commission, when do we put out our RFP for lobbying services? Can you ask that question to you, Mayor, to the city manager or whoever answers that question right now? Because we have not done that. And I'm curious to figure out, how do we keep having agendas to go to Tallahassee and all over the country without an RFP ever going out for lobbying services? Every year the school board issues theirs. Every year the county commission, the former mayor of this city, they issue, you gotta issue one. So Mayor, I would hope that we would get on the same page and start seeing that RFP solicitation so that we can get the best for our money, so that we're not just spending money and not getting that from Tallahassee, because it's being ran by Republicans. So I would hope that we would have a Republican firm doing something to help us get some money. By spending money and no money coming in, don't make any sense to the taxpayers. Do you disagree, Mayor?
I'll get that information for you about the RFP.
And I hope that you would instruct staff to say that we need to make sure that we do one, because just signing something and no return of investment doesn't make any sense to us as the taxpayer. Finally, Mayor, there's a lot of items on the agenda today, but Mayor, I'm gonna be honest with you, for all those people sitting out in the audience, a lot of stuff has went by, and I still say today, for the beach area, where's the barbecue restaurant? Where is our stuff for the Northwest? Where do we see partnerships at? I'm gonna talk about this more as we get to all these projects, but Mayor, we gotta see that there's a feel of unity for both the Northwest and the Northeast. I appreciate you, thank you so much.
Very good. Next speaker.
Roderick Phillips, followed by Marquis Smith, followed by Ann Bosworth.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to report on the event that AA New Life put on November the 29th, which was Saturday. I want to thank the city of Pompano Beach, Florida, for allowing us to use the stage and the facilities that we needed to put on this event Saturday. And I want to thank BSO for not running away our clients, because our clients were the homeless, the people in addiction, and BSO allowed them to come to our event without them having to be accosted. I want to thank Darryl Starling for looking out for us in that venue. We fed over 300 to 500 people that day, and we helped over 150 to 200 homeless people. We had our major sponsors was My Brother's Keeper, Circle of Brotherhood, Fellowship, Bojo Restaurant, PF Insurance, Exit 36 Gospel Group, Arthur Forrest, Whiting and Turner, Allison Fournier, Jocelyn Jackson, Joja Enterprise, which is Jocelyn Jackson, Serica Peterson, and the 99-cent Farmers Market in Mount Calvary Baptist Church. There were a lot of people that were concerned about the city of Pompano helping the homeless and the mentally ill and the people in addiction. And on that day, we helped over 50 to 75 people get someplace to stay. Now, whether they stayed or not, I don't know. But we're helping BSO. We partnership on the handling, not knowingly, with BSO and helping them with the homeless situation, whether they know it or not. We're not getting paid for this. We're doing it out of love for our community, because we know we got a $2 billion project coming up, and we trying to help clean up the city of Pompano Beach, Florida. And I want to say again that Pompano Beach, Florida is a good venue to help the homeless people. And I don't know what these barricades are for. When you cross the police arrest you.
Thank you, Roger.
I got this for these and see, I have to give one to a better person.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate everybody.
Very good.
Appreciate everybody.
Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marquise Smith. I'm the owner for 611 Northwest 2nd Terrace. I want to bring an issue up that I've been bringing the issue up for the last 2 years of the area, the surrounding area around my property, that there is extreme homelessness in that empty lot. Across the street, they just built a duplex, and they're using that duplex to use prostitution, and they breaking inside the building and using it. My tenant has been, I did the necessary steps to do patrolling, extra patrolling in the area. They don't do it. She calls the officers out. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. So I wanted to bring this aware to the staff, because it's getting a little out of hand. And I don't want to lose my good tenant, because previously, I lost my 30-year tenant, and I took over the property from my grandmother, and this has been in the family for over 50 years. So I just want to bring this awareness, because I feel like I'm not being heard. I'm graduated from Pompano High, went to school at FAU, got a successful job, and also run my family real estate. And I just feel like my voice is not being heard. No one cares because of where the location is. And I take pride on my property. If you was to look it up, I put a lot of money into it. So I would want my return to come back, to have, moving forward, to have better tenants and for them to feel safe. Before I came to this, I reached out to the owners of those properties. No one cares because no one lives here. So it's becoming very frustrating to the point where I have to get to this point. I left work today so that you guys can hear what's going on. And I also brought my tenant here so she can express her experience in this last 8 months that she's been there. So I would hope that we can come together as the commissioners, the mayors, the BSO. I understand that they're short-staffed, but it wouldn't take but a second for them to just use their patrolling area just to show presence in that area, that they know that the officers are coming around to deter them from sleeping in the empty lot and breaking in across the street and using it for prostitution and everything else and drugs.
Captain Stallings, can you go over and speak with Captain Stallings about this matter? And Captain, can you find out what's been going on over there, what our efforts have been? And obviously they're not working, so let's figure out how we can make it work. Sorry you had to come forward, but thank you for coming forward, because no, that's not acceptable.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Excuse me, is this the Collier City area? This is over near Atlantic, close to Atlantic?
No, ma'am, it's close to the funeral home, Portier Funeral Home, Esther Rose,
Okay.
and that lot there.
Okay.
And they just built a beautiful duplex across the street
know
from
exactly
me.
what you're talking about.
But they using it for the wrong purpose.
Right.
I was told that allegedly that Kodak Black was supposed to pay, was interested in buying it. I hope he does, because he can help me out of keeping it under control over there.
Okay, well, let me ask you to also meet with Mario in the back.
Oh, I have met with Mario. I
You've
know
met with
Mario
Mario?
very well, yes.
Okay, Mario, can you get with Stallings and you all meet together and see what we can do with this area? I have gotten a lot of complaints about that area, especially the church.
I've done so far as they gave me an exception. I had to extend my fence all the way out so I can keep it separate. Now it's to the point where I have to make next year, hopefully with funding, that it goes well, that now I'm gonna put a fence going in front so she can feel safe, that she can close the fence in. So hopefully that the city will be able to pass that. But I've put cameras up, that ring cameras, that I can see what's going on. I put gating up. I even tell her when she leaves the property to lock it when she leaves.
No.
She don't even feel to the point where she can go on vacation for Christmas, scared at the retaliation because they know she calls, and I put posted signs. I've done everything that I was supposed to do on my end as a landlord to try to make it as secure as possible. But I need help. I need help from my city, and I need help from BSO.
Okay. Well, make sure you leave your number with the clerk, and I will contact you as well. But Veronica lives right there on that corner. She's been complaining about it, and the Pastor Rogers from the church behind you, same complaint. And I know there's some homelessness in front of the church. and he's complaining about it.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get on top of it. Make sure you have your number so I could reach you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
And Bosworth, followed by Valerie Valentine, followed by Lauren Hill. Holiday. It's in the order. It's in the order. You have to go. I understand.
Good afternoon, Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Air Drive. Hi, everybody. Happy holiday season. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm here today on behalf of the Pompano Beach Education Advisory Board. And I want to tell you about our mental health fair that we are planning for hopefully March 2026. This fair, we will theme around the subject of anxiety in children, adolescents, young adults, and adults by extension, a concern we hear a lot about from students, from faculty, from parents. All of us who participate in social media in any way, shape, or form have experienced it. You get, the persistent trolls who come out there. I had somebody tell me recently they were glad that they didn't have any kids, because then their kids wouldn't have to look at my face. I'm an adult. I'm tough, I can take that, but these are people who even represent our city, saying things like that. And so if our young people are dealing with these anxieties about life online and things like that, we need better tools to help them. So our goal is to create a space where students and families and educators and community partners can come together and share ideas and resources. And one such resource is the book Kervin handed you, which I was able to secure on behalf of the committee, the advisory board for you. It's by Jonathan Haidt, who is a well-known social scientist. He is at NYU, I believe. And this book examines how digital life has basically reshaped childhood, taking people away from a play-based childhood, which many of us enjoyed, to a digital, indoor, social media-based childhood, and what that's doing to our kids biologically, physiologically, socially, emotionally. His message is really simple, but it's very powerful. Children and teens need more opportunities for real-world play, real-world relationships, and less reliance on the digital world for things that really should be interactive and face-to-face with real people and humans. So I hope that you will read the book. I hope you will participate in the fair, and I hope you will think really long and hard about how the young people you know and you yourself have been impacted by digital media. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your...
Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
thank you for coming forward on behalf of the Education Committee and for your work on this. This topic is really important to me as a mom. Also, I see the video games, the cell phones, the watching TV. So we had the honor of having two events last week. One was cutting the ribbon at new pickleball courts, which kids are out there playing on, and the other was a skate park. So I do want to commend the city for our efforts to continually create these outdoor spaces for children to live in what I call in their virtual reality, because it really is feeding this anxiety that we all know as adults, but really the generation of these kids have it at levels that have never been seen. So thank you, and to the committee for your work on that.
Absolutely. Next speaker.
Valerie Valentin, followed by Lauren Holiday.
Very good.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Valerie Valentin. I live at 611 Northwest 2nd Terrace, Apartment 1, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060. I'm here today because I'm really, really frustrated with the prostitution, the drugs. I'm a disabled woman. I live there. You know, they built a house next door. They broke into there. The cops sometimes come. I call, they don't come. Yesterday, I got threatened by one of the prostitutes, and the cops came. She changed her clothes, and I'm tired of it. It's every day. Sometimes they'll listen. I try to get them out of there as much as I can. I don't want to live in a trashy place. I don't want to see that. Sometimes they leave and they'll come back. And lately they've been coming back. Because like I said, they broke into the duplex next door, the one that Kodak's supposed to buy. And they do drugs, they prostitute. I have a tree in front of my house that they have sex. I seen them having sex in front of my face. They need to do something with that tree. Because yesterday she came back threatening me. She was behind the tree. And why should I have to be inside my house? Because of these prostitutes and druggies? No, shouldn't be like that. So that's why I'm here today with my landlord. Because this needs to stop. And when I call the cops, I don't care if it's not an emergency. Come, because you guys come 4 or 5 hours later, they're gone. The other day, the cop went in there, threw out pads, threw out everything out of the apartment. It's ridiculous. That's why I'm here today. This needs to stop. It's too much. They sleep around the empty lot. It's just tiring. I don't want to see that no more. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming forward.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins?
That's okay. I'll wait until my report at the end.
Okay, very good. Next speaker.
Lauren Holiday.
I'll wait to the issue.
Okay. Mike Seversky, followed by Patrick Bartholomew.
Hi, Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. What this woman and the other lady talked about is a hot spot. I've been over there, and they don't listen. I've screamed and yelled and tell them to get lost. They do drugs behind the bushes, am I correct? I've caught their acts. Believe me, I drive through the area constantly. I don't need to have the police drive me around like, well, I think almost every one of you has. Anyway, Mr. Harrison's not here. He would probably like what I have to say. So if he would like it, unfortunately, you would like it also. I had one of my old friends visiting from, that I met when I was 18, he was 17, doing porches and decks. These are called my real friends. His mom used to make lunches for me. I was out on my own when I was young. His mom used to give Kenny money to make sure he bought me Burger King for lunch when we framed. So these are called true friends that'll go to the end of the earth for you. Those are the ones that care about me. So I had to pick him all the way up in Parkland. We head east, and he's a builder. So I said, there's your store, Home Depot. Then, Harrison's not here. You're here. So I said, hey, you see the cemetery over there? He doesn't care about some stupid cemetery. I said, you remember the show Good Times? He goes, dynamite! You got two white hillbillies in the car, right? I said, Esther Roll from Good Times is buried there. And then he says to me, he goes, did she like goats? And I said, I don't know, I'll have to ask. But he loved the building, of course, and he was explaining to me how the building should be done. When we went over to the beach, he was telling me about all the pipes on the new, it was like, oh, I've heard enough. Now to end it, Harrison would really like this, because I've had people tell me, oh, they said he should give you a job doing this, and this. I said, they ain't never gonna hire me, I'm not an insider. So, to end the story, Kenny says, man, you know this city inside and out. He said, they should hire you as a tour guide. I said, a tour guide? I said, you know I hate driving. He goes, yeah, but you know it with your eyes shut. I said, no, I have no interest in ever being a tour guide. And that's it. But I'm sure he would like the tour guide part especially. So, anyway, take it easy.
Thank you, Mr. Skaversky. Next speaker.
Mayor, the last speaker actually is here to speak on an item on the agenda, freestanding ER. So when that item is called, he'll come up and speak at that time. That concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. All right, thank you for that. Can I get a motion approving items 1, 4 through 9 on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute community development block grant public service program subrecipient agreements between the City of Pompano Beach and various nonprofit corporations, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I pull this is year after year after year, we continuously fund same organizations. And we have 12 here that we are funding. There are so many organizations, especially in the Northwest, that are in need of money. A lot of them have no idea when you put everything out to say it's open for submitting. I have no idea why we're giving all of these organizations so much money when they're not directly affecting us. Take, for instance, over here, Mr. Anthony Campbell. We have the group called Edema. We're constantly trying to find money for him to promote those young boys. We have summer programs for Blanche Ely when the kids are out of school. We're constantly trying to find money for those kids. We have the Lemonade program. We're constantly, and this is me trying to find money for these organizations, but we're continuously giving money to these same organizations. Here we have Feeding South Florida, we're giving them $10,000. Who are they feeding? Because I'm out in the community trying to find food for the people in my district. So I don't know what they're doing with the $10,000. We have Second Chance Society, $8,000. Kids in Distress, $10,000. I don't see how it's directly affecting people that really need this. So for 9 to 10 years, these same people have been getting this money over and over and over again. And I'm out in the community trying to find food, trying to help fund some of these organizations to help some of our young people. We have the Young Kappa Foundation. They're always looking for monies for their young boys. So we've got to start doing this different. With these 12 people, there should be a way that we can spread this money out a little bit more. And not only that, make it known when it's time to apply for these grant funds for the community. Because over and over again, I keep saying this, and it's just not happening. So this is my last time voting for this. Next year, I want to see more people that are directly impacted by some of these funds that you can directly help people, because this is where the crime and everything starts in our community. If you can grab some of these young people at a young age and get them in these programs where they're more controlled, then we don't have a lot of crime in the area. But you got to start with those that are really in need, because a lot of these people that are listed here, these 12 people, they're getting monies from every city in Broward County. But it's not directly affecting the needs of those people that really, really need it. So I want to make myself very clear. This is the last time I'm going to support this. You have the Covenant House of Florida, $15,000. Dr. Stanley and Pearl Goodman Jewish family, $10,000. It's just women in distress, $15,000. I don't, maybe they're impacting some of the people, but the people that I'm reaching in my district, the 19,000 has never said any of these names here have helped them in any way. But when they have problems and they have issues, they call me. So I like to get a better idea of how these people that we're giving these grants to are directly helping the people in this city, especially those in need, I should say. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein?
Good afternoon. Alex Goldstein, Program Compliance Manager, OHUI. Commissioner, I can tell you that on an annual basis with these CDBG funds, we average about 1,500 people, city pump, elderly, children after school programs, victims of domestic violence, things of that nature. So I can guarantee you that we do not reimburse any of these funds until they give us a full report with everybody that they've assisted that are city residents. So we do that on a monthly basis. I monitor them. I go out. I do a full audit of their program, and I can guarantee you that they are indeed assisting Pompano Beach residents, seniors, children, victims of domestic violence alike. And I can also speak on, the timeline is basically the same every year. We publish a notice of funding availability, typically in January. The program then opens up in February, typically mid-February, for people to start submitting applications online. They could visit our website. We put a notice out in the Sun Sentinel as well. It's published. These are the people that apply. I always encourage anybody who is a nonprofit within the city or who those who help people in the city to apply, to contact me. I could walk them through the process. I can explain to them if they have questions about the application, the required documentation, what's needed. So I don't have many people reaching out to me that are new. There's some on here that are relatively new that we've only been giving money to the past maybe 2 years. So Feeding South Florida is one of those. They're new. They do a senior grocery box program, and I could give you a breakdown if you'd like of the descriptions of each one of these programs. If that makes you feel any better about it, but.
Yeah. Well, I really want the residents to feel better and be affected by it, but what someone puts on paper does not necessarily say they're reaching the people that actually need it. And this is where there's that disconnect in your office and where I live in my community. There's a big disconnect. And what I'm saying is we've got to reach more people. If you're giving Broward partnership maybe 15,000, maybe you can take 3,000 away and give it to a youth group. I'm not saying take it totally away, but spread some of the money out, because we have over 100,000 people in Pompano, and we want to reach as many people as we possibly can. So I know when a person puts something on paper, you can definitely make it look good, but does it reach the people that actually need it? So I would love to work closely with you on this and see if we can spread this money out a little bit more and reach a few more people?
Please give them my contact information. I'm happy to help them with the application if they're not familiar with it. So we can go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Lauren Holiday, 1615 Northeast 28th Court. Miss Perkins, I'd love to personally speak with you because I emailed you about how we're spending $29.3 million on the McNabb House while we don't give any city funding to homeless people or financial assistance, even though there's a need for it. The interview, I've interviewed or reached out to all of you. Of course, Mayor Hardin didn't get back to me. You didn't, Rhonda didn't, and neither did Darlene, but Allison and Audrey did, of course. They're the only ones that ever do. And then you would have been able to respond to me and tell me this. I reached out to Miriam at OHUI, called her, left messages, emailed her. She can't get back to me. Does she work? I'm writing a story about this, and I'm trying to find out why our city isn't giving any money to rental assistance, to homelessness, but yet we want people off the streets. We want them to have good jobs. Well, maybe you should have wrote me back, and we could have talked about this and found a solution together. I'm shaking because I'm so sick of the government dysfunction. Like, I agree. Who cares? But Feeding South Florida, they just gave 20,000 people food this year. They're the only ones not turning people away. Section 8 takes up to 6 years to get housing. What are they supposed to do in the meantime? I've been in hard places. I know what it's like to struggle, and I know when people tell you on Nextdoor, just go call 211. 211 isn't a magic fairy. She doesn't help you, and there are no resources, and $15,000 isn't crap to any of these organizations. So any of the small amount of money OHUI is supposedly helping people with is not doing anything. We need to help people directly with the city and actually care about them, Mayor Rex Hardin. I know you don't, like you pretend you do, but it's just maddening. And that's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank
Mayor,
you. Commissioner Perkins.
What did she say her name was?
Lauren Holiday.
Lauren, thank you for that, Lauren, but we have so many issues in Pompano, and sometimes people take it upon themselves to want to jab and pull at a elected official or an elected official sitting up here, I should say. That does not give you the right to attack when something doesn't go right your way. We all have differences up here. We all have concerns up here. Mine might not be yours, but the reason, let me just say this, I don't know about the other commissioners, but I receive about 80 to 100 emails a day, and I don't get back with a lot of them. I try, but guess what? I don't have a secretary, I don't have an assistant, and I do the best I can. And for you to walk up here to this podium and try to read me with the work that I do in my community, you're in the wrong neighborhood, honey, because you should come over there and live where I live. I live in slum and blight. You don't.
You don't know what I
You live on the beach. Thank you.
Very good.
Close to it.
Miss Holiday, I'd ask you to please, thank
Close
you.
to it.
Appreciate it. Okay. Further input from the public on this item. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Michelangelo Bell, here as President and CEO of Community-Based Connection, as we're located here in Pompano at Blanchard Lee Health Hub, and we also located in Fort Lauderdale. A few things, here's what I'll say. Look, at the end of the day, it's all about how we expand the option that change the odds for children and family. How do we try to connect resources and make it align? One of the things I will offer to you is that I'm more than happy to connect with your office and have my team connect with your office so we can directly help some folks right here in Pompano so we can get the direct connect and not the pass-through that some maybe feel like there's a pass-through that is happening. And so that would meet some of the issues. But I think overall, it's always about how do we help advance our community, right? How do we come together collectively and bridge the gap and help everyone rise together? And I think we're able to do that. You know, as the CEO of Community-Based Connection, I had the opportunity to pour millions of dollars of resources in Broward County, particularly some in Pompano. And I'll tell you that it's never easy serving the community, but collectively together we can achieve more, right? So while I understand there's some resources that we would love to see happen with those organizations that's making direct impact that's located here in Pompano, it doesn't discredit the work of others, but it's also a way we can create a better pipeline for those maybe consider a first right of refusal here in Pompano. Is a strategy. Or maybe in your application process, there's a point system that you put in place for those that are located here in Pompano. And I'm more than happy to sit down with procurement and help what that can look like. And it's great, you guys are expert, not saying I can do your job, not that I want to. I'm just willing to provide a support as a resident of Pompano Beach. I am a lifelong resident. Still live here, I'm raising my kids here. But I think it's important that we try to find a solution to where everyone can feel like their needs are being met, and we can do that collectively. So I offer that to the city, offer that to your office, and you know, I'm always willing to work, Earl. So anything I can do to provide that support, I'm happy to do so. And if you have a homeless issue, we have some folks in our organization that can provide support. We help feed families through our Healing Space program, which is funded by CSC of Broward County, and it comes out of your tax dollars, right? So that's your tax dollars are hard at work. And so we're able to provide, especially those who located in Pompano and Deerfield, we actually have a budget line item that we have to spend a certain amount of money as it relates to concrete support. So there's your rent, utilities, and so much more. And if you go to Blanche Ely Health Hub, you can get those support. And just ask for Jason when you get there, our therapist. Thank you so much.
Very good, thank you, sir. Further input?
Mayor.
I've got Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner Fessick?
Sorry,
Is it good, or
Mr. Olbell, just a quick note. You said Blanche Ely High School, the health hub, correct? Okay, I do. It's actually a more of a, you know, everybody says, oh, district to district, but it's actually becoming more of a citywide issue with homelessness. And so I actually have a resident that reached out and has had some struggles, and so I'm going to send her your way. Thank you.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, if you have those crisis respond, you can also contact us as well. And if you go on our website at communitybasedconnection.com, there's a request for help button, but also you can just walk right over there. Those Pompano Beach residents can walk right over there to Blanche Ely High School, the A-rated school here in our city.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Mr. Obel for the job well done at Blanche Ely High School with the health hub, and also helping out with Markham Elementary School on all levels. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. I just wanted to kind of add something that may be helpful. I think because I work in an institution, a large institution, 5 campuses across one great big county, sometimes the things that are available are hard for people to know about, right? And you come up with a system, and the minute you have the system, there is new stuff in the pipeline, new things. And so I don't know if this city has a clearinghouse of available things on a web page, you know, that has a list. And if they do, who's in charge of making sure that list is updated? An example for me is kind of in between. I think in our district, we had a community fund that was brought forward by the Cordish Company, and we heard about you telling there were announcements about who got it and how much money, and we were all sitting there going, when was this ever, like, we didn't know, and you might have put it in your newsletter, but that's the only people who see it are the people who not only get your newsletter, but read your newsletters. Today, because I was coming here, I had to cancel a class, and I pay for a subscription to a text-free account because my college doesn't give me, you know, a private number that I can text to students. So you're always having to be a step ahead of the people who need to receive your message. So I would encourage you all to review your processes and have somebody who is persistently in charge of making sure that you have a system for letting people know what is available and where it's available. And just putting it on the web is never going to be enough. If she doesn't have all the information up to date, if somebody at Pat Larkin Center isn't monitoring what's on a community bulletin board or something, then it gets lost. I go over the Skolnick Center, and half the things I see are for Singo and line dancing, but there might be a service that I miss because it's not there. So it's just kind of a reminder that it can't be a stagnant thing. You have to do it all the time.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public?
Are we allowed to go twice?
No, sorry.
Linda Silverstein, 713 Southwest First Terrace. I totally agree with what she said in terms of a weakness in the system. I also think even if they can find out what's happening, a lot of times these grassroots organizations are in the midst of doing their direct service work, and they just don't have the resources and the capacity to even follow up with an application, let alone have a system, a reporting system as a way to make sure that they're complying. I'm sure that in order to get the money, we have a bunch of things that they have to do because we want them to be held accountable, and that's absolutely necessary. The challenge is the people that are on the ground in these small, if you call it an organization with a very small O, they just don't have the capacity to efficiently apply and follow up and report and do all the things that you're required of them. So, I mean, the only way to get around that is to provide another level of service, perhaps from your agency, that's doing real hands-on with the grassroots organizations to enable them to access the money. And I think that, I know that you've had events in your community where you invite people to come to interface with the different agencies to find out about this and that and the other, which is obviously really great, but again, it's like, can they step away from the work that they're doing to be there? And then how do they follow up with the 12 different steps? I think this is like a challenge of any community, but I think that if we're looking at where the gaps are, we need some real creative problem solving and more touch points, I think. I don't know how that gets funded. Maybe it's some volunteers that fill that space of enabling these grassroots organizations to really access those funds efficiently and effectively, which is what we would expect of them. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. I've got Vice Mayor, and then I'll come back to Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. We do go through this every year, and this list has the same names on it every year. Most of them are big organizations. I think people here, rightly so, pointed out that the larger organizations have people, full-time people who are doing grants and fundraising, and it does feel like it's a little stacked against the smaller operations. So, and then the effect is these large organizations, the amount of money we're giving them looks like a drop in the bucket relative to what they actually fundraise. So I think we'd all like to see this list look a little different. Some of those smaller organizations don't have the right paperwork or compliance, and that is why the Cordish program is a very good program, because you don't have to be a 501c3. You can apply, and they try to spread the money out to any organization that has a need and gives a compelling story without having all the requirements of compliance like this does. But one thing I would like to see going forward, which would help me, is some kind of like ROI of this, right? And it might not be completely finance-based, but some calculation or formula of like, what is the return on investment for this money? Yeah, so I would like to see that in the backup always, so we can say, all right, we spent $15,000 and this is how many people we touched or how many food baskets, and this is, and there might, ROI is, to me, it's a financial metric, but there might be things here that you're touching that are not financial but have other, impacts, and you'd have to figure out how to quantify that maybe, but I think that would be helpful to look at that, because we might be able to give $3,000 to Mr. Campbell's organization and really have a high ROI with that money, like have a big impact on that relative to $15,000 at a larger organization. So I'd like to include that, so to help us work towards maximizing those dollars and the ROI of those. Thank you.
Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. Alex, is there a cap on the funding? Is the funds that were received were $143,000?
Yes, so this is a set aside through our CDBG funding. It's a 15% set aside of the total allocation. So it changes slightly every year depending on our allocation. And we're hoping we continue to get CDBG money in the coming years. As you know, there's been some uncertainty at the federal level for fiscal year 2026. They're still working on this, so I'm hoping that we have this same item next year and with more names, and we have the funding for it. So it's not guaranteed at this point. There's been, discussions about cutting programs entirely or partially. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated on that. But yes, it is a set aside of our actual full CDBG allocation that we're allowed to use for public service activities.
Okay, let's just hope it continues, but I would like to work with you because you said January is when you,
Right, so.
that's just a few weeks away, so.
Right, it's coming up. So the notice will be published at the beginning of January. We also I wanted to mention, one of the audience members mentioned putting things in the community centers. We put the notice of funding availability in the community centers as handouts at the front desks, so it's there as well. It's not just on the website, it's in these places they can go and get a hard copy of it. It's in front of our office as well. It's on the bulletin board in the lobby. So we try our best to disseminate the information as best we can, and we're always open to suggestions.
Okay, so as I've stated so many times sitting up here on the dais, there's a certain way to reach certain people, and a lot of people in my district do not have computers or online or whatever, so if you can just get the information to me, I can get it to the churches and to the homeowners associations, the civic associations, the fraternities, the sororities. Those are the people that we want to reach that might not see it at the center or might not.
So when we publish this notice of funding availability this coming January, I'll send it to every member of the commission.
Good. That would be great. Okay, yeah, that would be great.
Very good. Got Vice Mayor, then down to Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. We have a lot of organizations that come here to either ask for funding or talk about their organization. Perhaps we should have in the lobby some of this materials for them to grab and have that available here too, because this is where a lot of these organizations come to be heard anyway. So that would be helpful to have it here.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes, Alex. You said that you do an analysis, an audit each month to make sure that they are using the money.
So so Commissioner, this is all of this money. We don't just give them a check for $15,000 at the beginning of the fiscal year. We operate on a reimbursement basis. So if they don't submit to me their monthly reports or either quarterly reports, it's mostly monthly reports. There's only one organization that gives me quarterly reports, and that's Light of the World Clinic. But everyone else is giving me monthly reports. I go through it. They give me a breakdown of all of the demographic information of who they've assisted, how much money they've spent. They give me a detailed, on their request for reimbursement form, they break down all of the costs, exactly what client they went to, what was being paid, what's happening. So I have all of this data. I have, I can certainly provide
You can
ROI.
easily provide that report.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually having a public hearing on this Thursday in the Commission Chambers conference room. It's basically, we're going to be giving an overview of fiscal year 24. So at the end of every fiscal year, we submit a report to the federal government, to HUD. It's called the CAPER report, Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, where we individually list, okay, this organization received this much money, this is how many people they've assisted, this is the breakdown of those individuals. So I have all of that data. We do share it. The CDAC committee is meeting this Thursday to hear the presentation before we submit the CAPER to HUD on December 26th.
Okay, and the criteria for which people are chosen, the questions, you have so many of the good organizations at your fingertips, and very often, even if it's a window air conditioner in the middle of the summer or whatever it might be, that's just an example. We're helping. It's good to know that the funds are being spent here in Pompano. So I just want to thank you and your department for all that you do. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner
know,
Perkins.
When she said that, just on a funny note, Mayor, you probably remember, but I remember when Emmylou Olsen was mayor, and she taught me very, very well about community development block grant funding. I will never forget that. She taught me a great lesson. So I know there's a lot of processing that goes on with it. It can be very effective, but I can say Emmylou taught me a lot from that. Thank you.
Very good. Nothing further. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 3 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, certifying that the Housing Authority of Pompano Beach's Blanche Ely Estates project to construct 36 single-family homes on 19.7 acres of vacant land traversed by Northwest 6th Avenue between Northwest 17th Street and Northwest 16th Street is consistent with the city's local plans and regulations in order to participate in the Community Contribution Tax Credit Program required under Section 220.183 Florida statutes, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick. Commissioner?
Thank you. So I pulled this item only because I understand that, that projects take time and there are, benchmarks. But we've said so many times, specifically related to this area in the Northwest, that we need housing and we need it now, right? And over again. And while I understand so it says in here, extensions applied for Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Milton. And I understand that those are set into place and they're not something that we can necessarily control, likely. But I'd like for there to be some sort of mindfulness as to how we're using this. Because Milton, I know what I was doing for Milton. I was rolling T-shirts and then I was, walking in windy weather. For us, it wasn't in this area. It wasn't a traumatic event that would necessitate another 45-day waiting period. So the expiration date was September 11th, 2025, and now we're jumping all the way to March 26th, 2030. For time frame?
So the backup that was provided, we just did that as just to show you that this item had already been discussed at length, the planning board and that. So that was a development order. This is for something separate. I just wanted to give application for the community contribution tax credit application that they're submitting to get the funds to hopefully get this project. And I have Leonard Robinson here, the executive director, if you have any questions about where the project is at this point.
Right. But no, it's fine. I just want to make sure that when I saw that, I thought for a second, my gosh, that's really a long time when we desperately need housing, and we've just had that conversation. So that was it. That was my one quick question, like I promised Mayor Harden. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. I got Commissioner Perkins and Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mayor, I'm very, very excited about this project. The community has been waiting on these homes for a long time. Of course, as I've stated, one of the biggest requests in my district has been affordable housing. And the 36, or is it 39, houses will really help on so many levels. So there's that little vacant area between Liberty Park and Sanders Park, and we want to see some affordable homes there. So we need to move it, and thank you so much, Mr. Robinson.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I share the frustration sometimes when I see these extensions that get applied to development orders because of hurricanes that really didn't impact our community. But I do believe, and I want to ask Mr. Berman this because I've seen it. I've looked at development orders for the Cordish project and some other ones, and there's an expiration date, or they have to start something by a date certain, and then all of a sudden they get extra years automatically extended because of these orders. There's nothing we can do about that, correct, Mr. Berman?
You can thank your state legislature for that.
Exactly.
But, this is something that Development Services works with every day and checks and looks at these time periods. So if they're not applicable, they don't get the extension. If they are, we have no recourse but to grant what the law requires.
So just because they have this extension obviously doesn't mean that we're not moving forward at a faster rate, but it does give them that runway to do something. When do you expect to have these out of the ground?
Leonard Robinson, Housing Authority of Pompano Beach. We were expecting to actually start construction on these units in probably the end of the first quarter of next year.
Okay.
And the dollars that we're requesting will help us put the infrastructure in. We're not doing infill housing. We're actually doing a full development. So we have to put the infrastructure in, which is almost $5 million. before we even start building the houses. So that's basically what we're asking, to be able to go to the state to request these funds in order to build these houses.
So is there some, I mean, what is the level of certainty of getting this funding with this request and our, our blessing with it?
Well, this program is designed based on businesses really paying taxes. And once they pay their taxes, they can actually allocate these funds so they can get a discount on their taxes for businesses in the state. And those are the dollars that will come to us to help us go forward and put the infrastructure in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins?
Now that we have you here, Mr. Robinson, because I get a lot of questions, I do, about this vacant land. Can you let everybody know, now we're going to build 36 single-family homes on the east side of 6th Avenue.
It's the west side.
West side, I'm confused. Okay, so on the opposite side, what are we building there in the future?
We're starting the DRC process now for 86 units, townhouse units, going across the street.
Right, great, thank you, because I'm asked that a lot, so now everybody heard it for themselves. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier? Mayor Hart?
Yes.
Yes. Item 23 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.4209 institutional healthcare uses to further define listed uses and standards for separation from residential uses and for overnight treatment, and to create a new use for hospital-based off-campus emergency department, providing for definitions in Article 9, definitions and interpretation, Part 5, terms and uses defined by amending Appendix A, consolidated use table to reflect existing and new healthcare uses, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Dolan.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Jean Dolan, Development Services. Got to make sure my clicker's on. Okay, this is actually we're doing another first reading of our code amendment for the off-campus emergency department. So I'm just going to go very briefly over what's changed. The off-campus emergency department, we did not change at all. It's still a permitted use in B3 and has a lot of restrictions in terms of how it must be buffered if it's within 500 feet of a single-family home. The most comment we got last time was about the urgent care changes. So we put that back to the previous code. So it's still a special exception as it is today. It has to be 500 feet separated from single-family and two-family residential. So all the criteria are back to the way the code currently reads. So we're making no changes to that. So I'll take any questions you have about these changes, and we also have the applicant with, what their thoughts are on these changes.
Very good. Thank you for that. Does the applicant wish to make any presentation?
My name is Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. We made a full presentation at the last meeting. We support the revisions to the draft ordinance that staff has just presented to you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And at the end of the public comment period, I'd like the opportunity to respond as appropriate. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Come on forward. Anyone who wants to speak on this matter? Just name and address for the record.
David Clark, 202 East Sample Road. Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, I'm David Clark. I'm the Senior Vice President of Operations for Broward Health. I support many of their growth initiatives, so I'm here today to provide a little feedback, but also to address some mischaracterization that was suggested at the last public meeting. It was suggested that Broward Health essentially went through the same text amendment process that's before you today as written, and that was not the case. What Broward Health has done in 3 different municipalities across Broward County, where we're putting together a freestanding emergency department, is gone through the city's process. We did one text amendment in one of our municipalities, but that text amendment was to define what a hospital-based off-campus emergency department was. It wasn't to do a wholesale change of the current city zoning or text amendment. And in doing that, we followed all of the city processes, whether it was going through the design review committee process, unanimous approvals at planning and zoning, in addition to coming before the city for first and second readings. The feedback is as written. Our concern is that this by right use will remove full autonomy and power from the city commission for projects that come before the city that may be misrepresented, maybe not welcomed by their constituents, and just we want the city to always have a voice in a number of these projects. And it's not particularly to the applicant, but it's going to be to any medical provider or services that wanted to come in this community. As long as they conform to this text amendment, they will not have to come back before the city commission. So I yield the rest of my time, but I just wanted to make those comments on the record.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Phyllis Smith, 2437 Northwest 4th Court, Greater Collier City Civic Association President. I'm coming to speak on this on 3 different accounts. One as a patient, the other as a nurse, the other as an EMT paramedic. I find that off-base emergency departments is good for the patient itself, rather than going to a traditional emergency room. You spend more time in the waiting room than you do getting waited on. But in one of those urgent care emergency rooms, you go in a few minutes, and they do what they're going to do, and shortly after you're out, all within an hour's time, if they're moving at the right speed. I think it's a good idea that we should have something like that in this neighborhood, in this area, because it's a quicker way of getting the help that you need. Me, as being a person with severe allergies, I have to get emergency treatment right away. I carry an EpiPen everywhere I go. So if I don't get the necessary treatments right away, it's death for me. And going to the emergency room, walking in like that, sure, they take me in the back, but they still have wasted time between. I say wasted time. But when I went to the urgent care, I got waited on right away. That extra time getting my insurance, getting my name, getting all the information. In the urgent care, they got it from my mom while they attended me. In the traditional emergency room, they did do treatment, but somewhere along the line, they stopped to get all this information. So to speed up necessary emergency care, I think it's a good idea to consider having that.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Pastor Hector from Redemption Baptist Church of Pompano, 3501 Northeast 3rd Avenue in Pompano. I'm here to say for my community, I would like that urgent care to be able to build. I do not know why it was denied in May, but as far as I'm concerned, for the community, I have been through one in 441. That's Boca. I think it's for Boca. I had service right away. I had sciatic pain. I could not sit down in an emergency room to receive service. And I went there in no time. I was already taken care of, and I was on my way out. We in Pompano, where I am right now, we have a community, the church probably 900 people. I think something like this will be good for us. We're right off Simple Ward, and I'm going to ask the commissioners to vote and accept that project because it's going to serve the community, plus it's going to be beneficial to all of us. Financially, probably tax, and it's going to be good. And I'm here for it, and I hope that you will all vote and say yes. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Well, dear Mayor, Commissioners, and Vice Mayor and City Manager, my name is Patrick Barthélemy. I am a parishioner at First Haitian Baptist Church of Pompano. It's a stone throw away from here. We have been in the community for 50 years, and I'm here to speak on the subject of this freestanding emergency room. I believe it's an awesome initiative because it will benefit both the city and the people of the community. The people of the community is because they've been neglected for a while, and they will have better access and less waiting time when it comes to take care of them. You all been to emergency rooms and you know how crowded it can be. So this will allow it to decongest the bigger hospitals. Usually also in a facility like that, you have faster diagnostics and treatment, and as the pastor has just mentioned. And usually the staff is usually friendlier there. I have witnessed, the wonderful job the city has done to embellish, Pompano Beach. So how you beautify the city. So I hope you can continue with this great work and to allow this to happen for the betterment of Pompano. So thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. Last time I was up here for this, I didn't get a response, but I had my two nurse friends respond to me, and to me, the nurses are more important than anything in the hospital. They are the best. Both of them work in the emergency room, one works in intensive care, and both told me that this is a great idea. So I think we should probably listen to the nurses, especially one of them, who I call 9.9.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
You don't need to know anything else about it.
Next speaker.
Mark Entregola, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. We're back here to talk about this again. Last month, the developer gave a very rosy presentation where none of us could hear a siren and submitted letters of support, of which I didn't hear anybody say that they were letters of support by anybody that lives right near where they want to build this. I don't live near there, but I could tell you that I live in a high down A1A. And if you're going to put a 24/7 emergency facility saying that they're not, all I can say is this: if I need an ambulance, if I feel that bad, I want sirens blazing and I want him pedal to the metal to get me wherever it is. So I would just urge you, before you vote yes, to consider how the people that live right next to it feel about it being in their backyard. There's a reason why we have zoning. And if we're just going to say, okay, let's just, override the zoning and give them a new rating so that they can put it there, what's the point? Last month, we had people come in from, I think, Holy Cross or Broward Health, I can't remember, and there's already an emergency facility in Lighthouse Point. I don't object to faster medical treatment. I'm just saying, is this the right place for it? And that's what you have to decide, and that's if those residents are in your district, as far as I'm concerned, you need to represent them, and you need to vote based upon what they want in their backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
How you doing, James Scott? I agree with the emergency center being put up, working in healthcare staffing, and just seeing what people need and residents need. I think it'll be great for the community.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Pastor Nathan Austin, Senior Pastor of Zion Church here in the city. When I think about the need for medical facilities, of course, there can never be enough to handle the cares of our community. Because I'm a pastor, I think of this passage in John 14 where the Bible says that Lazarus was sick and Jesus could not get to him. And when Jesus finally got there, the sister said to him, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. I think that the closer a facility is in proximity to the residents of this community will help and mitigate further sickness or even death. And so I believe that there has to be a way that we can compromise the concerns of the citizens that may live in proximity of this, but yet still meet the goal of making sure that we have adequate amount of facilities that can help the citizens of this great community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, Seth Matthew, 1137 Rio Court. I'm in favor of this center going up because I believe it shows that our community is growing. And if those interests are trying to come into our community, then it allows our citizens and people who live in the area, maybe they don't even live, they could live on the line, Lauderdale, Deerfield, access to the care. And I'm a big fan of that. So that's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, Rachel Williams, and I agree with the center being built.
Okay.
Ramon Feliciano, 101 Bryony Ave. Just want to echo and piggyback on what I'm happy to hear a lot of my fellow Pompano residents have said. You know, living here and growing here, the community is only growing. More families coming in, more traffic, more development. I just don't see how another healthcare facility is a bad idea, especially if you have an established healthcare chain that's not going to be gone anytime soon. Wanting to come to our community, I can only see that as a good thing. Just down the street, I think there's a Chick-fil-A and a Raising Cane's, and no one complains that there's too many fried chicken places around there. So it's just the opportunity to have variety, have choice, and it's growing. And they're all busy, okay? So if anything, urgent cares are great. They're very necessary, but to my understanding, it's a freestanding ER, so it closes that gap that isn't quite a hospital, but it does a little more in urgent care. So also, I did hear someone's, I used to be a medic, so somebody raised a concern about loud sirens and stuff, which is valid, but I will tell you that if we did have an emergency where lights and sirens are going to be blaring, we're not going to a freestanding ER. We will be going to a hospital, whatever local hospital is the closest, because that means something's really going on there. So, especially with older population in South Florida and my own folks and stuff, uncles, aunts, I just would feel a lot better knowing they had more opportunity and options like Raising Cane's and Chick-fil-A. Thank you, guys.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Hello, Commission. Dr. Craig Kushner. Address is 9180 Benedetta, Boca Raton, Florida. I just come to the Commission. I'm EMS Medical Director for several of the departments in the area, including Coconut Creek, and we transport to the freestanding that's Boca has in Coconut Creek. We have an excellent relationship with them, and as it was said before, we don't go lights and sirens for non-emergent cases. So most of the cases that would go to this facility would be non-emergent. We don't transport emergencies to a freestanding emergency department. The other thing I'll say is, as far as freestanding EDs, if you look at the ones in the area, like the one in Coconut Creek, and there's one on Glades and 441 that Baptist has, they're very nice. The aesthetics of it are exceptional. The care that's provided, state-of-the-art, and it's full service. I mean, you can really get a lot of the care that you need done at these facilities. So full disclosure, I want to also say I'm an emergency physician at HCA Northwest. But I think this would be something that would provide, exceptional care and be an asset to the community.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Does the applicant wish to make any further? No. Very good. Thank you. Let's open it up to commission questions, concerns. Like Commissioner Smith.
I did visit the Coconut Creek freestanding emergency room, and I agree. It was quiet, it was well landscaped, and I didn't observe any sirens. I was only there a half hour, but in the time, it was about 3:30 in the afternoon, and they had 12 patients for the day, and no sirens at all as of that time of the day. So I agree that it was attractive and it was complimentary to the community. It was right next to an apartment building too. Also, it's been hard on this decision because as commission, we're voting on a zoning code. We're not voting on a property. So we've had to remove ourselves from knowing where the freestanding emergency room wants to go in, but to think about all of Pompano Beach and our decision of the zoning code. And I agree that the more medical services we provide our residents, the better for our residents. And because of what I've studied and what I've observed, I see that it's not a burden to the communities around it, and I agree that it could be 300 feet from a residential area with proper landscaping and buffering. So I feel as a zoning code for the betterment of our city that I'm going to support this ordinance.
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Just to piggyback off what the commissioner said, this is a broad text amendment that applies to the entire city. So while we've made it about a certain site, or it feels that way, it is for the entire city. And I do think we need these in our city. It is a use that we need to, that especially in District 5, District 4, there are some places where there's really a lack of options for medical care, and I think it would be a good addition to our city. Just a reminder to my fellow commissioners and the mayor, though, for me, when we make these broad text amendments, there are always some unintended consequences that may come back in the future. You don't know how it will be applied or what someone will try to do. And I do think it is important that we continue to talk about some kind of call-up option for major site plans from the Planning and Zoning Board, because that would give this board an opportunity to look at some of these in the future if need be. It would give us an opportunity to look at that because there is no special exception process now that would be required. So we need to keep talking about that. I hope at some point maybe we can compromise and think about that. I mean, you were on planning and zoning, so I'm sure you can understand how important it would be now as a commissioner that
Thank you. So, like the Commissioner and Vice Mayor said, everybody has heard about this as being site specific, but it's not, and it's a very open text amendment change. One of the things that I think is important to note is that I think we're all on the same page that healthcare is a good thing, right? Everybody here obviously wants quality healthcare. They want to be able to choose where they want to go, and they want to find out, obviously be treated the fastest they can be treated. The issue that we have, that I have with text amendments overall is that when we do something sitting here in this seat, if we make a change now and it's a broad one that's across the entire city, many times what happens is, I think as Vice Mayor said, unintended consequences. So I want to kind of explain that a little bit more. Whereas if, let's say, somebody, it might not, this particular, the first one or the third one might not affect you or your neighborhood or your neighbors, but maybe the fourth one, all of a sudden, it is something there where we don't have enough setbacks, or it's something that you personally or your neighbors personally don't feel would be appropriate to have in your neighborhood or so close to your neighborhood. Well, the process that we go through now, you would have that opportunity to voice your opinion and say something. If we do a broad text amendment where we set the parameters, then they will automatically be able to go in without as much community approval. So they'll go through the development services, they'll go through planning and zoning, et cetera. So I just want to make sure that that's understood a little bit more clearly. There's, of course, exceptions everywhere. My other concern is with Florida Senate Bill 180. We as a body currently, even though it's, as Mr. Berman will continue to keep us up on top of things, it's something where we can't make anything more restrictive. We can't make any ordinance changes or amendments that are more restrictive without it potentially being challenged. So I'm really very cautious about taking away additional rights for the city commission to be able to make those decisions on a case-by-case basis. Now, I fully would support any of these coming as a special exception or as a, as a specific use in a specific location. I fully would support the idea of creating this or looking at this a little bit more fully. I actually did have a question for our applicants. I would like to see, I know that it's been almost a month since the last time, and there were some changes made. Is there a red line version of this that we could, to see exactly what what was amended and changed, so that those who watch online but don't necessarily read the backup can clearly understand what the changes have been between last reading and this reading?
No, we don't redline when we change an ordinance after a commission meeting, because what we're doing is striking out what used to be in the code and putting in because otherwise AM legal, when they get it, wouldn't know what to do with it. So we don't do strike through and underline. We could provide that. I mean, it's not a big deal.
I'm just asking what the change is so that for people who don't read the backup.
Right. The only change was to put the urgent care back to the way it was. So there's no changes to urgent care, and the other new emergency room has no changes since first reading.
Okay. Okay. Second question, I did have it written down. I just want to make sure I cover it. And so the same setbacks and everything would still apply overall as they were presented a month ago?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yeah, I want to say that I agree that this reminds me of revitalization, infill, where we have such dense areas, and this would be a great service. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I know this is about a zoning, but I was very concerned about the surrounding area of this facility and I guess like the gentleman said, the background of it or whatever. I haven't received many emails on it. We haven't had a lot of people to come and speak about it from the surrounding areas. However, I do think this facility is necessary. However, I know we're going back and forward with NCA and Broward Health, and in my opinion, we need both. Because we're so lacking when it comes to our health care, and not even to talk about health insurance. But I think this facility is needed. I think the location is really good, because I was told that the emergency units will be entering and exiting from Federal Highway, which is very good, and you will not be interfering with the residents themselves. So I think that makes a big difference as well. So I do support it, pretty much anything when it comes to health care. It's very needed. I just think we need more in a lot of different areas. But yes, I do support it 100%. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So I just want to finish by saying that we did have a lot of people take off time related to this text amendment multiple times. Yes, last month we had people that spoke about it. Not everybody can get away at 1 o'clock meeting multiple times, especially during now in December and travel. Planning and zoning, our folks we put on planning and zoning have recommended against it. I haven't seen this come back to them with the changes and to see if they would be acceptable, the changes would be acceptable to them, giving residents another opportunity to voice their opinion. Look, I fully support healthcare, but what I don't support is when, you know, many times we sit up here and we say all the time, it gets really frustrating when we say no to something and then all of a sudden it comes back, and then it comes back, and then it comes back, and then it comes back. And basically what it does is it just wears down the will of the people who would come in to talk about it or who've already said their piece. And what I hear then on the flip side is, well, we said what we said and you didn't listen to us, right? So I want to make this as best it can. I've said before, if we want to look at it site-specific and have it come back to us, we don't have that in play right now where the city, where we see these things on a case-by-case basis. So if we approve this overall, we just blanket approve it overall, and we won't see it again. So that's my concern. And my residents in District 1, the reason why this has kind of come up, and it will come up in other districts as well, but the reason why this came up was specifically related to our existing rules and regulations, our existing zoning, and I believe that there's still a reason we should hold on to our existing zoning, and if we want to approve something, do it on a case-by-case basis through a special exception or variance. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. That takes us back to item 10 as a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 76 parking meters of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 7602 definitions to provide additional terms, by amending Section 76.06 parking meter zones and fees established, by revising Table 76A designated parking meter zones and meter fees to modify designated parking meter zones, meter fees, locations, and restrictions, to modify costs and other requirements for parking permits, and eliminate certain resident parking decal permits, by amending Section 76.07 time-limited parking zones to modify hurricane parking procedures and rates, to establish designated delivery and loading zones and requirements, to modify pier garage bulk parking procedures and expand parking fee exemptions, by amending Section 76.08 enforcement to provide for parking violations and unlawful acts in the pier garage, to delete the current Exhibit A1 Harbor Village resident parking LPR permit and hourly parking location map, to replace with a modified Exhibit A1 to modify the text, and by amending Exhibit B parking meter zone location map to reflect the new parking meter zones and hourly public parking rates, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. The item before you today is a request to modify and update our parking ordinance. The Parking Enterprise Fund was approved by Commission in 2013 and has allowed parking fees to fund significant investments in the parking, attracting great amenities.
A handicap permit. But when we go looking, especially down in A1A or even in the parking garage, and I'm saying this now, so when you build the new parking garage, that you make a greater allowance for handicap parking, because I can tell you that it is really trial and tribulation to find parking for handicapped in the city of Pompano, and that should not be. So please take this into consideration when you're looking at changes at not only the money, but providing the proper parking for the residents that do live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mayor, can I make a comment on that?
Commissioner Smith.
One of the things that you've mentioned is availability of parking and have an app that tells you where the parking spots are. Based upon what Carol's just mentioned, can they also search for where handicap parking is on the app?
That would be made available when that app comes to fruition, but I did want to clarify that if you can't find a ADA parking space, any parking space can be used by you for up to 4 hours. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public?
So one more clarification, Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive.
So what happens for someone who may be a resident in that, like, we see it all the time in the condos where somebody, rents their room, but they include their power and water and all of that in the rent, and so that person may not have a utility bill. What else counts?
You could use a cell phone bill, any type of bill that would have your name and a current bill that has your name and address on that. That could even go into your internet bill, whatever it might happen to be, anything current with that address on it.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input?
Mark and Tregler, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. Just our own experience, when we applied for the discount, my wife was unable to do it online, had to come down in person, and by the way, it expires after a year with no notice, and you figure that out when you get charged the higher rate when you park. So that has been our experience to this point. I don't know how it could be made better, but I'm sure it may come up later when the parking garage discussion comes up. But this is certainly not a promoted Pompano Beach resident perk, if you will, if only 200 and some odd people actually are enrolled out of, I heard somebody say 100,000 people live here. I don't know how many people live here, but it's certainly a minuscule amount of people who I would think, if they knew about it and could do it online, would participate. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue, Pompano. You made a comment about the one lot, which is the north lot. Now, I have a suggestion, but they're politicians. So politicians don't have what's called common sense. You just don't have it. The park where people walk their dogs at Alsdorf, and then people do exercise there, there's a parking lot right here where there's X amount of spots. That should be free to the public. There should be about 12 to 15 spots painted free to public as long as you're using the little park there. I don't know how many people have said to me, we're never coming back because we had to pay to park here to play with, so their kids could play on the swings and stuff. That one little area should have at least 12 to 15 spots free to the public. And they do drive around over there to see if people are paying for parking, so it wouldn't be that hard for the parking attendant to go up and say, hey, is that your Honda, is that your BMW? And people will say, of course it is, or it's not. But you should do that, because it's ridiculous that people have to pay to have their kids go on a swing set, or somebody to go over there and do pull-ups and sit-ups and stuff like that. And there's not a single soul up here, I think, that would disagree with that. And I don't think you would either.
Thank you, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So, I know we discussed this ad nauseum last week, or last meeting related to parking, and we were together. But one thing that seems a little bit misleading to me in the legislative text and the backup is that you said that nothing's going to change for Harbor Village. Well, that just states for 180 days, which is only 6 months. What's going to happen after that 6 months? Will it be reevaluated?
Are you talking about the hourly parking rates?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If this ordinance is to be passed, that's for the term of this ordinance. There'll be no change to Harbor Village.
For 180 days, though, right? It's just,
for
okay.
the term.
I read it 180 days, and I'm trying to find it exactly, but that's what I kept seeing, is for 180 days, for 180 days. Okay. With that in mind, the fact that the residents, what else? I've actually tried to sign up for the resident discount, and I got frustrated, and I threw my phone down, and I didn't do it yet myself. So, and that should be telling you. I'll sit and do lots of things, but that trying to find a phone bill and then I'll upload it through my phone, I was like, no, I'll have to do it through a computer. And I'd put it down, and after a month, I still haven't done it myself. Another question or concern I have with the way we're currently doing working with our parking is that if you use the app, it'll charge you an SMS fee on top of the parking, and then if you actually click over to have it send you an extension or a notification, it doubles that fee. So I'd like to see if we can look into that to make sure that that's not going to happen in the future.
I think you're referring to the convenience fee that pay by phone charges. It's 40 cents, I think.
No, so it's on top of the 40 cents.
Oh, yeah, for a reminder? Yeah, there is an
So there's
additional charge for a reminder, yes.
Well, there's already one charge for an SMS fee, and then there's an additional one if you actually want the reminder.
Right.
So it'll charge you twice for that. So it's actually
That's-
over and above that. So I'd like to see what the breakdown is of actually what our fees are versus what our charges are, so that when we look at all this, it goes, okay, well, we know that it's this, but who's taking what? Is it an SMS fee on top of that? Is that something within our control or not in our control? Because it seems like there's a lot of nickeling and diming being done through that particular app or service. Secondly, I'll just let it. I'll let it go for now. But I would like to see a little bit more of technology applied and common sense applied. Residents are very clear with me in that they don't want to see additional parking costs. They're already frustrated. A lot of businesses, we need parking, but they already feel like they struggle with people having to run in for services and have to pay for parking. And it's just one more nickeling and diming that we're doing to our residents. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lance, you said you want to remain competitive with other areas, and this is one of the areas I don't want to be competitive, where this contributes to unaffordability, and I view this as a tax increase when it comes down to it, to the people who use these services. So I understand your perspective, but to me, this is something we might grudgingly have to do, not a way to keep competitive. We may have to do it, and I understand that, but it's certainly, I don't want to be competitive in unaffordability. I'm looking at this and all the other parking issues on here. I really have come to believe that we needed a parking workshop. There is a lot in this, and there are things that I appreciate the effort, because I think we are trying to react to the residents' concerns, in particular, like the parking permits at Alsdorf. But I think what actually ended up in here is not going to help the people that were asking for it. So it's always in the details where you have to think through it and get it right. And I think, for example, this $1,500 parking pass is going to be prohibitively expensive for most recreational, fishermen and women who use the park regularly. But I think it will cater to commercial fishermen and businesses. And I have a fear that they're going to buy these and fill up the lot, and it's actually going to make it more difficult for residents who were looking for some relief. So it's these things that I think needed to get fleshed out in some kind of workshop. So maybe I may make a motion to change some of this or take some of it out of here, but really, I've received a lot of feedback since the last meeting on this from people who have struggled to get the resident discount or didn't know that we had a resident discount. And I keep saying that if we increase rates enough, people will finally sign up for the resident discount. So the adoption rate will eventually go up when we increase rates. And I think we're getting there to the point where people will finally sign up, because the 50% makes it worth it. And I have concerns about the process still, because it seems very cumbersome and manual for your office and for the city. And to me, it's 2025. This should be a very easy process that doesn't require much human touch. So, has your office seen an uptick in people asking? Because I've received so many messages from people saying, I tried to do it and it didn't work.
Yeah, thank you. Every time there's a public venue like this, like when we first introduced a 20% discount to commission, and a commission approved it, we saw a big uptick in applications, and they generally trickle off. The problem I touched on briefly earlier was 40 to 50% of those are only uploading a picture of their driver's license. So that creates a contact on our end back to them requesting additional proof of current residency. If I may, to your question or your concern, I understand there's some heartburn about the boat launch annual permit. More than happy to take a look at that. If approved today, we can take that out and bring it back to for second reading.
Okay, and I think I will ask for that, because I know you were trying to be responsive, and I do appreciate that, but I think my favorite phrase, unintended consequences, are it's not going to help the people we were trying to help. So I do, we've got to find as a city some way to have enough technology in place where if someone only uploads a driver's license, you can't even submit it. I mean, and any other website I go to, if I'm applying for something, it will say, you can't submit this, you need a utility bill also, or a bill, and that would alleviate some of the work for you and your staff. I also think, since it seems like a license is easier to get than a bill, we should tie this, like, there should be a QR on your utility bill, or when you pay your utility bill, it should say, want to sign up for this, and it automatically has the utility bill, so all you have to do is take a picture of your driver's license, which is much easier. Some of it seems so backwards to me, and I just think we've got to find a technology to help us out of this, because then we can push it. We need to incentivize people to sign up for it. I also agree with Mike Skaversky about those parking spaces at Allsdorf, and I don't know if that creates a problem for enforcement, or if you think people will use them to try and park all day. But if you made it a 30 or 1 hour parking, then people shouldn't park there if they're going to boat all day. But I have also taken my children there and been like, hurry up, get off the swing, because I don't feel like paying the meter, and I'm just like, vigilantly watching to see if I'm getting a ticket while they're trying to play. So I do think some of those spaces should be free. And then lastly, this is all tied together to me. So this item seems out of order to me, because I don't want to raise the parking rates if we don't move forward with the garage, because the garage, this is how we're going to pay for the debt for the garage. But if we don't pass that for some reason, I know there's a second reading of it, but we've passed the parking rate increase anyway. So it just seems backwards to me.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Suzette, Civil Assistant, City Manager. And we had that conversation in our one-on-ones. And, at the last meeting, I thought the direction was to put this first, because if we had put the garage, then somebody would say, well, how can we approve the garage if we haven't approved the rates, which is supporting the debt service? So either way, if you want to say that this is contingent upon passage of the garage, I don't know if there's some workaround, but, certainly I'll leave that to the discretion of the City Commission.
When does it go into effect? Right after second reading, if it passes?
This parking ordinance, yes.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess I would. There's two things. I would like to strike the. Do I need to make a motion, Mr. Berman? I'd like to strike the section on the $1,500 annual pass at Allsdorf. So I'm making a motion to.
Second.
Okay.
You want to make just one motion, or you want to make several?
And then I'm going to make a second one to make this contingent on the parking garage item.
Okay, and I'll second that one too. Okay, so we got two motions now, though.
One at a time.
One at a time. So
Right. First one is to strike the 1,500 from Allsdorf, and to we can talk about it more and come up with a different plan.
Okay, that's, yes, seconded. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to strike the $1,500 permit for the north lot at Allsdorf. Right. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Any public input on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Sorry, not trying to cut you off. Go ahead. Sure, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive.
Pull that down.
Can somebody explain why a driver's license works like at the airport? And like if I have to validate myself, to the national security, why can't it work here?
Yeah, we can have a driver's license in Florida for up to 8 years, and the discount is meant specifically for current residents of Pompano Beach.
Very good, thank you for that. Further input from the public on the motion? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion on the striking $1,500 permit.
I agree with, I agree with Vice Mayor about striking the $1,500 fee, because it would be used by commercial vehicles. I wanted to have the opportunity to, at some point, maybe we'll do it in the future, but to also talk about some of the other things I've also asked for, like Vice Mayor's brought up with related to parking spaces where we should have it free for residents and things like that. So I just want to kind of put that on record for now, but I fully support $1,500.
Okay, further commission, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, one of the things that we had brainstormed yesterday is we're trying to help out residents, but you can't have a different resident rate because of fine tier. So maybe there's some bundling of, like, I thought maybe if you sold it at $5 a day, but you had to buy a 50 minimum, that's like, you would have to find the sweet spot for what would work for residents or encourage them. But I think there's some work to be done on this and the parking, like Mr. Skwersky said.
Very good. Any further commission discussion on the striking the $1,500? Okay, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Vice Mayor still has the floor.
I'd like to make a motion that we make this ordinance contingent on passing the parking garage.
Second. Very good. Any public input on this? Let's call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Vice Mayor, you still have the floor.
That was it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
Here.
Commissioner Fezzik.
So, since we brought this up, Harbor Village is a huge, huge issue. Harbor Village shops there. It has been an issue. It has continued to be an issue. I know I've had meetings and multiple meetings and asked if there was ways we could find a workaround where, either it's business vetted, where, there's up to maybe just 2-hour free parking. A lot of those services and restaurants are in there. They're restaurants, they're dry cleaners, they're dentist's office, there's just many short-term uses. And I understand that as we lose our parking on the beach side, that we're going to have that issue where eventually there will be cars that eke over the bridge. But if we were able to have some sort of short-term, up to 2 hours or 3 hours, and I was supposed to get some numbers back on that and I haven't received them yet. Even if it was business validated in some way, shape, or form, like, scan the QR code, again, technology, and, you have a credit to your parking for this specific area. That would be some way I feel like we could give back to residents, aside from just a resident parking discount, but also give back to the businesses who are depending on people being able to use their services and not be charged extra for showing up and visiting them. So in a way, I look at it as helping residents, but also helping the businesses who choose to pay rent here and have employees here and have, significant investments in this area. And not just in Harbor Village, but in all over the city, really. As we start to grow and charge per parking in other places, it could be an incentive that we could, again, use to bring in new businesses or at least offer them something. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Well, I have to admit, I do like Mr. Skwersky's suggestion about designating some free parking at that'd be the far south lot, actually. I don't know, if staff, in fact, I'll tell you what, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to come back with some kind of a plan for some free parking there in that south lot on the east side, to designate that as free parking for the playground area. I'm not specifying six spots or anything else. Okay? So staff will bring something back to us for that. It's been moved and seconded. I heard a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Any public input on that item, that motion? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, and just, Mr. Lance, once again, can you highlight for the public what a handicapped person with a handicap placard should do if they can't find a handicapped space in our for-pay parking areas?
Yes, should somebody with a handicap placard or license plate be unable to find a marked handicap parking space, any parking space becomes an available ADA parking space for up to 4 hours.
Thank you. I just want to make sure everybody heard that, because that's an important distinction. I don't think everyone who needs handicap spaces knows that. So just to make sure that everybody heard that. Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
On the amended ordinance, right?
Yes, this is on the ordinance. We're done making
The
motions.
amended ordinance. Amended.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 11 is the resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of RFP 25-001 Oceanside Parking Garage Design Build Project to the highest ranked proposer, the Whiting Turner Contracting Company, in the amount of $32,876,690, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract between the City of Pompano Beach and the Whiting Turner Contracting Company, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Good. Dr. Good.
Dr. Good, CIP Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm not going to belabor the PowerPoint that I brought forward last time, so I'm just going to give a brief chronology of what occurred with this particular project for your recollection and for the community that's here tonight. On October 8, 2024, the city's procurement department released an RFP, a request for proposal, for the design and construction of a new 700-plus stall parking garage located in the southwest corner at 109 North Ocean Boulevard. The location selected for this parking garage was chosen with long-term planning and strategic land use in mind. Rather than placing the garage along a prime frontage such as A1A, an area better suited for future high-value development, we positioned the garage on Riverside Drive, which is a secondary roadway that is more appropriate for this type of facility. Additionally, the site layout was intentionally designed to preserve ample space for future development, whether that may include a hotel, a grocer, or some other complementary use. This approach ensures that today's investment supports rather than limits the city's broader vision for future development on the barrier island. The RFP solicitation yielded interest from 5 firms, and on March 26, 2025, the selection committee reviewed the submitted proposals and shortlisted 3 finalists for oral presentations. The selection committee consisted of 5 members, 3 City of Pompano Beach employees, as well as 2 external representatives. Each member contributed relevant experience and expertise aligned with the requirements of this RFP. Collectively, the committee functioned as a knowledgeable and well-qualified body capable of thoroughly reviewing, evaluating, and ultimately selecting the best suited firm to perform the work outlined in this scope. On May 2025, the 3 finalist firms, which were Finfrock, Stiles, and Whiting Turner, conducted their oral presentations, and after careful consideration, the committee ranked the Whiting Turner Contracting Company as the top firm. In making this determination, the committee evaluated several key factors: architectural design quality, the proposed design-build schedule, the level of local participation, and I believe that the Whiting Turner had a little over 25% local participation. Their adherence to the RFP requirements and cost criteria, the efficiency of the proposed traffic flow design as identified by staff in the RFP, and then, of course, the overall project cost. Following both Part A and B of the evaluation process, the committee reached a clear consensus that Whiting Turner best met the criteria and is most qualified to deliver this iconic project for the City of Pompano Beach. At this time, the committee recommends approval of the resolution to award this design-build agreement to the Whiting Turner Contracting Company in the amount of $32,876,690. And this also includes the soft costs for design and pre-construction services in the amount of $3,037,041. Lastly, on behalf of the committee members and as a subject matter expert, it's our recommendation to move forward with the award, as Whiting Turner did demonstrate the strongest overall design approach, provided the most efficient and realistic design and construction schedule, met all the RFP criteria, and offered a robust local participation, presented the best value for the city when considering design, cost, and quality. This concludes my comments.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just give your name and address for the record.
My name is Andy Fox, 10309 Northwest 52nd Street. So last time I was here, I talked about the fishing village and why I thought our businesses would fail without enough parking. But I didn't really get into who we are. So we are not giant companies at the beach. We're all local, family-owned businesses. So I have 3 restaurants, that's it. We have 2 on the beach in Pompano, 1 in Pembroke Pines. We employ a lot of Pompano residents. You know, that's who we are. You know, we're not these giant businesses, and we've all done well. You know, Kilwins is here as well. They have their one shop, and together I think we built something pretty special. Big businesses like the W Hotel, Ritz-Carlton, Waldorf Astoria, those types of businesses will help all the other businesses in the city of Pompano, not just the fishing village. So I've reached out to probably close to 200 small businesses through the Chamber of Commerce, and I got a lot of feedback from a lot of them because these businesses will help them as well. It's not just the beach area. So it really affects everybody in the city if this thing doesn't go well and we don't get the parking and the fishing village starts to fail. It would impact everybody, not just the businesses at the beach. You know, we want to draw in somebody like the W. We want to draw in somebody like the Ritz-Carlton. It helps everybody. So I've talked to a lot of them. I know their employees care because the business and they're making a living will be impacted by this. You all saw, I brought a lot of people that work at the beach area and how they care about their jobs being impacted if we can't get parking and keep this whole thing afloat there. And that's all I'm here for, to ask for that. Also, a lot of the residents in the condos, I've started speaking to a lot of them as well, because, you know, the value of their properties are determined a lot by the success of the businesses on the beach. And if we don't do well there and we do start to fail, those $1 million condos on the beach are turning into $400,000 values or 200. So there's a lot that goes into this parking, and it's supporting the businesses that are there in the beach. That's all I really had.
Very good. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mark and Tragala, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. Let me state up front that we need parking, and I do not oppose a parking garage. What I do feel, though, is that at the last commission meeting, it was let slip that the preferred contractor is the same contracting organization that operated the concrete crushing operation in violation of their permit to the detriment of the people in the community that live in that area. I don't remember the area, it's the west area near the Atlantic Boulevard extension. Okay, it was pointed out to me that it's all public record, but it wasn't until the city manager said, name that contractor, and then tried to say, oh, it was a different contracting name, and the vice mayor pointed out that that's not what he said. Questions were raised at that meeting by the vice mayor about the financing, the fact that, as I said before, 200 and some odd residents get the resident discount. Suppose 20,000 people get the resident discount. How does that affect the financing of this parking garage? Ultimately, we're on the hook. We're just planning to pay for it with parking fees. There was questions by Commissioner Perkins about the selection committee, about the fact that there's a consultant who is somewhat controversial and has come up multiple times. Here we are a month later. True to form, I believe that those questions probably have not been fully answered. And the 3 commissioners, the only 3 commissioners that ask substantive questions about these things, will be forced to either hold their nose and vote yes, because we need a parking garage, or vote no, and they'll be vilified as being anti-business, anti-job, costing us more money. It's amazing how the city operates, that every single project like this comes down to vote yes, or there will be dire consequences. We can't operate like this every single month. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive. One thing that kind of concerns me is that a lot of businesses or entities like the W, like the Ritz-Carlton, I appreciate what you're saying as a small business owner and that you have to earn money and that parking is part of it. But I kind of feel like it's a little misleading to put so much on those businesses as the feeders to your business, because in those high-end establishments, people come on vacation and they stay there. They don't come off of that property very often. There are usually restaurants embedded, there are services embedded. So I'm the worst nightmare anyway, because I think we should be saving our money and buying up property on the beach and not building there, because it's environmentally not sound, no matter who makes it seem like it is. But that's, it's not this conversation. This conversation is about this particular, I guess, company that's been selected. And I think there are still, like this gentleman just said, larger questions that need to be answered, and I'd like to see some more of those answered. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Scott's Director of Business Development for Finfrock Construction. We're located at 4616 North Federal and Lighthouse Point. We were one of the shortlisted firms for the RFP, and we heard the meeting last month and heard some back and forth between commission and staff on a couple of comments that we didn't feel were represented correctly, and we wanted to take a chance to come here today and kind of clear that with you guys. I want to be clear that there is an opportunity for this commission and the taxpayers of Pompano Beach to save $8 to $14 million on this parking garage. $8 to $14 million in savings is on the table. We heard the heartburn last meeting of the back and forth.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Yep.
I'm speaking. Yield my time.
My name is Mary Rivera, and I am the Director for Procurement and Contracts, and you are violating the cone of silence speaking, so you have to acknowledge that by doing so, you will be eliminated.
We acknowledge that. We understand that. It's acknowledged.
Okay.
May I resume?
Sure.
Okay. So as I said, there's a chance to save your taxpayers $8 to $14 million. We heard heartburn on increased fees, bigger debt burdens for the city, bigger and longer payoff schedules. With that $8 to $14 million savings, obviously you have a chance to bring that down pretty heavily. Finfrock's proposal to the city gave alternates to the city to make an educated decision on that design-build approach. So if you had a base garage, we gave you options to choose what you wanted to make that garage fit your needs. Staff had made a comment that no way a garage can be purchased for $18.5 million at this scale, and that when the government purchased parking, they get gouged. As the nation's largest design builder of parking structures, with 80 years in business, 350 built nationwide, 95% of those here in Florida, we can tell you that's unequivocally untrue. We partner with public, private, and cities across the state to deliver design-build parking. Currently, I'm under construction on a 3,600 stall garage that's going to support a soccer stadium in Miami-Dade County. That was procured the same way that the city of Pompano Beach has secured that. So understanding where we are today, I just want to make it clear to you and this commission that you have the opportunity to save that money, and that was on the table in our proposal to the commission, or pardon me, to the selection committee and now to the commission. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jacob Lucky, 4616 North Federal Highway. I'm a senior project executive at Finfrock as well. So as Scott mentioned, we did respond to the RFP. We were shortlisted for the garage presented on Part B. For Finfrock, garages are a repeat process. As Scott mentioned, we've built 350 throughout the state of Florida in that exact same way. The benefit of our company, we are a vertically integrated design builder. We have a manufacturing facility less than an hour away from the site in Palm Beach County. The benefit of that is we're able to, reduce costs, reduce schedule risk, and hopefully provide a better product to you guys. So that's what we attempted to outline during the procurement process. For this specific RFP, I know there was concern of the amount of options that we provided, the amount of alternates. That's really so that we can get in front of the city and give you guys the opportunity to say, what do you want? through these RFP processes, you're not always given the direct, hey, this is what we want the garage to look like, this is what we want to have within our garage. So that's why we kind of give you a menu to pick and choose so that it fits within the budget and fits within the taxpayer dollars. Last City Commission, there was a comment meeting stating that we provided too many of these scope alternates, and as I mentioned, even if you added all of those together, you're saving $8 to $12 million total with the options that we provided. And then as far as the built-in allowances that were being critiqued and not realistic, as a design builder with over 350 garages constructed, I can confidently say those allowances are accurate, realistic, and the only reason they were out there is because we need feedback from the stakeholders, being the city, the taxpayers, et cetera. Those were artwork, site work, or it's $3 million, it sounds like. Our design fees for this garage were actually less than $1 million. We're actually, as Scott mentioned, we're in the design and build construction of a garage that's one of the largest in the state of Florida, and it is a fraction of that $3 million that you are going to be approving. So we understand that you guys all have a very important decision to make, and that timing is a critical factor. One other benefit was our construction schedule was actually 2 months shorter than the proposed project as well. Our team is committed to that schedule, and if we were selected, would be ready to move forward in assisting the city with that. We'd be happy to meet with any of these commissioners individually or as a whole to talk through any questions or anything you guys might have, and then we'll remain in the audience if you guys do have any further questions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Carol Eisman, 4020 West Palm Air Drive. I wasn't going to speak to this until I heard these two gentlemen speak. As a resident, as a taxpayer, when I look at the fact that we are financing most of this garage and we have a chance to save this money, I am perturbed. Every taxpayer should be perturbed to see that we have chosen the highest, and here another comparable company comes and, at a lower price, and here's a chance to save some money, which will be reflected back in the fact that we're looking at parking rates and how you're going to be paying back for this garage. I am concerned that we leave so much to committee, guys. You are the ones we elect to make the decisions, and you allow non-elected people to make decisions. Yes, they're staff, but a lot of your committees, they're not staff. They're not elected. They're not not elected people. Decisions made on development, the final decisions should be at the commission, but you should have a right to listen to what is being proposed and make the decisions then. The final three should have been brought to this commission to make the decision. Ask the questions, and then you can make the decision. I'm sorry, I'm tired of hearing non-elected people running this city, and then the developers are the real ones running the city, because you're not given the right to make to make decisions without having the final facts. So I'm sorry, I just think this is wrong and not a way to run a city.
Very good, thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Mayor?
Mr. Berman?
I could clarify that if you would desire at this time or at another time.
Let's wait until public input.
Yeah, wait, I get done talking. Thank you. Mayor, I'm going to say this to you. Here we are. Even today, over in Vicente Thrower, Mayor, Pompano Beach, Mayor, we like progress. We used to all hang out and go over there when it was Fishman Wharf and have a good time and all that good stuff. Mayor, even when I saw all the people that came out today advocating for this parking garage, and y'all know I don't play the race card, but I'm going to use that today. I didn't see a reflection of Pompano Beach. Every time we do this, and then we ask the people over in the Northwest area and across, even over in Commissioner Eaton's district, to believe in what we're doing, but when it comes to what we're doing, we got to sometimes see a reflection. I don't see that when we're advocating for these projects that we're spending money on, Mayor. We're finna talk about a parking garage and building it over there so that the restaurants don't fail and this and that. But Mayor, where is that same energy when we negotiated with that developer to make sure that it was a reflection of some of our vendors? The only time we see our vendors is when we do the thing across the street for, what's the name of that thing, Mayor, we do where all the trailers come and everybody sell food right there once a month.
Untapped.
That's the only time we see unity and people that reflect what we and what your parents did, they believed in. But when we go to the beach, do you see that? You don't see that in none of them restaurants. Not one of them are owned by anybody from Pompano Beach. That sounds like we sold out. So if we're building this garage, is it just a garage or is it a mixed-use building? What is it, if you don't mind me asking you, Mayor?
It's a garage.
Is it gonna have any commercial space in it?
No.
No retail, just garage?
Yeah, it's
So
not.
the rest of it, when they do the next phase, would that be, are we being thought about in the process? We need a shot at this championship, Mayor. So the next phase of this other property, will it reflect and give us some opportunity to have us a barbecue place or someplace on that side of town? That's what I'm asking you.
There are spaces, I believe, that are still available in the fishing village.
Then how do we make that attainable to the people you represent, to your citizens? Because we're building a parking garage again. It sounds like a bailout if you were to look at it, but I'm just concerned, Mayor, that we're not getting to the point where it reflects. I saw all the people that came by and say vote yes, but when I looked, I didn't see nothing that reflects my neighborhood. Did you?
I didn't see everything.
Mayor, you're a good man, Mayor. You can say, did you? No, you didn't. So, Mayor, at some point, we got to start reflecting the people that we're serving. It is not reflective of your colleague, and you know who I'm talking about, who we went out there and put signs in the ground for them. It ain't reflecting of what Pat and them they dreamed of. That beach belongs to all of us. We got to figure out how to make it work, Mayor. And you got to demand that it need to work. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Tyler Jones, 851 Southwest First Terrace, resident in Pompano for 11 years. Also business owner in the Fisher Village How You Brewing Coffee Company. My biggest concern is when the W construction starts and we lose all those spaces, a parking garage has to be approved and under construction at that point, or we're gonna be in trouble. It's more so during the season that brings all of the people to South Florida that support the businesses and allow us to survive. That's the time of year that is a concern for people to visit our area, see all that you guys have done and accomplished in your time in Pompano and how well you guys are doing here. That's when the parking, there's not enough. That's the reality. So I just would hate to see our business fail or struggle because there isn't enough parking in the area for people to experience what we have to offer. That's it.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public. Please come forward.
Michael Bell, here as a Pompano Beach resident. I would say that, look, as a father of two beautiful kids, I think that is deserving, right? But I think what our community is calling for is that as we seek to build some of these infrastructure and improve our city, is to bring a city collaboration in terms of vendors, right? Minority participation, I think, is what we're hearing. We're hearing some other things along the path. But I would say that it's important that we try to collaborate with those local business folks as well to create more economic stability across all lines for every district, because they deserve to have a part of what we build in, because it's their tax dollars that's going at work, right? And I just think about that for a moment. As taxpayers, and I own a business here in Pompano, I should be at least afforded the opportunity to bid on something, or to be a sub on something, to see my dollars at work on two different occasions. One going out and one coming in. I think that's important. And having those who believe in local vendor participation That's important because it's going to help our community all across. And I'll say this as a father, again, of 2 beautiful kids. I want to enjoy my time at the beach. Those parking garage mean something, right? Because right now, I probably have received 2 tickets because I double parked, there wasn't no parking or anything. And I understand that we have a parking discount here in Pompano, but you got 1 person checking it in the process. So I would love to receive it, and I could be wrong, but the parking discount process, I mean, I don't know. I don't like getting tickets, but I don't have any place to park. So if we can help with, so I hope you make the best decision.
Either approves the recommendation or not, and that's what I wanted to speak about just very briefly, but I don't want to step over your...
Go ahead. You can, I'm done.
You're done? Very good. Mr. Berman, but before we go there, I just want
Just to be clear, because I saw a lot of...
Wait, Mr. Berman, just before we go there, did you say there was 25% local participation?
For the Whiting Turner Contracting Company, they have 25% local participation.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Berman, now go ahead.
Thank you. The point I wanted to make, because I saw a lot of heads bobbing yes up and down in agreement, the City Commission cannot sit as a procurement selection committee. It would violate the law. It is, Broward County has set very clear standards for this as well. It's not in the charter for commission as part of their responsibilities, but more importantly, the Code of Ethics for elected officials passed by the Broward County Commission, enforced by the Broward Inspector General. Let me just read subsection 6 based on the comment that was made. It shall be a conflict of interest for any elected official to serve as a voting member of a selection evaluation committee in connection with any prospective procurement by the elected official's government entity. Elected officials shall not be included as members on any selection evaluation committee and shall not participate or interfere in any manner at committee meetings or in the selection of committee members, which members shall be appointed by the county administrator or by appropriate municipal staff as relevant. Upon completion of the selection process by the committee, elected officials may then, the commission may then inquire into any and all aspects of the selection process and express any concerns they may have to their purchasing director or, where applicable, other employee with responsibility to oversee the procurement process. So while it may seem like a good idea, it's not authorized. It would be an ethical violation, and basically that language is in the RFP. The RFP says determination of award, and the bid, the RFP controls the award process that's to be used, not procurement policies or not anything else. The commission shall consider the award recommendation for this RFP and may approve such a recommendation. They may also reject the committee's recommendation or reject all proposals, in which case the city may choose to re-advertise the project as is or by modifying or adopting a modified version. So that is in accord with what the county requires. So I just want to make it clear, it's a good idea. The commission does get the final say whether to approve or reject. It is ultimately your decision, but the ranking and selection committee does make the recommendation to you and does the evaluation process. And that was done to keep politics, that was done to keep it out of the process, that was done specifically as an ethical consideration by the county so that you and other elected officials are not involved in this selection process, to keep it supposedly the way it should be. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Another point of order.
Point of order?
Thank you. So we are at the phase of what you read from the county ethics section where it says officials may inquire into any and all aspects of the selection process and express any concerns they may have to their purchasing director. So as we're post-selection committee, that's where we're at. So what exactly do we do if we have concerns? We say, Mary, I have a concern. I mean, what is the recourse?
Express your concerns, get the answers to your questions, and then you can make an informed decision whether you want to approve the recommendation or not.
So in our procurement policy, it has A, B, and C as options. So option A says that it must be pointed out the City Commission has several options. The Commission can A, accept the ranking as presented to them, or B, indicate that the ranking is not in the best interest of the city and instruct staff to reissue the RFP, Or C, review the responses themselves and/or request oral presentations and determine a ranking order that may be the same or different from what was originally presented to the city commission. That is what our procurement policy says. So if the city or the county code says talk to procurement, well, that's the procurement policy. And as a follow-up, if you're saying that we can't get presentations and change the order, how does the county do it, and how do other cities do it? I believe Fort Lauderdale, the commission is the selection committee for their city hall, and I believe the county commission all the time demands presentations. They did for the convention center. So how do other bodies do it if we're not allowed to?
I don't know how other bodies do it. I don't know if there's a recommendation or selection committee that makes the recommendation to the commission. I'm not sure what the other cities do. With regard to your question as to specific question as to the city's purchasing manual and purchasing policy, it's unlawful. It should have been changed. It's antiquated. In 2018, it should have been, that section should have been removed. I know that our current procurement director has been going through and bit by bit changing and updating the policy. Apparently, just hasn't gotten to that section yet. But also note that the RFP controls the selection when the RFP contains the selection criteria and the process. And as I indicated, Section 23 of the RFP, Determination of Award, says you either accept, reject, or reject all and go out to bid again. Those are your options with regard to this RFP. That controls. The law controls as well, the county ordinance controls, and they all run roughshod over whatever internal administrative policy may be still in writing that hasn't been corrected or updated. So that's the answer to the question, the best I can give it.
Very good. All right, commission discussion. I've got Commissioner Fessick, followed by Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thank you. I actually have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Berman, just because I wanted to follow up with that. So with the cone of silence, with things that just happened here tonight, could you, so, I mean, maybe it's more procurement too, maybe it's a little combination of both. But so when Ms. Rivera said that they would be, because they got up to speak, they were breaking the cone of silence and therefore would be in violation, or I believe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but then they would be disqualified. Is that the case?
Yes, good evening. Mary Rivero, the Director of Procurement and Contracts. Thank you for your question, Ms. Fezzik. Indeed, having them come up here without having formally been on the agenda, invited in a sense of whether we were going to have them give presentations or all three vendors that had been shortlisted provided the opportunity to speak. They do not have that opportunity to lobby for themselves and speak on behalf of themselves or of the actual setting of what took place in that committee. That is a breaking of the cone of silence for this. And I tried warning them so that they had an opportunity to stop speaking so they would not be disqualified, but they didn't care. Therefore, unfortunately, they did break the cone of silence. What does that mean? Here with the city of Pompano Beach, that is a consequence that I have to discuss with legal. I know where I came from in Broward schools, there were specific consequences. You would be debarred, you would, etc. Here, I haven't witnessed or am familiar with what those are. I haven't experienced having someone break the cone of silence, so I can't tell you what that means. But they did break the cone of silence by coming here, speaking, lobbying for themselves without having been invited as part of the actual agenda. And for the eyes of the procurement process, this remains under the cone of silence all the way through the commission approves, rejects. At the point where you say reject, it ends. Where you say approve, it ends. In this case, it still remains under the cone of silence.
Okay, does that cone of silence apply to the vendors, selection committee, and I guess procurement department, or everything has to happen? How does that work? Who is involved in the cone of silence?
So thank you for that question again. I tried briefly explaining the cone of silence in the last meeting. When a solicitation goes out to the public, Basically, there's this window where there's the cone of silence. We actually send an email to the committee not the committee, to the user department and specific departments, allowing them the opportunity to know that this is now under the cone of silence. I also believe now the commission receives also a monthly list that shows what solicitations are out on the streets. Therefore, that means they are under the cone of silence. That constitutes everyone and anyone except the procurement department. If you look at our solicitation, we repeatedly have sections where the cone of silence is brought up, and it says that you must bring all and any questions to procurement staff, and that is limited to my team. Therefore, anyone, that doesn't mean that internal staff such as, I don't want to say names, but an assistant city manager cannot talk to the user department. They can communicate amongst themselves because they're talking about their actual user department needs, but they cannot communicate with vendors and or other participants of the solicitation that are external.
Okay. And from the selection committee, if there were not employees, would they be able to speak with other vendors or speak with staff regarding this?
Who's they? I'm sorry.
Just regarding, I'm using this as, I'm trying to figure out, wrap my head around what is allowed versus what is not allowed. So if it's a selection committee member, would that person be allowed to, or would it be breaking the cone of silence if that person was having a conversation with a staff member?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be breaking the cone of silence if let's say a staff member went to the selected vendor and asked for and verified that they would hold their pricing?
Yes.
Would it be a cone of silence violation for a committee member to make a social media post announcing that the selection had been made and who it was publicly before we sat here today and made a decision one way or the other?
Mayor.
So
this is my last question related to
so
this.
the procurement department publicly notified the ranking in June. And I personally made a post on LinkedIn of what the committee selection, who they ranked. But it was already made public a month earlier. I have the document here.
I'm just using this for, I wasn't going to throw you under the bus or anything. I was just using this so I still have the floor, I think.
Yes, but can we get, I'll stop your time. How's that? Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Just a quick question for the procurement director. I don't want to get into a discussion with her, but when the question was, can they talk to staff? They can always talk to the procurement director or procurement staff. Is that correct? During an act of procurement, to have their questions answered and get additional information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I don't believe that was the question from Ms. Fessick.
Well, it was staff, and it was kind of out there in the open, and I wanted to clarify and close that gap. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Go ahead, Commissioner
So
Fessick.
specifically, my question?
I have a point of order.
Sorry, yes.
When you just said that you'll stop her time, what does that mean?
That means I just,
What is our time today?
10 minutes,
So we're down to 10 minutes today.
10 minutes,
I'm still asking questions.
Twice.
I'm not-
Twice. Okay, so that's what you've unilaterally
Thank you.
applied today.
That's-
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner
I'm just
Fessick.
asking questions, so that technically, I think, as Mr. Berman said, that doesn't count against my time anyway, because I'm asking questions for clarification, which is my right to do, and I will continue speaking to ask questions until until I get them answered, so I can vote, in an educated fashion. Anyway, back to my questions. Thank you. And I would prefer to not get interrupted again if possible. So when I asked those questions, I specifically asked them because what would happen if the cone of silence was broken and it was noticed? So for Frinfrock's experience today, because they chose to speak, they were told they were disqualified, correct?
Yes, and normally like I said earlier, the action depends on the agency. at minimum, you are disqualified. You will be considered non-responsive. Therefore, they've disqualified themselves.
Okay.
Other agencies take further action, which we do not have any of that in our code and or in our procedures.
Okay. So if a staff member who is not a vendor selection committee member went to the selected vendor during our commission meeting and asked them to see if they would hold our pricing, or sent somebody from staff to go see if they would hold their pricing, would that constitute a disqualifiable offense?
So technically, the only... Is Berman going to speak?
Is Mr. Berman? Is that who?
Respectfully, in the context of if there was discussion of postponing the matter, and staff went to the vendor to find out, will you hold pricing if we hold this off till the next meeting, I don't see that as a violation at all. Certainly the purchasing director may have a difference of opinion, but legally, I wouldn't think that would be a violation whatsoever. That was done for the purpose of bringing this back and making sure it was not detrimental to the city to delay this.
Okay. What about consulting off record with people just to help either design it or change things or potentially add to the perspective of the overall outcome? Would that also be part of the cone of silence, discussing the project?
So I'm going to give my experience and my expertise in this matter for 33 years. It is very clear, the cone of silence and the statute. It clearly states when there's an open solicitation, anyone outside of procurement is not allowed to speak with a potential vendor, lobby, anyone. It is only through the department. Therefore, in my humble opinion, any questions to the vendors that day should have come through my office.
Okay.
That, again, is my opinion, but if the attorney is stating that it's not a constitution of the cone of silence, he's the attorney.
I asked for, so I just want to make sure I'm clear with this. So this is where I asked for a lot of information if you watched or attended last month, and have been pouring through it, and I want to thank Kervin, and I would like to thank the procurement department and Earl. I know that you have all done a great job in trying to get me as much information as possible. I have been going through it, and as I've been going through it, my concerns have only grown rather than shrunk. I truthfully, I have issues with a lot of things. I have issues with how the voting committee was selected, how it was voiced here last month, how it was selected. We were told by Mr. Harrison that that procurement chose it, and then he approves it. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that that is not how that went down, because I have an email track proving it, and I'm happy to share it, and it's public record, so you can find it yourself as well. It went through, how it went down was that Ms. Sybil, our assistant city manager, chose the vendor selection committee, and then Ms. Rivero forwarded that email to Greg for approval, and then Greg said approved. So that is how that shook down, and I brought copies just in case anybody wanted to see them.
Commissioner, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
These are questions. So the next question I have, since
Commissioner, I'm going to have to cut you off then.
You're not going to cut me off because
Commissioner,
Mayor, you have cut me off before, and you will not do it again. I have the floor, and I will speak.
Commissioner,
I will speak.
Commissioner,
I'm asking. I'll make a motion to appeal the decision of the chair, so I can continue speaking.
Commissioner,
$30-something million of money you're asking us to.
Commissioner, your time is up at this point.
I make a motion to appeal the decision of the chair.
Seconded.
Okay. Motion made. Discussion on the motion? Commissioner Seegerson-Eden? I'm sorry?
Your decision, overturn your decision?
Yes, overturn my decision.
Extend the time.
What Ms. Fezzik was asking was a bunch of clarifying questions, which doesn't count against the 10 minutes, which is something you've unilaterally applied anyway. That is what Robert's rule says, but we as a board could say, we want it to be 15 or 20. The point of this is not to silence people. This is the only opportunity we have to speak because of sunshine laws. So I know that I can't vote unless I get questions answered, and I refuse to let anyone else up here vote when they have questions that they're not getting answered. So with 100%, she should get to speak till she is done with her questions, and after that, we need to come up with a policy that this board agrees on so that we can function instead of the dictatorship that we're operating undership right now.
Very good. Yeah, I'm not trying to stop her from getting her questions answered. Merely, she's got 10-minute slots to do it in. So anyway, the motion is to overrule my...
Point of order.
Sure.
Mr. Berman, is it a 10-minute point of order?
Sure.
Mr. Berman, is it a 10-minute speech as it's for her to talk about her opinion? And then separately, it says if you're asking clarifying questions, it does not count against your time.
It's 10 minutes of debate, questions regarding the subject, as long as it's not relevant to the specific item, I mean, specifically commenting on that. So questions, depending how the question's asked and evaluated, may not count against it. The motion more specifically should be to extend a period of time in which to speak. You should probably include in that motion how much additional time, and it needs to be approved by a supermajority of the commission.
So
Actually, it should be by unanimous consent, according to the rule.
So who decides what is merely asking questions or making brief suggestions is not counted as speaking in debate? Who decides that?
The chair of the meeting will determine whether or not whoever's running the meeting, in order to keep order in the meeting, what is appropriate to move the meeting forward. How much leeway he gives will be up to his determination, so.
I think I'm done, right? Point of order? No.
Okay, very good. So the motion is, Commissioner Sigerson.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments because on the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. And we've sat up here before when there was question after question, interrogation after interrogation that went on in some meetings for 30 to 40 to 45 minutes, then another round. I mean, I get my questions asked, and if I don't, why wouldn't I get my questions asked? And it's implying. Now, tonight we got a taste of what it's like as to why we have a cone of silence and why the statutes say you cannot communicate because we get developers.
What does this have to do with the motion?
Excuse me, I have the floor. On the motion.
On the motion, okay.
Why? And, all right, and hey, I used to have a book that said how to get your point across in 30 seconds or less. But if you don't come prepared, it's just a big delay factor. If you don't get your questions, or if you have some sort of allegation, then you say it. I'm tired of listening to it, so I support the motion. All right, on the motion. And why don't I have the floor?
Commissioner Sigerson, I'm going to ask you to limit your comment.
Done. Let's vote.
Very, very good, thank you. Further discussion on the motion?
So I have further discussion on the motion.
Further discussion on the motion.
I feel like it's very important for us to be able to, when we are asked to make a decision that affects our taxpayers for multi-millions of dollars, to ask questions for clarification, and it is not being accusatory, it is being clarifying. And did I know that they were going to show up today and break the cone of silence? No, I didn't know that. And as for coming prepared, I would like to go ahead and tell you that I'm always prepared. Thank you very much. And if I ask questions, it's for a reason, so that everybody else knows why.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further? Commissioner Perkins.
I just one question. Again, can you repeat who chooses the selection committee?
Let's get through this motion first. The motion is to overrule me.
I can answer that, actually, if you want me to, Mayor.
Just real quick. That's all right. The only
Usually
question I have.
staff, it seems like everyone's taking what Greg says literally, but staff recommends the committee, we present it to purchasing, and then it's presented to Greg for his approval. Indirectly, Greg approves it, yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, on the motion?
Okay.
Anything further on the motion? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on overruling the chair.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
No. Motion fails. Very good. All right, further commission discussion on the item. Vice Mayor.
Here, you can have that then.
Thank you. So let me be very clear. We need parking down at the beach. We all know that. We probably needed it years ago. We are very far behind, both for the businesses who are here and for the residents. I represent District 3. We are big users of the beach, and we don't have circuit cars to bring us there. We drive to the beach, and we park at the beach. That is how we get there. So I support additional parking at the beach completely. However, this is a very big, expensive project, and the process matters. For me, the idea that we have an option or had an option that was $8 to $12 million less expensive, and we don't care about that, is really counter to the meeting we had the prior month when we were looking at a bridge that's been promised to a district for a decade, and it was $4 million more, and we cared about cost. So one meeting, we care about cost. The next meeting, we don't care about cost because we want to build an iconic Taj Mahal-like parking garage, not even on a main road. So to me, this is there's complete inconsistency with how we're doing things with spending money in this city.
Passing it down.
And I will point out a few things, Commissioner Perkins, to your question. So at the last meeting, I asked over and over, and at my one-on-one, I asked over and over to Mr. Harrison, who chooses the selection committee? Who comes up with the names? Who came up with the name Tom DeGiorgio? And Mr. Harrison said procurement. So I think it looks like Ms. Fezzik has the same, I don't even know what I'm looking at here, but whatever, in the emails that were provided, it became clear that Ms. Sybil's, the assistant, so the city manager's office came up with the list of names. That's how Tom DeGiorgio and Chris Brown got on it, because the city manager's office came up with the list of names and then emailed it to procurement and said, send this back to Greg for him to approve. Giant circle. So that's how that ended up that way. So the city manager's office said that procurement did, but because there's an email that says, say yes to this, but the prior email, and this happened on the bridge, you have to follow the whole email chain. You can't just look at the last email to see what's actually gone on here. So that's what happened with the selection committee. So it became clear that the selection committee itself was picked by the city manager's office, not procurement like we were told. So that was a lie. And then in the other backup, I was really curious, based on what I'd heard at the last meeting, about what happened at the selection committee. I wanted to hear the presentations, and I wanted to hear what was said. And it turns out that the recording of that meeting is missing. So I'm not going to throw blame, and I don't think it's like nefarious, but I want to hear what happened at the selection meeting, and there's no recording. There are minutes, but the minutes are very vague. It just says, Whiting Turner presented, Stiles presented, Finfrock presented, and there were questions, but they didn't say the questions or anything, and that was it. And then we come out, and there's not many comments on the selection sheets, and we have a $32 million parking garage when we had an option for a $19 million parking garage. And for me, I cannot justify spending that extra money without understanding, and I want presentations. I believe our procurement code, and I spoke with multiple lawyers today that do not agree with you, Mr. Berman. I believe that our procurement policy and the county policy are not in conflict. And the county does it all the time, that other cities do this. So I am going to make a motion to hear presentations from the vendors. I don't know what happens with the cone of silence at this point, but I think that for a decision this big, we have the right to reject, accept, or re-rank based on our policies and based on what I've heard that other cities do. So I would like to make a motion to hear presentations from the vendors, and I'm then going to follow it up with a motion to ask for an opinion from the OIG about what's going on here with the cone of silence and whether we are allowed to do this or not. Because in the future, this is not going to go anywhere, so I would like to know if this is due to ask for presentations. So my first motion is to hear presentations from the vendors to accept, reject, or re-rank the procurement.
Second.
Okay.
Mayor.
Mr. Berman?
I just want to make clear that under the county's ordinance, any elected official may attend a selection committee evaluation meeting, provided the elected official does not actively participate or otherwise interfere in the meeting. So this commission has the right or had the right, and if they don't know about it, obviously they can't attend, and maybe that's something that needs to be discussed as well, but you have the right to attend these selection meetings as long as you do not interfere or participate in any way, just to make that clear. Thank you, Mayor.
Understood, and I would say that I would never think I needed to attend a selection meeting because I have complete faith in the process until something like this gets before us and we start having questions and concerns about how it was done with online posts in advance and missing tapes and being lied to about who got on the selection committee and how, and somehow we end up with a bridge that costs $12 million more, or sorry, a parking garage that costs $12 million, but we can't find money for a bridge that costs a few million more. So that is my motion, to have presentations from the vendors for this board to accept, reject, or re-rank.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to have presentations from the proposers before this board. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes, thanks. So I'm not an expert. I have no idea what a emergency sprinkler system cost, or what an alarm system costs, what an elevator system costs. I don't know what concrete costs. I don't know what the cost of building a garage really is unless I go back and research and look up all this information and somehow become a subject matter expert on parking garages. When you have engineers that are out there making $150,000, $250,000 a year or more. So I don't feel like that burden should be put on us. As far as the selection committee goes, well, these are subject matter experts, and they're a group of people. And in order to collaborate, excuse me, did you find something funny, Commissioner?
I did, actually, yes.
Oh, okay. And these people are subject matter experts, and you don't think so? And then we have someone who says, well, I don't like this guy, so I'm going to vote no. Not based on the merit, just because you don't like somebody. Well, I'll tell you what. We have Schiff Construction here in the city. They do a lot of work. But I know Melissa Schiff is one of the Vice Mayor's BFFs. So am I a little suspicious when Schiff gets work? When you think that's funny? Well, yeah, and you want a bridge for $7 million over what it costs?
Let's
double
get
the
back
price.
to
And parking garage for $12 million.
Let's get back to the motion.
And to the motion.
To the motion.
Thank you. You give others leeway and latitude, Mayor. So I expect a little as well. Just that, so it happens maybe I have the more intelligent points.
Please, Commissioner, go ahead.
And, oh, by the way, just for the edification of some of the public who think taxpayer dollars are going to be used to spend this, to build this, it's parking revenue, okay? So I'm not going to become an expert on parking garages and get involved in the procurement process. And you can see what you had tonight, where you're going to get wooed and you're going to be told things from that podium right there, and you're not going to have any way to verify it. And that is not a responsibility I'm going to take, because I'm not an expert in parking garages. Okay? I'm not an engineer. I never claimed to be one. But when I'm asked to spend double in taxpayer dollars on a bridge, I'm saying no. And I'm going to say no to reviewing these proposals. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Where do I start? The motion.
Let's just try to stay on
I am. The motion.
Thank you.
I'm just collecting my thoughts for a minute. Yes, thank you. There was a lot there to unpack. I am not claiming to be an expert in the subject of parking garages by any means. What I am suggesting, though, is that the selection committee can completely rank, and staff can still suggest to us, the selection committee can still suggest to us what their top pick would be. I would love the opportunity, though, to see or hear and have it be open to a public forum where the top three that they have chosen or that they've ranked, even though they have their selection or they've chosen what they think is the best selection, I would at least like to see and or be able to ask those questions in a public forum to make sure that if there's anything that we missed as we're making a final decision, as per our right, when I was going through our right is that we could choose to evaluate and either accept what the selection committee has decided as the top ranked, or we would then, as a body, be able to re-rank and still be able to hear and or ask questions of those vendors. So while I, again, don't need to be a parking garage expert, an engineering expert, but I will say that I do have a unique set of skills that allows me to understand when I don't know the answer to something. I will ask people who are smarter than I am, and I will ask for their opinion, and I will listen to it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion.
Are we on the motion?
I got Commissioner.
Still on the motion?
Yes, it's on the motion. I got Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Berman, didn't you say that we're not to be involved with the decision?
Not the decision, I'm sorry,
I mean, the selection?
the selection and the recommendation to you for the ultimate decision. Yes, the selection committee is supposed to select based on the criteria, present it with you, and you can ask whatever questions you want as far as of staff before you make your recommendation, whether to accept or reject, and that's it.
And didn't you make a statement that the option that we have to evaluate each one of them is old code and it should not have been in the manual?
It's not the option. Yeah, it's in the purchasing manual. It's an administrative manual that purchasing uses to set the requirements of how they operate. That's something that was never rescinded from the manual. It's in process now. So, but, you know, when you look at county ordinance and you look at especially the RFP sets out very clearly how the decision is going to be made. And that's what controls over what is in an administrative manual. The process has to be followed, and by following the process, and whether there's a cone of silence, not a cone of silence, the whole purpose of these rules is to make sure that there's a level playing field for everyone who participates in the bid process, and that everyone is treated equally and fairly, and not one party doesn't have an additional advantage over the other. All their considerations are made on an equal footing. That's the basis of all procurement, and to make sure that it's a fair and process. So that's where this comes about.
And in the RFP, it does not state that we will be publicly at a commission meeting listening to the 3 finalists.
No, I actually had copied that section of the RFP. That's section 23. And it says the commission, City Commission shall consider the committee's award recommendation for this RFP may approve such a recommendation. City Commission may also, at its option, reject the evaluation committee's recommendation or reject all proposals, in which case the city may choose to re-advertise the project as is or proceed with a modified version of the bid. And that's the option I would advise that you have at this time, because that's what was put out there in the bid to all parties.
So the motion
Something different now, changing the rules in the middle of the game would not be appropriate.
Right. So the motion that's on the table right now would be in violation of the RFP. And I just want to make one statement that I heard from audience, and Carol, I think it was you, that we chose the most expensive one. We didn't. They did not. They chose the middle one. There was a more expensive one, and then there was a lower one. And the
Actually, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt
Sure.
you, but just for clarification and the record, when you compare apples to apples, as it seems like there's some misinformation out there, if you compare apples to apples from all of the items that were in each of the proposers' proposal, the Whiting-Turner cost is actually least costly than the other two. So the base cost from Finfrock was actually more costly than the Whiting-Turner when you add everything back in that the Whiting-Turner contract already included in their base cost.
Good. Thank you
Okay.
for that clarification.
Let's get back to the motion here.
Okay. So
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I guess the reason I want the presentations is I keep hearing this from the city. When you start adding things, it gets to a different cost. And I went through the presentations and the answers to all the questions that were provided from procurement, and I see it a little differently, I guess. So I think, given that there does seem to be a big price gap, we should take a look at this. Now, with respect to the in violation of RFP, I mean, who is in charge here? We are the governing body of this city. I don't know how the heck we can be in violation of an RFP. I mean, like, the staff writes an RFP and works for this body. So if we've decided, the selection committee has made their rankings, and we have decided that we don't want to accept them or reject them, but we would like to hear from the presenters, the county commission does that all the time. This is not like, we're not inventing a wheel here. So I don't know why it's so difficult to do things around here. Sometimes I think it's because certain people don't know who they work for, but this is you can give us recommendations, Mr. Berman, but that's just what they are. You advise us, but as a board, if we think we need presentations, this isn't a dictatorship. We get to decide that.
Mayor?
Mr. Berman?
Thank you, Mayor. You can have staff show you the information that they've been provided, that the evaluation committee went through, and explain it to you why they made their decision. You can ask whatever questions you want, but any procurement, the ground rules are set. They're put in writing, they're put out there, and everyone follows those rules. And to change the rules, to change and pull the rug out from people potentially, and change the landscape would not be recommended.
I don't understand how you're pulling the rug out from someone by saying, we're going to take all 3 of these, or whatever, maybe it's 2 now, and ask for presentations. We are not like picking one or picking different ones. We're picking the 3 highest ranked and saying, we need to hear this to validate the ranking, given there's been so many, I don't know, irregularities here, and somehow we ended up with a parking garage that costs so much, and I'm hearing different things about the cost of this garage, which makes me really uncomfortable, because I'm not going to waste $12 million on a garage, and when that money could stay in our parking fund, because let me remind you, we have other parking needs and commitments around the city, including from the land swap deal we did, that we need to put parking in if there's ever commuter rail. We are obligated to put parking in east and west of Dixie, and we're being asked to put a parking garage in Old Town. There is plenty of parking needs in the city. So
stay focused on the motion. Further commission discussion on the motion. I got Commissioner Fessick.
Just one thing on the motion. If we're talking about the RFP and following the procedure, then the breaking of the cone of silence would also then be something that we'd have to take into consideration. So on all parties. Thanks.
Very good. Okay, so the motion is to have oral presentations from the presenters, from the proposers. Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll on that motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
yes.
Mayor Harden?
No. Commissioner, and go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This, to me, is a great opportunity for this board to attempt to work together to accomplish something important for our city. And I'm seeing the same dysfunction that we have with everything, that people entrenched in their views and not willing to compromise in any way. So my hope is that my colleagues will figure a way to compromise and help us who want to build this parking garage get it done. Thank you.
Just vote yes for it.
Okay.
I have a question for,
Commissioner Perkins, go ahead.
I just want to ask Mr. Berman if he would get with Claudia. I know she's not here, but if you would get with Claudia to send me information about the selection committee when it comes to the CRA advisory committee.
Sure.
Because they were selecting, I think, a few weeks ago, and I was asked to leave. I couldn't be there for the selection process. I wasn't there to talk.
I'll be happy to.
Yeah, so just inquire and get it to me. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we're back to just the item itself.
Can we call the question?
Actually, I had let's see. I had a couple of questions. Let's see, Mr. Bosworth. There's been some comments from some folks in the public, that's great, that they feel that there should be adequate time for questions on these matters. And I want to hear from administration side. Have you guys tried to answer questions that the commission has on these matters? Have you opted not to answer any questions the commission has proffered to you guys?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor. And since the last meeting, we gave opportunity to answer questions, and I don't think, did we receive any? Staff can correct me, but,
I don't
You
believe.
didn't receive any questions?
well, based on that.
Time out.
No.
Time out.
I didn't make my one-on-one?
Time out. Time out.
Excuse me.
Time out. Time out. Time out. We're getting something from staff here.
Susan Civil Assistant City Manager once again. Mayor, yes, I actually spoke to the Vice Mayor the day after the meeting. Was it the day after? Correct me if I'm wrong. Answered a lot of questions that she had as well. And then in one-on-ones, we answered questions from various commissioners this week. And then follow-ups after that, emails specifically, they had questions. And then, we did put out there that, I think on Monday as well, I think last week we issued a memo to say, please, we understood what happened at the meeting, please meet with us, please submit any questions you have to allow us to clarify any points, provide any missing information that you feel you don't have, to allow you to make an informed decision. So we did do that. I think we did that pretty well over the last week and a half.
That's what we should call the question.
I'll stand corrected. I misunderstood. I thought you meant up until the point where we prepared the agenda and did the agenda. We had an open question period during those couple weeks between the two meetings.
So all commissioners have had the opportunity to have all their questions answered
Yes, sir.
about all matters having to do with this.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And also, I guess this goes to procurement. Have you had contact from last meeting to this meeting by any of the proposers who were not selected to inquire about what's going on or anything?
No, sir. I have not been in contact with any of them until yesterday, and it had nothing to do with any questions. It was just asking for presentations, the actual electronic presentations, in the event that the commission might want to see them. But no, there has been no communication whatsoever to my office.
Okay, nothing from Finrock?
There was no protest as well when it was posted.
So-
The process of protest is when there is a recommendation for award that took place back in May, when after the selection committee made their recommendation to award Whiting Turner, we post the recommendation. It is only a recommendation, as the commission has to approve it. And then the statute states that there are 72 hours by which any vendor can protest, and we had no protests.
So Stiles
was
could have
included in
protested, or Finrock could have protested because they realized at that point they had not been selected by the committee.
Yes, and they knew they had not been selected because, and I'll just elaborate a little bit more on the presentation side, because even though that it is a public meeting, at the time of each individual presentation, the other members of the other vendors could not listen in on those presentations, which is why Ms. Perkins was asked to leave. Presentations are only allowed to be within the actual vendor and the committee. Therefore, we had 3 different presentations, and only the vendors that were giving their presentations were present. At the very end of the meeting, anybody that was left outside in the lobby, we had it right here outside in the commission chambers, they were allowed to enter after deliberation and see the prices that had been posted on the wall and in the TV. And then at that point, we posted it online on IronWave, and there was no comments from any vendor whatsoever.
So no protest?
Point of order.
Sorry, who was that?
Me.
Oh, Vice Mayor?
I believe Mr. Berman just said that any of us are welcome to sit in on any of these presentations, and now I'm hearing we're not allowed to sit on these presentations. What is the answer?
Said we are not.
Wait, time out. Vice Mayor, a point of order has to do with the order of things, not just a question.
Reiterate, I apologize, the question from Vice Mayor. So the presentations, and it is stipulated also in our procedures and in our solicitation, the presentations are public within the presenter and the committee. This is why we asked the other vendors that they had to leave the room while the vendor at that moment was presenting. When they finished, they left the room, the next vendor came in, and everyone had to leave the room. The public is not allowed. We've had this in all of the evaluations. I have been present here in the last year and a half. Only the committee and the vendor and procurement staff is allowed to see those presentations.
Okay, thank Ms. Sylvia.
Thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Manager Suzette Sybil once again. So, I mean, there is a protest period as well. I believe it is in the solicitation document. So any vendor that bids on a project and feels like we have scored them incorrectly, we have failed to consider something, they're certainly welcome to protest during that period. And that period is set to keep everything on a level playing field once again. So we have our city engineer, Dr. Good, has been with the city for decades. We rely heavily on her for reviewing the prices. I mean, I am the most price-conscious person you're going to find in that city. I wish anybody could challenge me on that. So I'm not crazy. I'm not going to pick a $32 million garage over a $19 million garage. I was waiting for price. I wanted to see the design, price. That's why I was on the committee. That's my expertise. So when we reviewed the proposals again, we paid close attention to all of that. We looked at the baseline price. We looked at the design of the garage, the price of the wrap. We're making sure that we're doing apples to apples. We did rely heavily on Dr. Good based on her engineering background and expertise. We discussed it as a committee, and that's how we ended up ranking the way we did. So I just want to clear the record. I'm not going to sit there and pick a $30 million garage over a $19 million garage if it didn't make sense to me, because that's one of the things I'm on the committee to do, because we do have to finance it. And as much as these are parking fees, not taxpayer dollars, I certainly want to make sure that we keep money in the coffers when we can to be used for other purposes. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
Certainly.
We're mindful of the process and we respect the process. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor, you had I think Vice Mayor had a question.
I did have a question. I believe I heard Mr. Berman say that we were welcome to sit in on any presentation.
That was my question. Okay.
And now I'm hearing that we're not. So what is the answer?
My discussion was centered on the county's ethics committee rules. It says that any elected official prohibited from serving on a selection evaluation committee may attend any selection evaluation committee meeting provided the elected official does not actively participate or otherwise interfere in the meeting. Now, I know that if that's not part of the public meeting, when they do the presentations, there's nothing in there that says you have to leave. If that's their process and that's how they do it, that's separate and distinct from what I read you. I was not aware that they would make an elected official leave that portion of the meeting if they agreed to keep the information confidential. But if that's their process, that's the process. But what I read to you was that you can attend or participate, and not participate, but attend and view any selection committee meeting.
So what do you mean by that's their process?
Wait,
Who's that? Yeah, who is they?
The process of procurement is to move everyone out, the public out of the room as they testified to. That would include, I guess, any elected officials, the way it's currently being done.
So we did not have an opportunity to see the presentations, unlike what was asserted earlier.
Based upon what procurement said, yes.
And if I could clarify, Cassandra Lemessurier, real property manager and also former purchasing supervisor of the city of Pompano Beach. So the presentation portion of a selection evaluation committee meeting is always the closed portion of the meeting. And the reason being is what we have stated before. It's only available and open to the person or firm making the presentation, the procurement staff that are facilitating the meeting, and the selection and evaluation committee members and other non-voting staff that are there as technical advisors. And it's very specific that why that is closed is so that it's only the proposer that's making their presentation and those that will be evaluating and voting. Now, during that closed portion of the presentation, the meetings are recorded. Now, the part that Mr. Berman was referring to in the county process, where that portion of a selection and evaluation committee meeting is open, that is after the presentations have concluded, when we open the meeting back up so that the selection and evaluation committee is now discussing those presentations, the proposals, and completing their scoring. And it's announced, the ranking or scoring is announced during that public portion of the meeting. And why would you let an elected official, if you're looking to not violate the cone of silence, sit in on a presentation that could be directed specifically towards that elected official and could be considered to be lobbying them during their presentation? So and that's historically been the way that has been done in our procurement department, going back decades, all the way to when Lita Harden was the General Services Director, prior to me ever being in that department. So I just wanted to be clear for the historical record that that is the process that the city's purchasing division has always used for selection and evaluation committees when a presentation is being made.
Okay, and I want to be in compliance with the code that we need to be, and Mr. Berman read county code that sounds different and said that changed in 2018, and we have to change some of our procurement
I apologize
policies.
for any confusion that might have caused, but you can go to the meetings. You just can't sit in that. Thanks for the clarification. I apologize if that created an issue.
You said we can go to the
You can go to the meeting, but not sit in the presentation.
presentation? You can't. Okay. Okay. Well,
Wait, Ms.
I think I'm good. Like I said, this is something we need to get done, and I look at my colleagues up here, and I hope that they want to find a way to compromise. Clearly, there are some concerns and issues here, and if you don't have any of them, if you don't share those concerns, I don't know what to say to you, because there's been so many things pointed out, and if you are willing to spend $12 million more of people's money without getting your questions answered, then I can't do that. So I would hope that this is an opportunity for us as a board to come up with a plan to move forward, but I think it's going to take some compromise at this point, given what's gone on here. So I'm looking to you, Mayor, to figure out a way forward, because we all know we need a parking garage. But I'm guessing that there's some of us who are not going to be comfortable with what we've just learned today. And the other thing I want to say is, your comments, you said, do you have time to get your questions answered? 100%. I was on the phone with Suzette immediately. I've been asking nonstop questions. But I don't come in with someone having already prepared everything for me. I come in here listening to what people are saying, listening to what my colleagues are saying, because this is my only opportunity to hear from them. And that obviously generates additional questions and dialogue and concerns. That's our job up here, to listen to people, listen to each other, debate it, and find a way forward. So I'm asking you, because I don't know if we call the vote on this what's going to happen, but we need a parking garage. So I'm asking my colleagues up here to help us figure out a path forward to get us all comfortable to get a parking garage, because I'm not comfortable. And I've had my questions answered, and I'm not comfortable.
Mayor?
Very good. I've got Commissioner Perkins next, then Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
a question to you, Mark, is to ask again, Ms. McKenna, how is the selection committee chosen for the CRA advisory?
Okay, I indicated I'm happy to do that. I'll speak to her first thing in
Okay.
the morning.
Right, thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yeah, I know this. It's going to be paid for with parking funds. So no taxpayer dollars, no bonds. It'll be paid for with parking funds. Is that correct?
It is actually a bond that's serviced.
Wait. Who's
But
gonna
the
answer this?
parking funds are going to pay for the bond.
We've got Ms. Sybil.
Okay.
Ms. Sybil is walking to the, so.
Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager again. So yes, we are issuing, we can call it a bond for
Because it's an
simplicity's
enterprise
sake.
fund.
Right, but the repayment source for repaying the principal and interest on the bonds are parking fees.
Correct. And we know we're in need of parking, so, and I know you do a great job being very conservative in all of your numbers, Suzette, Ms. Sybil, so I feel very confident there. As to the selection committee, we had one commissioner who actually said that she didn't like a person, therefore the entire thing should be thrown out. That was the basis of her no. That was Commissioner Perkins, who said anything with Chris Brown or something to that effect, I'm voting no for, which is
Probably
consistent
said that. I
with
don't remember.
what, excuse me? It's consistent with what she said about any other project, anything to do with RMA. Forget it.
Right,
I'm
because I
voting no.
feel as though RMA has.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's try and keep it about the issue and not about us.
What is the issue? That's what I'm trying to find out. What is the problem? Do you want a parking garage or not? Are you worried how it's going to get paid for? You do not understand? Did you not listen to the presentation that this company over here had options? Do you want marble or ceramic? Big difference in how you build something. So when you compared apples to apples or oranges to oranges, their Finrock was more expensive than Whiting Turner. So I just don't understand what the problem you're having, Vice Mayor. You say you want a parking lot. Can you specifically point to something that makes a difference? Because I don't see it. Thank you.
Very good. I've got Commissioner Fessick next.
Thank you. Again, let's get back to decorum and maybe not name calling. And let's get back to the motion. I think it's really important that thank you, we will. I think it's really important that we do have our questions answered, especially when, and I'm getting, a lot of times we're up here and we keep hearing, well, it's coming from this fund and it's coming from this fund, so it's not your money, it's not your money. There's no magic money. It's all of our money. It's all of our money, whether it's taxpayer money or if it's for the parking fund or it's people who are coming to visit and paying our taxes, paying our parking fund. Ultimately, we as a city are responsible for our own bills, right? And so it doesn't matter what fund it's coming out of, we have to be stewards of that money and how we are spending it. And so to ask questions and have the time and the grace, thank you, to be able to ask those questions and have our questions answered in a way that we can be comfortable, making sure that we know that we can sit here and say to our residents that we represent, we have done the very best to make sure that any questions that either you have asked us or that we came up with, because we're the ones doing the background work and we're the ones asking questions of staff. And like I said, I want to say thank you again, because Earl and I have spent hours on the phone, plus hours on the phone. I have asked questions. I have asked for documents. Thank you, Kervin, for providing. Thank you, Ms. Rivera, for providing. I have asked the questions. I have gone through the documents. I've spent hours of my own time digging through those documents to see and make sure I clearly understood what the intent was. So I will not be saying apples to oranges or anything like that. I'm saying we have a right to figure it out and do it together. And yes, we need to compromise. Thank you.
Very good. Very good.
One last thing,
Ms.
Mayor.
Sigerson-Eaton?
One last thing, if I may, just real
Mayor?
quick.
Wait. Too many people talking at once.
Just real quick.
Mr. Bosworth?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. If we may, we just want to clarify a couple things at this point that I think may help the commission. So if I'm
okay.
Tammy.
Thank you, Earl. Just for reference, we built the pier parking garage a decade ago, and the price tag of that garage was $20 million. So when staff is standing behind what we're asking you to accept and approve, we have done our due diligence. This is a fair price to achieve the design that we set forth to accomplish. So I'm not going to point out some of the other issues with some of the other proposals, but Whiting Turner met all of the criteria that was listed in the RFP and issued a fair market price to do so. And that was where we came to the conclusion that we are today, and having presented it for you. We have no skin in the game, if you will. We are all unbiased in why and how we selected this firm. We just want to build a parking garage, so that's where we're at today.
Years ago was $20 million. Was that including the revisions that needed to be made to the garage? Was it total cost?
It was total cost.
But including the revisions that we had to go back and fix the things that were done the wrong way?
No. I mean, there was a change order where we ran into some issues at the elevator shaft. I think that was $600,000.
Thank you, that's all.
But there was $20 million, which did not include some of the upgrades that we've recently done at that garage, which were minimal or minor. And that was another thing that was inaccurate in some of the other proposals and some of the statements that were made on the pier parking garage, which I was not sure of where they got that information, but nonetheless, I guess everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
That's all thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
If we're being apples to apples, does a parking garage with retail space?
Answer any more questions? Thank you.
Their proposers, their site work was around $4 or $5 million. It's impossible to do the site work for $1.6 million. And what would happen is we would be under construction and they'd be like, well, we've spent all of our allowance, we need more money. And so that, I just started doing the pricing this morning and I got up to $29 million without soft costs. So, and there was also a statement that was made today about the design for Whiting Turner being $3 million. That's not the design cost, that's design plus soft costs. All the FPL, all of the utilities coming in, that was excluded in FinFroc's proposal, as well as many other items. Their escalation was minor. They only had included a very minor amount for artwork as well. So again, in my opinion, they didn't really comply with the RFP criteria and left it to staff to kind of put together all of the pieces to try to compare apples to apples, whereas all the other proposals were almost identical.
My question was, the garage that we are being asked to vote on today is about 45,000 a parking space, which is much more than any estimate anyone's ever told me for a parking garage. I'm asking how much of that is for the look of the garage?
From which proposal?
The one, Whiting Turner, the one,
Whiting Turner, I
that we're
believe they
looking at.
had $5 or $6 million in there for their facade. That was also inclusive of other design elements as well. That was,
So is there a slimmed down version of that facade that costs us $1 or $2 million that gets us to a garage that's more palatable cost wise? I mean,
you can always
this is not
negotiate.
on a major road either. It's not, I've always struggled with this one. It's kind of buried there. And I want it to look nice, but $6 million is a lot of money.
Well, we can always negotiate. We can always value engineer. That's why we have a not to exceed price tag of $32 million. We wouldn't want to come to you and guess what some of these other proposals are and then it not be enough to actually build the garage. So that was why we were comfortable with Whiting Turner. They were transparent. The design elements that we sought out as part of this garage scope.
I really wish I could listen to the audio of that selection meeting. I mean, it's really one of the only ones I've asked for. I watched the RFP, but yeah, so, were there people with strong opinions?
Well, originally there was some strong, the strong opinions were relative to the layout, the design of Whiting Turner, having the multiple exits that were not in close proximity. So if you have a stalled vehicle, disabled vehicle, an incident, you're not, choking the people from getting in and out of the garage. So Whiting Turner had an exit on the southwest corner and the northeast corner, which was ideal. A lot of the other proposers had them dumping out onto the north side, onto the same street, the access way from Riverside to A1A. So if you have a disabled vehicle or if you get choked in, it's like you're bottlenecking. We're going to be dealing with the same issues that we are dealing with at our existing garage, which we wanted to avoid. We were very clear in the RFP what we wanted to see in these design, and we felt like, the committee felt like Whiting Turner hit all of those notes. So it wasn't just price, it was the design, it was the layout, it was the exterior and blending in with the surrounding architecture. Leaving staging for existing parking, being cognizant of the, not to constrain the existing businesses in the area. There was a lot of other factors besides price, though price was a significant factor. And at the end of the day, when we added up all of the other elements, we felt like Whiting Turner's cost was less costly out of the three firms.
That's not exactly the question I asked, but I'm done. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor?
Commissioner Perkins.
Tell me, well, maybe you can answer, maybe. Why did we postpone this on November 13th? Did we
Who can answer that? Why we postponed this? We postponed this on November 13th. I believe without going back and reviewing the tape, I believe it was so we could get more information.
I can answer. I remember Commissioner Fezzik got her 15 minutes and got cut off at that point and didn't get her questions answered and everything kind of derailed. And we said we can't vote on something if we don't have answers.
So to get more information, just like I said. Thank you. Very good. Further questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner
Parking
Fezzik.
garage.
No.
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harden.
Absolutely, yes. Yep. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Beach City Commission meeting. Here we are. We're up to, gosh, item 12. Yeah, I'm all for that. Item 12 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a contract for sale and purchase between the City of Pompano Beach and OT Property Group LLC for the purchase of property located at 134 Northeast 3rd Street, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms. Lamassier.
Well, I guess we're on the cusp of afternoon versus evening, but I'll stick with afternoon to make us feel like it's
that's good.
earlier in the day. So, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners. Cassandra Lamassurier, Real Property Manager for the City of Pompano Beach. I have a brief presentation. Most of it pulls out the information that was included in your agenda backup. But before you, staff is requesting City Commission approval of a contract for the purchase of property that's located at 134 Northeast 3rd Street. You see it outlined in red on the aerial that's on screen. And this would be for a $5 million purchase price, and the use would be as public parking to meet the parking demand in Old Town and the surrounding area. The city has obtained 2 appraisals ranging from $5.2 million to $6.1 million in a fair market value. The average of those 2 appraisals is $5.65 million. The property itself is a 40,757 square foot vacant lot, and the city parking lot that's proposed would be allowed by right with the current zoning designation and land use. This is in the transit-oriented zoning within the downtown Pompano overlay district. It has a use designation of a mixed-use residential. It has a density designation of a minimum of 36 dwelling units per acre, a maximum of 80. But it is important to remember this property is within the transit core area, which actually has no maximum density. Without applying any height bonuses, the maximum height of any structure that would be allowed would be around 105 feet. A little bit more than that because of code changes in how we measure the elevation from grade. So it's important to note that if this was privately developed, it could support up to 300 residential units in addition to the ground floor commercial retail. And so the city parking lot and garage that we're proposing is a lot less intense than what a private developer might put on the property. So let's get into the appraisals, because I think that's really important to understand the valuation. These 2 independent appraisals were obtained, and as I spoke earlier, you had a range in value of those 2. The owner also provided an appraisal of $6.1 million. And so if you average those 3 together, your average appraised value is $5.8 million. I did include the information from the 3 different firms that provided the appraisals that were included in your backup, as well as their conclusion of market value, the date of the appraisal, their assumptions for the per unit value, that would be per residential unit that would be built, making an assumption of 149 units on the property, and then what that equates out to as far as a land value. So I think it's also interesting to note the value of the property and how it's increased over time with appraisals. The first appraisal that was ever done for this was back in September of 2019, and that actually valued the property at $1.26 million. Then an April of 2024 appraisal was valuing this lot at $2.65 million, but since that time, because of sales prices that are comparables have continued to increase, then the value also increases in the property. And I just thought it was important to understand the property value increase trends that we've seen in the Old Town area and in Pompano Beach in general. So the proposed use for the property in the short term would be for a surface parking lot. This rendering was included in your backup. It could support a few more spaces, but we're actually recommending an 84 parking space design, because to get any more spaces, you would actually have to remove at least 1 or 2 of the trees that's at the north part of the property, and we'd like to leave as many of those in place as possible. Now, the permanent plan, structured parking, obviously, to be able to do a parking garage on this property. So also important of it is financing. So the financing of the parking garage on a site in the future was included in the pro forma for the Parking Enterprise Fund with parking revenue that would repay that over time. We don't have a timeline for when we would be doing that, understanding that increases were not approved earlier with the parking ordinance. I want to be very clear, though, that the purchase price for the property is covered regardless of whether the parking ordinance was approved or not. It just might delay when we chose to start actually putting structured parking in on the property. So the other that's important is purchase of this property gives the city ownership control in the form of a long-term lease, which the city can't do because of the charter regulations that would limit our contracts to 5 years. So in the case of being able to build structured parking, we need to have ownership of the property. So the other is that if we would do a parking garage, just like you saw today with the Oceanside garage, it would have to be solicited, it would have to be financed, and all that would come back to City Commission for approval. So I just want to be very clear, the only thing that you're being asked to approve is the purchase of land today. So when we talk about parking, City Commission actually directed staff that we needed to find some parking solutions for Old Town. And it's a little bit like the beach. We're kind of the victim of our own success because the city and CRA's efforts to revitalize Pompano Beach's historic downtown that we've branded as Old Town have been successful in attracting these new businesses. So in anticipation of the increased parking demand, we actually started all the way back in 2015 when the CRA invested over $7 million to do the old Pompano streetscape improvements, and that added 215 on-street parking spaces. The CRA also built a 49-space surface lot that's at 15 Northeast First Avenue, so that's south of where the Barger Pompano Pharmacy building was. And then also another 19-space surface parking lot at 201 Northeast First Avenue in 2016. Now, where the Pompano Pharmacy was, because we knew there was an immediate need for parking, the CRA did a 39-space temporary lot earlier this year, and then they also did another temporary lot directly north of the Pompano supermarket that added 35 spaces. So these temporary parking solutions are close to meeting our current demand, but they still will not meet the future demands of Old Town and the surrounding area as it continues to develop and attract new businesses. The current parking supply does not meet the demand for special events like Untapped by any means. So when the City Commission directed staff to find solutions for parking, an analysis was done on the existing parking as well as locations that could be used for future public parking. And the options for a property that could support a parking garage are extremely limited. This property is truly the only vacant lot that is large enough to accommodate a structured parking garage that does not have an approved site plan on it for future development. So city staff and Vice Mayor Fournier met with the Old Town business and property owners on August 13th to discuss their concerns about the current and future parking in Old Town and the impacts to their businesses. These are people that have invested a significant amount of money to be able to open up their businesses in the Old Town area. And I have to commend Vice Mayor because she has been an advocate for these businesses, expressing her concerns about Old Town and parking because she wants to make sure that they're successful and that they're able to keep their doors open for business. So the city is also committed to ensuring that business in Old Town will have sufficient parking to accommodate their patrons on a day-to-day basis, as well as being able to ensure access to public parking for these special events, such as the Backyard Jam Concert Series and our Old Town Untapped. Because the reality is, and you heard in the November City Commission meeting, where people were trying to go to Mother's Day for a restaurant and then couldn't find parking down on the beach, and so they left and got frustrated. Well, this area is no different. If you have a perception of the public that I'm not going to have somewhere to park if I'm going to patronize this business or for this special event, then people tend not to go because they don't want to deal with the hassle. So if we want to talk about our parking demands, so currently when you combine the CRA lots with the on-street parking, we've got 357 spaces. This is in Old Town, but it also extends a little further east where the streetscape improvements were done. And the current parking that's required by code would be 431 spaces. So we have a current shortage of 74 parking spaces already. We're projecting that the future parking requirement at 100% build out would be 722 spaces, which would leave us with a shortage of 365 spaces. And the future average parking demand is just that, the average. But if you factor in special events, evenings, weekends, peak demand, we actually think that your parking demand is going to exceed 1,100 parking spaces. So that peak demand shortage is just shy of 800 parking spaces. And this doesn't take into account the parking demand for the former Methodist Church property once it's developed, or public parking that would be needed for a future train station when we get the commuter rail station that's scheduled to go in on the east side of Dixie, north of 3rd. So to address these parking needs of Old Town and the surrounding area, staff is recommending approval of the purchase of this lot for use as temporary surface parking lot and eventually to be developed as a parking garage to provide public parking. That concludes my presentation, and after public input, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. I've got Commissioner Fessick, then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Is this property in within the CRA, Northwest CRA district, right?
Yes, the property is within the Northwest CRA district. The boundary for the district stops at Northeast 2nd Avenue that is just east of this property.
Okay. Is there any reason why the CRA wouldn't use this as a development opportunity as part of Old Town to look for a private partnership or some sort of opportunity that we could grow Old Town with?
So this is the city looking at this because we want to use our parking funds because we want it to be structured parking by the city. The CRA is already contemplating if they would be able to contribute to provide parking on what used to be the Pompano Pharmacy site when that gets developed. So the CRA is not necessarily looking at this site. This is specifically the city that was looking at this site for the construction of a parking garage by the city using the city's parking enterprise funds.
Okay. I'll wait for now. Thank you. A few more questions, I think.
Very good. For the, Vice Mayor.
So it's important to me that we spend some time talking about Old Town. It seems that a lot of our conversation has been about the downtown, and this area was started, there's a lot of CRA money that's gone into this, and I began hearing from businesses that they were struggling. I also heard that that without parking, a lot of these businesses also think they're going to fail. So just like at the beach, if we're going, I mean, parking is about the least fun thing to talk about or build or spend people's money on, but it has to be done, or the entire ecosystem there is going to suffer. I was really shocked at the price tag on this. It was 2.65. When was that, Cassie?
So that would have been back in April of 2024, but since then there have been other comparable sales throughout the area, and real estate in general has increased in value.
Real estate has increased in value, although in the last year I don't think real estate has doubled. So that is, to me it's concerning because I didn't expect the price tag to be this high. In my world, you try to buy low, sell high. This is definitely a buy high situation. These appraisals are based on a highest and best use, which is not a parking garage.
And I would clarify, actually, the one that was done in April of 2024 was looking at it not as a highest and best use as a multifamily, where they were looking at using the per unit value as a multiplier. They were just looking at it as a land sales comp and using sales comparables for that nature, which tends to result in a lower value because as soon as you go vertical and can support support multiple residential units, it changes the value for the property. And so I think that's the other reason that you're seeing such a large difference between that April 2024 appraisal versus the 3 appraisals that were just done in September and October that are pretty consistent in their valuations. You know, when you see 2 appraisals come in that are the same amount and the owner obtained their appraisal without even knowing that who we would get, what our appraisals had come back in. We didn't share appraisals with each other until all of them had been completed. Dollar mark, when you're looking at this high of a valuation and you look at the comps, you see if they're using comps that are appropriate and relevant. I feel like these are accurate conclusions of value, and it's a change from what real estate was 5 or 6 years ago, but we've seen that not just in Pompano, but throughout the South Florida marketplace.
Yeah. It's just interesting to think about. And maybe it is kind of apples to oranges on the appraisals too, a little bit like different valuation methods. But so in general, I don't like what I view as kind of subsidizing private development. I feel like if you build something, you should put enough parking into it. But that's not how this area works. And I am concerned that if we don't do something down there, we will have these restaurants and this area that we put money into fail. So let's say the worst case scenario happens down there. We've bought this lot. Could we turn it into a park? What can we do with it?
You can continue to use it as temporary parking. You could seek out a P3 partnership if you didn't want to build structured parking yourself. You could turn it into green space, although I doubt that the residents and public would appreciate it being used as green space if they need it for parking.
No, I meant like the worst case scenario happens in Old Town and there's, the businesses don't take off or we don't get another restaurant.
Absolutely.
So we own this as a city and can do anything with this parcel. We are also, yes, the way I see it, in some ways preventing another 105 foot building.
149 to 300
with
units.
With bonuses, 149 foot building going on that small parcel right there. So, so for me, the price tag is really hard to swallow on this one, but it's something we need to do down there. If we do structured parking, will the developer and the businesses down there contribute to that?
If we do structured parking and it's just public parking, we wouldn't ask a financial contribution because it's not their responsibility to contribute towards the public parking. And you're right that Old Town's really unique because those were all existing buildings those businesses went into, and they had to rely on the city or the CRA to be able to provide public parking because it just wasn't an option to them. And so it's not that it's a situation of their making, but we need to be the ones to offer them the solution.
Right, I understand that. So to attract a business or to get another restaurant in Old Town, we need more parking. The 2 restaurants there are already struggling with, especially with the at peak times. Certainly, it's difficult down there. But I would like to. I mean, obviously, we're not talking about the structured parking today, but I do think, and we talked about the overlay districts at a workshop. I think we need to get. We need to ensure that developers are putting in enough parking, knowing that we need more down there, right? We're behind the curve down there too. So as other things get built, I think we need to make sure we push on that too. And maybe potentially, when we build structured parking, work with them to ensure that there's some contribution. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fasick?
Okay, yeah, I have a big issue with the cost on this one, even though I know we need parking. And let's put it pretty clearly. The CRA developed, so since we're going to have a CRA conversation about this later, I understand this, but the CRA developed Old Town. And with this grand plan to attract businesses, and this has been going on, and we're now have them working on the downtown, which you're right, Old Town has sort of been left in the dust. I also had conversations with different business owners down there, specifically went by to stop in on one of them while we were at the tree lighting, just to ask how things are going. And they're always trying, and you know, I have to give the CRA credit, they're trying to promote the Old Town as best they can. But if their master planning in this didn't include parking for the businesses that they're supposed to support or encourage, then that's a problem. And I know that we do have parking coming in with the Barger lot that they just knocked down the building. The other portion of this that's of concern to me, and it was of concern to me in the East CRA area too, when we talk about McNabb, is that we have consultants who are also property owners in the same area. And so, and I kind of look at the same people being the driving force behind the downtown, behind Old Town, behind McNabb, behind the, you know, stuff at the beach. And it's the same names over and over again. It's kind of like one of the first agenda items we had, you know, today. It's the same names. Now, I remember sitting here probably about a year and a half ago at this point, and maybe a little longer, and there was conversation about a property that was to be purchased, and somebody kept saying to everybody about how you're not entitled to your view, or you're not entitled to protect, like, this, it's not our responsibility to protect your view. You have to look at everything as a case-by-case basis. Well, what I see here is, like you mentioned, a 149-foot building, or however many residents could go in to that. Well, that sounds great, but if you look what's in between those two buildings, it's a developable property and a developable property, which then would be served by additional garage space. And I almost feel like, yes, we need parking, I get it. I'm just curious, do we need to pay an elevated dollar amount for the parking or for the lot itself? And then are we gonna see another $30,000 or $30 million parking garage? Or, hopefully not, but if it's purchased from the parking fund, and it probably is gonna have to be allocated to parking, because that's the answer we always get. If they bought it, it's theirs and they get to do it. So I have some questions with this. I would really like to see, and I know that there's the appraisals that were provided, but I kind of have some secondary questions related to, this is not a straightforward purchase of a property. Thanks.
Very good. Further Commissioner Perkins?
Thank you, Mayor. The parking lot. Surrounding that, you have some apartments to the, I guess, south of that? West. I get my north and south.
Yes, Old Town Square.
Old Town.
Yes.
So will any of those, and we're expecting more apartments around that area, right?
So you do have an approved site plan to the property that's directly east of this, that also includes the half block south of that where Taylor's Closet used to be.
Yes.
So that also has an approved site plan that's going in. You know, I think the one thing that helps, especially since even Old Town Square was built, is Development Services did a code amendment that offered an opportunity that you could get bonuses if you provided public parking. So seeing that need, that was something else that was done. It's another tool in the toolbox to be able to get the private developers as they build, not only to meet their own parking demands, but also to be able to help us provide public parking as well.
Right. Okay, so the Old Town Square, I know they're looking to probably rent out some restaurants underneath the lower part of it on the first floor. Those people that are using or living in those apartments will probably, you think, will be parking in this area as well?
No, so the folks that live in the apartments actually park in the structured parking garage that's part of that building. And I anticipate that you would actually have patrons coming and visiting those restaurants that would want to utilize the on-street parking, or if we created temporary parking directly east of the building, that they would want to utilize that as well, since it's so close to that building.
Okay, is it paid parking? Will it be paid parking?
No, we're not anticipating that parking being paid parking. Now, don't get me wrong, at some point when you actually convert over and you build a structured parking garage, then if the demand is there, of course, that's something you charge for because it helps pay off the cost to build that garage. But as a temporary surface lot, we're not charging for parking on any of the existing lots, and we wouldn't charge for parking on this lot.
Okay. Yeah, I think if we just try to negotiate a little bit with the owner, I think we can come down on that price a little bit. 5 million is a lot of money just for parking. And we're talking about how many cars? 80?
84,
84.
without having to like remove a lot of the trees that are some of the bigger trees on the north part of the property. And I do understand your concern. I'm a resident and I'm a taxpayer too, but from the owner's perspective, he thinks it is worth every bit of the $6.1 million that the two appraisals came in, and he's already giving the city a discount of over $1 million, and he does have other interested parties in the property, so that's just the reality of
Yeah, well, most people come with the high prices because, of course, it's the city, you know? But
actually, this property owner did the opposite for us because they've invested in Old Town and they believe in the success of Old Town. That's the only reason that they were giving us the discounted price, because I can assure you, were it not the city being the buyer, they're not selling for less than 6.1 million. And that is from the owner. That's not supposition.
And the 5 million will be coming from the parking fund.
Correct.
It's just a lot of money for parking.
I agree with you. It is. That's what our land is.
We do know that area needs the parking, especially the Old Town, especially when they complete that restaurant there. There is no parking in that area at all. So I could see the need for it. So I would rather postpone it than vote no. See if we can talk with the owner, bringing the price down a little bit. That's just my take.
So if your request to postpone it would be to come back with a different price, I would tell you not to bother postponing for that reason.
He's not going to negotiate? But you don't think so?
No, ma'am. I already tried. I treat the parking enterprise fund money just like taxpayer money, because I pay into it like you all, so I am very protective of our funds. And it is never typical that the price I offer is the price that ends up on the contract. Like, I always start a lot lower, and we have to meet somewhere in the middle. If this was any other transaction I've ever been involved with, I never have had an owner offer to sell me property either below their appraised value or the average of our appraisals.
This same owner he's Old Town Square. He's building more apartments in the other area. I mean, give us a break, a little bit break. Come on.
Hey, 1.1 million is the break he thinks he's given us, and I know it's a big price tag that's still there.
He might not say no to us. What do you think? Might not. I mean, let's give it a try. We need the parking. I would take a jab at it. I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this particular item to the January 13th meeting.
That's okay, but I'll still be bringing you back a $5 million contract.
Second. Okay. I have some more questions, so I was going through some of the things related to parking.
There was a motion to second to postpone?
Second, okay.
Okay. Motion and second to postpone till our January 13th meeting. Discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I had the same initial reaction. So, I mean, you don't think there's any room here?
If I thought there was room on there, you'd be looking at a contract that was less than $5 million.
I know you've given it everything you can, for sure. But we are a board sitting here saying, we understand what you need, and this will allow you to attract the restaurants that you need and allow this, like I said, this ecosystem to thrive. And I think everyone has to contribute their part also in this. And I see that it's a $1.1 million discount, although there's one appraisal at 5.2, right?
Right.
So,
So I guess my concern with that motion would be the fact that the property owner is not going to hold it forever for the city and has other interested parties that are willing to pay that fair market value. And that's the other reason why going back and asking them to give us an even deeper discount than what they're already offering, in their opinion, is not realistic. And so you have to make that decision if you're okay with the 5 million price tag, knowing that it's below the fair market appraised value, and that if we were lucky enough that it didn't get sold and developed to someone else and we changed our mind a year from now, one thing I can assure you is the price tag is not going to be 5 million, it's going to be more. And we have extremely limited opportunities to be able to purchase property where we can put structured parking on it.
So, I still have the floor, right?
Yes.
Will this parking enable the CRA to go out to bid for the other restaurant, like what used to be the Wash House? Or is it still not enough? And then the other question I had is with respect to the Barger site, that is still part of the MDA, right? So it's not as simple. We can't just, as a CRA, put a parking garage on it. We have to somehow extricate that site from the MDA agreement first. Is that right?
Correct. Or we would be asking that when that parcel is sold off through the MDA, that they put a requirement in there for public parking to be provided if we weren't reserving it, pulling it out from the MDA and developing it ourselves. So to go back to the other question, you know, it's kind of a chicken and an egg scenario a little bit, because the CRA really wants to get an operator into the wash house. But you can't go put an operator into a building that's that large, that's going to have a big seating capacity without having the parking there. But the other thing we've always known is that you need more than 2 restaurants in Soulful Steep in Old Town to create the synergy, so there's a big enough draw so that they all succeed. And so I think that as long as we can keep the temporary surface parking lot that we created where the Pompano Pharmacy was, which is in close proximity to the wash house and the vault, and then you create that overflow parking that would be on this property, that, you know, we even could have an opportunity where if a restaurant wanted to do valet operations like the wash house, where you go use that grass lot, that's where you put your valet. You don't have your valet parking in close proximity in another parking lot that's close to it. So I think, yes, there is an opportunity for other restaurants, businesses to be able to go in if we utilize this lot, especially if those restaurants want to operate a valet and be able to put it over on that lot that's a little further away, because the valet runners don't mind going back and forth as much as us folks do walking.
Okay, and with respect to the time, which is what the motion is, you don't think that there's, like, it's Christmas season, it's holiday season, there's no generosity left there?
So I'm not saying that the owner's, you know, Scrooge.
Not feeling like, is it the Grinch?
I can. I mean, I can tell you that the question was asked and answered on more than one occasion, and I'm sure he's laughing a little since he's sitting in the audience, but 5 million, that is the fire sale bargain basement price being offered to the city.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
So thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner Fessick?
So I agree, we need parking, I get it. I'm trying to find a way, and I brought this up during my one-on-one as well, like, is there any way that this is again, us sort of coming in coming in as a city to fix something that, yes, we are developing, like you said, chicken and the egg, right? We've spent all this money to develop through the CRA, and now we need the parking, and I know that there's another spot here that near the wash, the pharmacy lot, that's planning on being developed. My concern is I think I would just like a little bit more time to go over and ask a few more questions, because I did start digging into this and I did see it on the agenda, but I really like to do a little bit more homework around the area, because I think the price tag could be just a little bit better, especially since if you look at the numbers, think about it realistically, if you look at the numbers and you even look highest to best use, and let's say that there was a brand new, another 140-foot building there with a bunch of apartments and retail underneath and parking that they were for the residents as well. Then the property values to the east and the west potentially may not have the best view that they have now, right? So nobody can purchase your view, but this is a kind of like this, that's sort of the gift that we're giving in addition to the 5 million or potentially lower price, is we're also protecting sort of that area by putting in parking that, yes, the city will benefit, but it will support not just Old Town, but also the surrounding properties, including the new proposed commercial location. So this is actually an added benefit, and I feel like it's more, this actually looks, if you if you were to scrape it back away from what it is, if you look at it and you group all those properties together that the owner owns, this is actually more like a private-public partnership deal in a sense, not just us buying a square, a rectangle of property. So I'd like to see a little bit more leeway, given that the saleability or the value will be a lot higher on neighboring properties.
All right. Further discussion on the motion to postpone. Commissioner Smith.
This is the motion to postpone. We're still on
To
that
postpone.
discussion.
We're on postpone first.
Because, I feel that he's town investment. So I hate to see us postpone, sir, but I would like
1,000 passengers and over 230
Discussion on the motion to postpone.
bids for this service, and after evaluation, Circuit was deemed the most responsive and responsible bidder. In 2020, the city received a Florida Department of Transportation matching grant, which expires at the end of this month. In March of this year, Commission approved acceptance of an additional grant funding, Ordinance 2025-32, to expand service into Harbor Village and beyond. That will help support this service over the next couple years. As we continue to explore route extensions westward into nearby residential neighborhoods, our ultimate goal is to connect the east and the west ends of the community. This service remains a critical mobility resource and has been well received by residents and guests alike for the past 5 years. And staff recommends approval of this item. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 14 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, authorizing the appropriation of $600,000 from the Utilities Fund balance to fund the Southeast 9th Avenue Force Main Pipe Bursting In-Kind Project, providing for purpose, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, or late afternoon, early evening, Ms. Mohammed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Renuka Mohammed, Utilities Director. The item before you is a request to allocate $600,000 from the Utilities Fund balance to support the proposed in-kind project submitted to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection under consent order case number 25-0457. The Utilities Department was served by FDP with the proposed consent order back in 2024, which consisted of 12 unauthorized sanitary sewer overflows from the period 2022 to 2023. The department was able to show just cause to reduce the number of occurrences from 12 to 6. In finalizing the consent order, the Utilities Department opted to undertake the in-kind project instead of paying fines and violations. The in-kind option supports further improvements to the wastewater conveyance system. The project had to be a non-allocated or non-budgeted wastewater project and must meet the criteria set by FDP. So the utilities proposed the Northeast 9th Avenue Force Main Pipe Bursting Project, which consists of replacing approximately 1,500 feet of old cast iron. The replacement serves a direct benefit to the area, including the McNabb Elementary School and the adjacent water body, which is Cypress Lake. That concludes my comments, and if you have any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 15 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of
Microphone.
Microphone is off.
Whoops. Thank you. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a piggyback agreement for firefighting apparatus and fire service vehicles between the City of Pompano Beach and the Matheny Motors Truck Company, Inc., Incorporated, to purchase a 78-foot ladder truck and road rescue Freightliner fire truck to be funded from FY 2026 appropriations, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Chief McGinnis.
Good evening, Pete McGinnis, Fire Chief, Pompano Beach Fire Rescue. What we have before you today is a resolution requesting the purchase of a 78-foot ladder truck as well as a rescue truck. The fire truck itself is available in Ocala, so once we get the PO, we'll be able to go up, pick it up, spec it out, and it'll probably arrive somewhere around March or April. But the rescue truck itself is a 36-month build time. So it will take quite a while for us to get that particular unit. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Just to be clear, we don't have the trucks yet, right?
Absolutely not. They're nowhere in this county, I can promise you that.
And we do have the financing in place this year, right? We have a...
Correct. I just checked with Allison, and the financing is available as we speak.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Good. Further commission discussion?
I was going to say,
Commissioner Fessick.
I called Chief McGinnis. The first thing I said, hey, just, can you explain this one, just the details to me? And he says, don't worry, we don't have the fire trucks yet. So that was the only thing. Yes.
Not on Instagram yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, no photos, no anything. They're not here.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fortier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 16 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a lease agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Colt South Florida Owner LP for the fire logistics facility, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Once again, Chief McGinnis.
Good evening, Pete McGinnis, Pompano Beach Fire Rescue. This is the second reading of the ordinance for our logistics facility. There are no changes from the first reading. I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fortier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 17 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the piggyback agreement for a debt book cloud-based software subscription between the City of Pompano Beach and Fifth Asset Incorporated, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Ms.
Good
Furtado.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. Alison Furtado, Finance Director. There has been no change since our first reading in acquiring debt book to continue with our monitoring of our debt, as well as our compliance with GASB 87 and 96. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fortier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 18 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Article 2, Section 6 to Chapter 57-174, Laws of Florida Special Acts of 1957, as subsequently amended and supplemented, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, imposing limitations on the length of terms of the offices of the mayor and commissioners, while expanding future terms of office of city commissioners and staggering said terms, providing that if the amendment is approved by a majority of the voters at the general election of November 2026, then such amendment shall become part of the city's charter upon certification and acceptance of the election results, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you. This is the ordinance with regard to the charter changes that the commission requested that I prepare. There are no changes since first reading for second reading. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Questions? Vice Mayor.
Mr. Byrne, when is the deadline again for this?
I would yield to the city clerk. I believe the deadline is May or April for this.
June of 2006.
That's a
I'm
month
sorry,
old.
June of 2026.
So we have until June. Why were we doing this so soon?
I can tell you that. Because initially, the first draft, this is technically second reading, but it's really the third time we've looked at this. the consideration that was given to you, so you had the opportunity to make this decision, was whether you wanted a special election. The special election had to be in a lot sooner. We removed that, so, you know, it's no longer, the time has changed, but we are proceeding as, as directed. But that's why it was put in early, so you had all your options available.
Can we table something for months out? We pick a date, and do we have to start over from the first reading if we table something?
This has been advertised, correct? So it would have to be re-advertised at expense to the city. Other than that, you can table it to a date certain, but it would need re-advertising. I mean,
One or
you
two readings, though.
The second reading is the one that's advertised. We've just done that, and now we have to re-advertise after, if the second reading is postponed or not.
No, according to the change that was done not too long ago in the statute, an item can be postponed until such
Date
time.
certain.
Mhm.
You could postpone to a date certain. The problem is after it's a month or more than 2 months, perhaps, it kind of gets lost, and the notice to the public is the problem on an item as important as this. I wouldn't postpone without re-advertising. I wouldn't recommend it more than 2 months, I would think.
Okay, and we need do we need just the second reading, or we?
That's the second reading.
So just one agenda. I'm going to make a motion to postpone this. I just think there's so much changes in the world, and I mean, in a day, sometimes things change so much, and we have so much runway here. And I like that we're doing something, not procrastinating, waiting for the last minute. But I think it's maybe something that we should revisit next year.
You have a date certain that we postpone it till?
So anything over
A
2
month
months? So I guess the second meeting or I guess the first meeting in February?
Yeah, second reading in February, then?
Yeah, does that work?
First reading in February?
The 10th of February, the 24th, the 10th? Actually, the 24th. Let's do that.
Whatever you'd like.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone it to February 24th.
2/24.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved. Table it till 2/24 with a second, February 24th of 2026.
Yes.
Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Bear with me, just making notes. Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. So now, Kerwin, you've got to keep track of that.
I know. I will.
24, 26.
That's his specialty.
Very good. Item 19 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 100, Streets and Sidewalks by amending Section 100.09, Plat Approval, amending Chapter 155, Zoning Code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.2101, Summary of Development Review Responsibilities, Section 155.2303, Application Submittal and Acceptance, Section 155.2304, Application Subject to Staff Recommendations, Section 155.2305, Public Hearing, Scheduling, and Notice, and Section 155.2410, Plat, to modify procedures for approval of plats consistent with newly enacted state law, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good evening, Ms. Dolan.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is the second reading of the ordinance to bring our plat requirements up to state standard based on the new law. There have been no changes since first reading, and we're available to answer any questions you might still have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 20 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 Zoning Code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.4303 Standards for Specific Accessory Uses and Structures to provide use standards for synthetic turf and to remove use standards for lighting fixtures, projecting, or freestanding, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Weems.
Good evening, Max Williams, Principal Planner and Development Services. This is the second reading of this ordinance. There have been no changes since first reading. At first reading, there was some discussion about the requirements for setbacks for the artificial turf from the property lines. There was discussion about that at the Planning and Zoning Board. It did not ultimately make it into the proposed text, and based on the feedback that I received at first reading, I didn't think that that was desired. So what is required at the property line or between any natural lawn areas and proposed artificial turf is a concrete mow strip or comparable device, something that provides a barrier that might protect any mowing from damaging the artificial turf. Also, since first reading, the state has provided draft language for their guidance on preempting municipalities' abilities to regulate artificial turf. What that language, we are consistent with that language. What that language includes is mostly what cities cannot do and not actual guidance onto the installation or design standards, these types of things. So although it took us a while to get here, I think we are somehow like exactly at the right time to bring an ordinance for artificial turf standards, and fortunately it does align with what DEP has appears to be moving with their guidance. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Very good. Sounds like you showed them how to do it.
Yeah, I think we probably went through the same procedure.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Max. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I had a unique perspective, I guess, or some additional thought that related to this. I think I was one of the people who had some concerns related to artificial turf from the beginning, but I had the pleasure of spending some time in our utilities department and getting a tour of the facilities there and learning a lot more about what we have to do as a city to now make our levels of plastic and a host of other things much lower, all while the companies can keep making it. So my concern with this is just, I understand that the state says that we cannot make, we can't put things that are too prohibitive, or we can't tell them what they can and what they can't do. But what we can do is perhaps ask the right questions and make sure that that is a part of the code, if at all possible. So before we just adopt this, can you confirm whether the ordinance has been cross-checked against the city's mapped wellfield protection zones? And if there are any underwater, to ensure that any synthetic turf wouldn't be installed over or immediately adjacent to areas that would feed our municipal wells or trickle down into them?
No, we haven't done that, and that wasn't, so the artificial turf is required to be, in many instances, more pervious than a lawn would be. And so the drainage rates, the ability for that soil to recharge will largely be dependent on how compacted that surface really is. And so that's where our kind of pervious area standards really come from, is the ability to, one, drain, but also provide recharge into our aquifers and the well fields. So what this ordinance does is ensure that wherever artificial turf is installed, that we're not losing that ability to drain an individual property or to recharge our aquifers or well field areas. The chemicals known as PFAS or forever chemicals, the required material here is polyethylene, which aligns with what FDEP is requiring. It is also requiring that it's can be recycled in any traditional facilities in the state. And that material is, well, certainly not a green material, it's still plastic. It's the most recyclable and less sort of like bleeding or leaching into the environment of the plastics that are available for these products. So we've made an attempt to both comply with the desire to install artificial turf while limiting the impacts on our well fields and natural environment.
Well, just given how dependent we are as a shallow coastal aquifer, I think it'd be reasonable to add a clear safeguard of some kind. And I'd love to see, maybe include language, if at all possible, I have a couple suggestions, so I don't want to just go straight to it, but to include language that sort of limits or prohibits turf within those particular areas to, unless staff can demonstrate, obviously, otherwise that, and I would rely on utilities' opinion, not mine, that it would be environmentally safe to do so there. That way, we're just not taking unnecessary risks. And the reason why I say this is because when I was reading through it, it said basically we can set this, but until they come out with their official things, like we can't make it any stronger after that point. So I just want to make this the very best it can be from that right out of the gate. And then if we have to peel it back, we peel it back.
Right.
We have the option to do that. The other one, so in the code, so the second part of that is in the municipal code comparisons that you provided, Orlando, and I think there was another city as well, requires that artificial turf not be installed within 50 feet of any artificial or natural body of water. And of course, and even in other cities that are more coastal, they're slightly more coastal, there's still a 25 or a certain distance away from that natural waterways or artificial waterways. Mainly because of contamination and drainage concerns. So why do we have this with no setback against waterways?
So the setback that would be required would be a result of any drainage plan that they would provide. So there are very few single-family homes where there is not a barrier between the property and the waterway. And so to my recollection, I'm sorry I didn't complete this specific review, but to my recollection, none of the coastal cities had this setback where it was unique to single-family homes. Our ordinance only applies to single-family homes. And a 25-foot setback from a waterway for a single-family home would eliminate the potential for artificial turf on the properties that are, quite frankly, asking for it. And so in most of those municipalities, they also had exceptions wherever there was a barrier such as a seawall. And so our ordinance doesn't allow for the turf to extend beyond or on top of a seawall, but it has to be anchored down at the rear of a seawall. And our drainage requirements require that that water is, that the grade is done in a way that grades away from the seawall and drainage occurs on the property. If the property did flow into a waterway, their drainage system would have to demonstrate that required volume of water could be maintained on property before anything would flow off property, at which case we're having such a high volume of water that it's whatever infill is going everywhere anyways.
Right. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of like a lot of if you're looking on the water now, a lot of the waterways sort of kind of, the grass is either even or sort of kind of, your yard kind of comes down towards the seawall area. So, and of course then there's a whole other issue of the seawall height, if sometimes it's like, right, depending on the seawall height, my concern is how much water is flowing through that and onto it. So I have only three more like questions to see if we can try to make this just a little bit better. One is, the current draft require any PFAS-free, lead-free, or crumb rubber-free certifications for synthetic turf products or infill. Is that particularly in light of Mount Sinai research? So there's some new research out there. It was published in May, I believe.
So I didn't find anything to support PFAS-free as a like a legitimate certification for any artificial turf product. And we've also banned the use of rubber as an infill material. So anything that's not fixed is required to be a silica or sand base or some alternative that's approvable by our city engineer. And the PFAS-free, the polyethylene as well as the compliance with the FDEP is sort of our best attempt to meet that.
Okay. And then, again, with water and everything else, for properties that are in like FEMA flood zones, so AE or VE flood zones, and other low-lying coastal areas, have you or staff in general evaluated whether synthetic turf behaves more like an impervious surface in that location as opposed to pervious? And can we, and under heavy rainfall or surge, when it comes to runoff or anything else, and would that be something we would want to make sure we put into our code?
In those districts in particular, we haven't looked at adding additional drainage requirements in those flood hazard areas. The requirement is across the board. Wherever anyone is installing these materials, it has to have a drainage rate that it's 30 cubic inches per yard or something like this. It's a rate that generally exceeds the natural drainage rate of soils in South Florida. So it's a reasonable drainage rate for a natural surface. And additionally, we are requiring that those properties have these stormwater management plans. So it's a combination of meeting on-site drainage requirements with a material that drains in a natural equivalent. I think that's maybe as much as we want to ask for these properties.
And then the last question is just what mechanism? Like, so this is obviously something that people, it's a new product, so people are excited about it, right? They could use less water, perhaps. There are certainly benefits. There's certainly benefits on one side. There's benefits on the other. Sometimes it's half a dozen on one, six of the other kind of thing.
Sure.
But what, if any, or should we consider potentially having putting in this ordinance to address microplastics and infill migration from synthetic turf into our storm drains and canal system over time, beyond just the appearance or condition, like superficial condition maintenance?
I don't think we should consider that at this time for this ordinance. I think that that's something that is actively monitored, and the state is a bit interesting in the way that they are both telling cities they can't prohibit the use of artificial turf and that PFAS chemicals need to be removed from our water supply. So I don't want to, I kind of feel in a way our hands are tied here. One, that the commission and the population seem to be asking for this, and two, definitely that the state is telling us that we have to, and just, I think including that kind of language would maybe be something the state would say was overreaching.
Okay, all right. I just, I try to be cognizant of our environmental impact on just about everything we do, and I support the idea of spending money on if people want to put artificial turf in or whatever, but I want to consider the long-term impacts to the environment, and I feel like, I know it's not our call from the state level, but I have a love-hate relationship with it, and I'm also concerned about the microbiomes because of the heat generated as well. So, thank you.
Understood.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 21 is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3203, single-family residence 2, RS2, Section 155.3208, multiple family residence 7, RM7, Section 155.3209, multiple family residence 12, RM12, Section 155.3210, multiple family residence 20, RM20, Section 155.3211, multiple family residence 30, RM30, Section 155.3212, multiple family residence 45, RM45, Section 155.3302, limited business B1, Section 155.3303, community business B2, Section 155.3304, general business B3, Section 155.3305, heavy business B4, Section 155.3306, marine business M1, and Section 155.3501, transit-oriented TO to modify building height and setback measurements by amending Section 155.9401, measurement, and Part 5, terms and uses defined, to further clarify measurement references for building height, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Weems.
Good evening, Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services, and would you believe that title was shorter than last month? So this is the second reading of an ordinance, but it has been modified to exclude those sections related to fence height. Otherwise, all elements remain the same. This concludes my remarks.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item?
Good early evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker and Feiner, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue. I spoke last meeting in favor of this, talking about how this is all related to the FEMA flood heights and how this really is preserving property rights and people when they bought properties before FEMA did everything. I'll reiterate those comments and thank staff for the work they've done and the attention you give these items.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
I just need to
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That's all right.
Eaton?
So this is on building heights. The fence component is in a separate, okay.
Correct.
I was just, want to make sure. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 22 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.5302 fences and walls to modify fence height measurements, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Weems.
Good evening, Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. This is the first reading of this ordinance related to the measurement of the height for fences and walls. We briefly got into this last month as it was a part of the prior, so I'll quickly go through this particular item just to get all the evidence on the record. Our objective here is to modify fence wall height standards to measure from the finished grade on the interior side of the fence. This is largely due to the prevalence of using fill to elevate properties to comply with finished floor elevation changes by FEMA. Here's 3 photos that kind of illustrate the examples of fences that we're requiring or that we're talking about. The first is a typical 6-foot fence. This is permitted by our code. No problem. The second one shows what we're generally seeing applications for, which are fences atop retaining walls. So here we have what appears to be a 2-foot retaining wall with a 6-foot solid fence on top of it. From the interior side of that, you don't see that retaining wall area, just the fence. So on the interior, it appears as a 6 fence, on the exterior, possibly an 8-foot fence. The third example here is a 6-foot fence retaining wall combination. So where the retaining wall may be 2 feet and the fence on property may be about 4 feet. So this maintains compliance with our 6-foot fence height standards, and it also provides, like let's say they have a pool in their yard, this is the necessary fencing that's required for a pool. If this is to comply with the building code, let's say there wasn't a fence here and the space between the retaining wall and the grade adjacent was 30 inches or greater, they would have to have a fall prevention barrier. So I want to be clear that there are instances where properties may be elevated and a fall prevention barrier, a minimum of 36 inches tall, is required by the Florida Building Code. Now, 36 inches on the interior is certainly not the privacy fence that either you or your neighbor may want in that scenario, but it is what would be required by our code. So here's some maybe familiar illustrations from last month where you have existing grade next to what's required. It's an elevated property, and you can see that in between the 2 properties they have a retaining wall with a 6-foot fence atop and a guy shown there for scale. So the concept here is that the 6-foot fence both gives the redeveloped property the privacy that they desire, as well as blocking some of the view into the neighbor's yard or what may feel like an invasion of privacy from the lower side. To illustrate that, here's a cross-section that shows the fill on the interior side, the visible retaining wall on the exterior side, and the fence atop, where only that fence portion would be seen from the interior, as well as a property where you have an older property as well as a new elevated property, or perhaps this is north of us where the street is on a slope. And the property that's elevated has a retaining wall so that their property is one consistent grade. Now, there are retaining walls where they don't meet a height where a fence is, or a fall prevention device is required, or there will be scenarios where that property may not seek the privacy of a fence. So this is really just to dictate that in between properties you'll have these conditions. Here's some additional photos of fences atop retaining walls. Now, it was very hard to find examples that looked like Pompano Beach. So don't look at these and fault me for, you know, I recognize that these don't look very local. But I do think that they show the variety of examples of combinations and heights and materials and conditions where these types of fences, I mean, they might never ever be necessary, but they're certainly desired by the property owners. So, as we discussed last month, the alternative to this retaining wall with fence atop is something like limitations on the use of fill. Right now, as we've just approved, we have the limitation on the use of fill to artificially elevate your property to obtain a taller building height. So that's one way we're currently limiting the use of fill on properties. But the other is just with a hard number, that you're not going to increase fill on a property by more than a foot or two, thereby limiting the retaining wall and the limits of that property. This would be a restrictive ordinance that the state currently prohibits us from enacting, but I just want to bring to your attention that that is one mechanism for limiting the heights of retaining walls, if the concern is that height of retaining wall and the fence atop it from the exterior. These are the same discussion points we hit last month, but that the use of fill is less expensive and much more common in terms of applications we receive. Any backyard that includes a pool, that pool must also be elevated. So there's no instance where a pool that's left at existing, or a fence that's left at existing grade will screen an elevated pool. Just want to make that clear. And properties can be sloped in a way that causes direct runoff, or cannot be sloped in a way that causes direct runoff to a lower property. And in long terms, or in the long term or in a flood event, filled properties will be more flood resistant, and elevated fences provide more privacy for both sides. This concludes my remarks. I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward.
That one.
Good evening once again. Because it's a new hearing, I'll get to do free advertisement one more time. Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker & Feiner, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. We're in favor of the ordinance. I'd like to just point out a couple of things that I didn't address last time. Max gave you a very good detailed presentation about the different elements that are involved in this. One of the things that, regardless under the whole gamut, we talk about affordability, stem walls, which would be an alternative to the fill, increases the price dramatically on all of this. So even when you talk about affordability on one area, it pervades the entire market. So we would encourage that the use of fill. I would also say the use of fill has been used in South Florida for over 50 years as a way of elevating the properties. Again, a lot of these are derived by the FEMA, so if you come in and you do a knockdown rebuild on something, you need to meet the current FEMA flood elevations, which requires the additional of the fill or something being brought to your property to raise the price. Even if you have neighboring single-family homes, one way or the other, the FEMA regulations don't change regardless of that. So because of that, I understand about privacy and blocking views a little bit, but the fill is the way to do it. That's how it's been used. And if you start inserting stem walls as well, you risk running into neighborhood compatibility issues, how things look that way, or anything else. This is really the best of both worlds, because what you're doing is you're limiting, you know, the fill and then the height of the fence that can be on there. So I think staff has done a very appropriate compromise on this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. I got Commissioner Fessick.
I was thinking,
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
I was thinking about just one thing that maybe will arise in the future. So let's say, like you pointed out a couple slides back, there was a property that didn't decide to put a fence on top of a retaining wall. Okay, so, and this is actually a great picture because it sort of does look very, very Florida-ish in terms of one-level home. What if, let's say the neighbor with the higher elevation chose not to put a fence in, they were perfectly happy with the way things were, and let's say the person who was not planning a redevelopment project, who lived in the lower property, but maybe they didn't get along and they wanted to put a fence in. Since it would be measured from the lowest on the property line, are we going to have an issue at any point in time where, let's say, the person who's not going to redevelop their property, but they're lower, is going to only be able to put 6 feet, essentially get a 3-foot protection from their neighbor?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that that was, is there anything we could suggest? I don't know.
So that the lower property could do more than 6 feet?
Right.
No. The only thing I would suggest is a hedge or some compromise with your neighbor where you are paying to install your fence on their property.
Go ahead, Max, go ahead.
That's never happened to me.
I just
You've
know
got
that,
10 minutes.
Yeah.
you know how we have the dock agreements where each people, so I just wasn't sure if maybe there's a way that we could add in some sort of potential for us to be able to have an agreement in place if the neighbors agree to share a space, I don't know, share a fence with a higher elevation, or they sign off on it with a higher elevation or higher height kind of thing.
I mean, I did think about this because it seems that on a lot of my items, this is always brought up about neighbor agreements. And I just would really caution us going that way for regulating properties. Properties change hands. One agreement that's made here may not be agreeable to I don't know. I don't want to be in the middle of what two neighbors think about each other or any potential for like, oh, you want this, you're going to have to, that kind of thing. If we think it's appropriate, I think we should permit it. If we don't think it's appropriate, then I think we should prohibit it. That's up to you, though. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know that we have a lot of people come to us with, with tree things or fence things, and so I just wanted to see if there was a way we could be proactive in maybe trying to find a way that if both sides are agreeable, or if there's some sort of, or even if it's you split the difference kind of thing. I don't know, something along those lines that I'll leave it to you. And
well, fences are measured from the grade at the base of the structure. If somebody has a retaining wall against your property and you want to slope up to it, there's nothing that would prohibit your limits of your property from sloping up, just down. So if you did care to elevate the limits of your property for the purpose of installing a fence, that is a way. I would also encourage a hedge.
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seeger-Sneed?
Except of the seawall. I just want to say.
Why we are on this picture. So the lower person, the lower property would not be able to, could just maximize a fence at 6 feet high, which would be, I don't know, given, what is that, a 2 foot, 2 foot?
Here's that way.
All right, well, for
So 4
argument's
feet
sake,
above
2
the-
feet. So, and maybe there's not enough room to put hedges. However, if the higher elevation wants to put a fence on, they will be 6 feet. So the fence you have on the lower grade then would be a combination of 2 feet on the retaining wall and a 6-foot fence. Is that correct?
On the lower side, it would be a 6-foot fence from their grade, not.
Well, the top of the retaining wall.
The lower side, the retaining wall is purely on the neighbor's property.
Correct. And if the neighbor with the retaining wall wants to put a fence,
Yes.
okay, follow me here. They would put a fence on top of the retaining wall
Sure.
that is 6 feet high.
Yes. So from the lower side, it's 8 feet.
Correct. Now, do we have any limitation on how much fill you can bring into a property?
No. Right now.
Right, no, we don't. We were talking about limiting the amount of fill to the height of whatever FEMA is requiring.
There is no longer any incentive for a developer to bring more fill to a property to elevate it above what FEMA requires.
Well, I disagree with that. That's an assumption that you're making. It's not a fact. Just saying for argument's sake, because many properties bring their properties up higher because they get better insurance rate, better flood protection, and another foot or two makes a difference on all of that.
Those incentives still exist outside of our code. The incentive for increasing your building height has been eliminated.
Correct. I'm not talking about building. I'm just talking about wherever you want to have your first finished floor. If it were only a single story, you wouldn't have to worry about going over the 35-foot height limitation. Okay, so, I just have to say, I'm going to use one of Commissioner Fournier's favorite terms, unintended consequences.
Sure.
Since we got rid of the site visibility triangles on waterfront, and we have no regulations regarding fill, particularly, or retaining walls. So now, put a 4-foot retaining wall, because a lot of the original properties on the waterways, the old houses, are down around 5.5, 6 feet above sea level. That's the way I put it in more colloquial terms. And they can bring in 4 feet of dirt, which they're likely going to do, and they're going to retain that dirt, so you're going to have a 4-foot retaining wall, and they're going to put a nice 6-foot fence on top of it. And the neighbor next door is going to be buried and have that for their view and for their side yards. I mean, we're going to end up, in some cases, some people will be built into pickleball-like situations, and that is an unintended consequence. So thank you. That's all I have to say. I'm not supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Very good. Sounds like the Wild West. So, I mean, but in actuality, what Commissioner Segerson just described is accurate, correct?
Yes, that is accurate.
It could happen. Could happen, yeah.
The alternative to that, I mean, the retaining walls, we have no limit on that today. So however tall that needs to be for the required elevation of the property, I mean, she's right, they could go taller if it gets them a better insurance rate. So whatever height that is, we have no control over. And then if they wanted to do a 6-foot fence in their yard, they would have to do it outside of the required setback and as part of the structure. So it's almost like an extension on their building.
Wait, on their backyard, on their side yard?
If they
can't
wanted
put a
outdoor privacy, it would have to be outside of the setback. If it's
What setback?
So like where your house is, if you want to extend the wall of your house, that's permitted so that you have some kind of private outdoor area.
Correct.
But it would still have to comply with the setback regulations, unlike a fence, which is on the property line.
Unlike a fence.
You can have a fence.
Retaining wall, well, what is a setback for a retaining wall then?
Commissioner Segerson,
I apologize, Mayor.
Thank you. So, yes, in essence, what Commissioner Segerson-Eaton described is accurate, and somebody could bring in 4 feet of fill next to their neighbor and have a 4-foot retaining wall, and they could then put a fence on top of that retaining wall, a 6-foot fence, so the downslope, so to speak, neighbor would be looking at a 10-foot wall.
Compared to what's permitted today, is you can today have a 4-foot retaining wall, and that wall would require a 42-inch fall prevention barrier. So no matter what that's happening, we're just talking about the degree of privacy that higher property, and in some instances that lower property, may receive.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Not a problem. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
No.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. We talked about this a long time ago on the phone, Max, and I think one of the things we talked about was putting some maximum combination, right? So to try to mitigate some of these situations with that happening. So if someone did put in a 4 or 5 foot retaining wall, and they couldn't put a 6-foot fence in. There was some, we picked, I don't know, it was like 8 feet. I don't think we picked a number. We talked about some kind of maximum difference between the lower property and the higher property, no matter what the combination of wall and fence was. Did you consider putting that in here?
Yeah, that was before my awareness of the building codes. I keep saying fall prevention barrier, but that's what I'm going to refer to it as. So no matter what, after a certain height of this retaining wall, this is required at a minimum height. And so if we could
42 inches?
Yes, that's the general. It varies based off occupancy types, but generally yes. And so that could be a minimum, but then a lot of the applications, feedback was all just to have a 6-foot fence in the rear yard. We can go that way. We can do nothing now. We can revisit this later. But the desire is frequently a 6-foot fence in someone's rear yard.
How many applications are you getting with these issues, with these different yard heights
More and more, almost every new single-family home
Is elevated.
And so then we're exploring a combination of things. Is there an ability to slope the property in a way that doesn't create drainage problems? Generally not. So then it's the retaining wall, plus typically it's a 4-foot fence to create a 6-foot scenario.
Okay. The fall prevention part of it, yeah, was something that we did not discuss.
Generally, these retaining walls aren't getting to a height where
required.
42 inches is a limitation. It's the 6-foot limitation of our current code. So nothing can exceed that. So then you really have a 2-foot retaining wall and a 4-foot fence to make a 6-foot exterior.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fesick.
I actually would support a maximum if it was a percentage. I think I understand what Commissioner Eaton is saying. I mean, look, if it's somebody who comes in, this is a new project, a new build altogether, it's a little bit different a lot of times than somebody who's just got a couple feet higher on one side or whatever. I think that would be a good idea or a good compromise to try to find some magic percentage.
I would say it's almost always new builds where this is an issue. But percentage of...
Well, I mean, just in terms of like if there's a percentage of grade or whatever's being filled, I don't know. I'm going to leave that in your hands to figure out what would be the healthy...
If we're looking to do anything other than 6 feet, I'd say do nothing, because we already have this in our code where it's 6 feet, and anything over that triggers this limitation of the Florida Building Code where it's a minimum for this fall prevention barrier. So if that's sufficient, I mean, if that's...
So it could never be that higher than 12 feet then, essentially?
No, I mean, it could be as tall as the... This is never going to happen, but...
We live in South Florida. That's not... I mean, we're worried about sinking, not mountains.
Yeah, right. I think that we either do nothing and allow generally 2-foot retaining wall with a 4-foot fence on top of it until both sides elevate, and then they can have a 6-foot fence in the middle, or we do this now and allow 6-foot fences on either side.
Okay. Well, I know that I've heard from a lot of people who would prefer to have the privacy over. And if it is a tall fence, like you mentioned, there's always landscaping. You can landscape on your side of the property.
I live in a community where where this process happened in a way where the higher side was limited on what they could install, and ultimately they came back to revise their code to elevate the fences on the taller side so that the lower side could have privacy. Alternatively, we could enter a scenario where if your neighbor is higher, then you can have a taller fence, but that's still,
All right, I see what you're saying. That's all right, no problem, thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson, Eden.
No.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. At this point in time, we just got a few items left in the agenda. 24 is next. That's an important item. I know we've got somebody here. But could I go ahead and make a motion that we postpone till January 13th of 2026, numbers 25, 26, 27, 28, just in the interest of time.
Second.
Yeah, that's the appointees and
we just do the appointees? Those are
it's
quick.
the appointees and it's Mark's review. And we can put that off till January. That way we still have reports, and it's 6:30.
Mayor.
Yes.
My only concern is that this is I think the third time now we've had this on the agenda. She's been here waiting.
No. We'll
do 4.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so you're saying the rest of it.
Yeah,
That's fine.
absolutely.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
I just meant
as
the
long
rest.
as we let her say that, it felt bad.
Yeah. Yes.
Mayor, can we quickly run through the appointees just to get that off, so we don't have to have a long agenda, another page of it?
Sure.
I mean, those take like a minute generally.
Okay, sure. Then
28, I think.
Just 28. Put off 28 until January. Okay, the rest. No,
Thank
Can you quickly run through that too? No.
Change my motion to.
No such luck.
Change my motion to postpone item 28 to January 13th, 2026.
Second.
That's the motion, and so.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, that takes us up to item 24. It's a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 90 Animals by amending Section 90.39 Retail Sale of Dogs and Cats to modify the requirements for pet stores and hobby breeders, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. McCon.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. This revision to the ordinance is necessary to update and strengthen the regulations governing pet stores and hobby breeders. We don't know of a problem, but this was done just to head off a potential problem. Mr. Berman and his office researched other cities and how to incorporate these changes of regulations, so I'll let Mr. Berman speak to this issue.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. We'll tag team here.
I need him to authorize me, though, to speak. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, very briefly, the changes we've made require extra requirements of hobby breeders. We did not eliminate hobby breeders. I think Hallandale did. We did not choose to go there. My staff did not recommend that, and we think legally there could be some issues with that. We did, however, strengthen the requirements of hobby breeders. This ordinance, and very similar to what they've done in Coral Springs and has been in effect for many years, and legally has sustained any challenges they might have had. So this is in effect. We think this is the way to go. Again, we've had very little direction in this regard from the commission. Again, I'm not finding fault. I'm just saying, look at it. The instruction was see if we can make it stronger. We think we have. I also want to point out that I noted that the governor had requested the legislature come up with its own requirements in this legislative session, and we try to write this in a way, hopefully, that will work seamlessly with whatever the state may require, and this should not require any modification. So this is our recommendation at this time, a recommendation of my staff to me, and I concur, and legally it should be solid. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. Just name and address, of course.
Yeah, Michelle Lazaro, Hallandale Beach, 2621 Northeast 10th Street. I know I have 3 minutes, and it's going to be very difficult for me to do what I need to do to basically comment on what your city attorney said and what your other staff members said. So let me say this.
Commissioner, I'll extend your time. Just
Okay, thank you.
be reasonable.
Because it's not easy. There's a lot of stuff that has
Sure.
been said, and that ordinance is
Extend it reasonably.
a mess. A mess. And just to say, to concur, you didn't really, as a commission, give him solid direction, and I understand because it was a lot to be thrown at you and a lot of information. But the direction, as far as I understood it, was to address the sales of puppy mill puppies in Pompano Beach. I think that was the clear direction. And that's not what this ordinance does. What this ordinance does is allow for sales, but only regulates those that come from within. In other words, they're going to buy dogs only from within, which actually is a commerce constitutional issue. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go back and forth with Mr. Berman, but that has been challenged prior. You have a store, they've already shown they're bad actors. They have bought dogs from puppy mills that have over 200 dogs on them with egregious USDA violations. So I just want to go over the bullets really quick. Box stores, PetSmart, Pet Supermarket, Petco do not sell dogs anymore for this reason. You have hundreds and thousands of small businesses in the state. They're thriving without selling animals. There are statewide bans in California, New York, Oregon, Maryland, Maine, Washington, Vermont, Illinois. They have all banned the sales of dogs in stores. I don't know if the gentleman behind me is going to come forward or not. It's regardless of what he says about his business model. But what I told you last time, and what is happening right now, is there is a gentleman that is waiting for this decision so he can put in an offer to open a business. And what I told you last time, put in a request, to open up a pet store. What I told you last time is exactly what's going to happen. Based on this vote tonight, if you continue to allow the sales of dogs, there will be a proliferation of stores. Okay? It's already starting. So my recommendation, and I didn't lobby all of you individually because I didn't think that I had to, and based on what Commissioner Perkins said earlier, you get hundreds of emails, but I kind of assumed from my last performance here that I wouldn't have had to do that. This is a policy decision. You guys set the policy. You know, with all due respect to Mr. Berman, that's not what was drafted here. What was drafted here was a legal decision, and then left it up to you to decide whether or not that's not what you want. This is reverse. You guys are the policy makers. You decide whether or not you want to sell dogs, or you do. Then you give your direction to the attorney, and he will opine if it is legal or not, if I understand things correctly. So all that has to happen tonight is I need 4 votes. I'd love to have unanimous, that would be amazing, but I would really appreciate 4 votes to ban the sales of dogs, because that was the intention of this ordinance when it passed a decade ago. And, you know, with all due respect to the mayor, he's saying he doesn't know if that's the intention. It was. Call Commissioner Commissioner, thank you, Fisher. And he will tell you that that was the need for this ordinance, was to stop what is happening, and I'll close now. All you have to do is take your original ordinance, make a motion to remove A. A is the exemption for hobby breeders. Hobby breeders can sell directly to the public. We're not stopping that from happening. If I want a dog, I go directly to a breeder. The only thing it does is not allow dogs to be sold in a store. That's it. And hobby breeders can still sell. And based on the fact that your only store, as far as I know, is not here tonight to appeal this, I don't see them here. This is the second time. So if you have a business that's already operating and they haven't come forward, my suggestion would be make that motion, remove exemption A, give it 30 days, 60 days for them to phase out their inventory, and then call it a day. But let's not muddy the waters. This ordinance, the way it reads now, my suggestion would be don't pass anything. Don't pass anything. We'll come back, we'll do it later. But this ordinance tonight, please, I need 4 votes to do this. I really hope I can get it. Or we can get it. It's not just me, but you know, we can get it. The public, the constituents who emailed you, the HSUS, the ASPCA, everybody who cares about humane treatment of animals, you have to vote. If you care about the humane treatment of animals, you have to vote to fail this and remove the exemption. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Further input from the public?
I don't want to make this take longer than it needs to, but I want to support you and would encourage my commissioner to please vote to ban the sale of dogs in the stores. I know hobby breeders. My vet is a breeder. I don't have any problem with breeders. There's no problem even, I mean, there is a problem with some hobby breeders, but you can't control that. This you can control. Nobody needs to go to a store to buy a dog. You know, how much is that doggy in the window? You can see dogs in other places. You can go to Big Dog Ranch, you can go to the Humane Society, you can go to Animal Control, you can go online. There are lots of places to do it. You don't need it in a store. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Hello, everybody. I'm Nicholas Batiste with Nick's Puppies LLC, 1126 South Federal Highway. I came here last time to speak and help you guys define what a hobby breeder is, as it seems that those terms were in question in order to be an operator in your city. I do respect their opinions. This is more so a state and federal matter of law as to who is allowed to operate as a pet retail store owner. And I would say that it's not ethical to assume that every purchase, acquisition, disposition of an animal is unethical. In fact, as for myself, I have family members who breed in West Palm Beach, and if we're defining the hobby breeders to only be able to acquire and operate a store with animals acquired within Pompano, then that would leave out me being able to broker and or deal puppies from my family member who's just in West Palm Beach. And as well, for example, if, online, anybody here's family member saw an animal that went viral, such as a cholo, which is originated in Mexico, you would prevent me from then traveling, getting a USDA passport to make sure that that animal is healthy, and then bringing it back into the States to provide that particular client, that particular puppy, just because it was not bred here. And into which, again, there are federal laws to make sure that that puppy is still healthy before it reaches that client's house. And as well, I just wanted you guys to know and understand that the definition of hobby breeder, as you guys have it, does not match actually what a hobby breeder is. And there are differences in commercial, satellite, and hobby breeding. I did not create animals myself as far as species, and neither do I consume them. And if it's a matter of personal opinion, I believe if anybody has it in their opinion to advocate for animals, they should begin with what they put on their plate, and as well as how these animals are acquired and disposed of as well. Statewide, there is a problem with animals that are becoming strays, and providing the community with animals that are for emotional support, small breeds, can actually in turn prevent these large breeds animals and so forth from ending up being strays and problematic from city to city. And so, I do hope that you guys do take a lot of this information in consideration. My animals are regulated based off of lineage, medical history, as well as environment in which they live in on a federal level through the USDA. And so therefore I'm able to provide the community, and I'm hoping to provide the community of Pompano Beach with a more transparent and new age of an experience of a puppy store, in opposed to what is traditional, where yes, people have been not transparent as to where they acquire these puppies. And what I want to also do is educate people on how they can acquire a puppy that they might be looking for, that probably and most likely might not be an origin of Pompano Beach itself. So, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Okay, Commissioner Fessick.
I just have a question. He brought up something interesting related to like a hobby breeder definitions, or said that our definitions are not correct. I would probably like to find some more information about that, to make sure we're not punishing animals, but we're also not punishing, I guess, hobby breeders. If we have something wrong, I want to make sure that we're doing it right, where there's certain certifications or certain, vet-approved policies, or I don't know what it would be. But I would go ahead and make the motion that we remove A from this, because it seems like it might be an issue, and I don't want to shoot hobby breeders in the foot for operating. And I think retail stores, there's already so many animals that don't have that are sitting there waiting, that are being euthanized at Humane Society, that we see all the time. I understand if you want a certain type of puppy, that's fine. There's a responsible way to find that, and that's
Mayor,
the breeder.
just for clarification, A is the definition section. Now, do you want to remove hobby breeder from the definition section, or do you want to remove from subsection C hobby breeder as an exemption?
I have it over here. I was we skipped all over the place today. I brought this to you last time we were here, and I pointed it out that there was the definition. Sorry. The hobby breeder, the C exemption.
I think you're looking to remove C1, is that correct?
C1.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because you said A. I believe respectfully, Commissioner Lazaro said A, but I think what she meant was C1, is that correct?
It is C1, hobby breeder.
From the exemption.
Whatever it takes to stop the sale.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah.
Thank you for asking. Whatever it takes.
It was, because I know that this has come before, and I think I had handed something to you privately and just kind of circled them out, and I think at one point it was listed as A in a previous.
I'm happy to do whatever the commission, and you set the policy. I certainly don't disagree with that, but there has not been a clear policy forwarded to me for action as specifically what you want here. We've given you some options, and if they're not acceptable or you'd like something else, I'm happy to do what the commission as a whole directs my office to do. And we'll look into the legality as well, and we'll do some research on it. But we will move ahead from today in any manner the commission wants me to.
So, so I'd make a motion to remove section C1, to eliminate hobby breeder from this.
So there's a motion to remove C1 from the definitions, which eliminates hobby breeders.
As an exemption
As an exemption, okay.
from the ordinance.
Everybody clear on that? Question on the motion? Well, let's
I have a question.
Question on the motion. There's no second yet. I'll go ahead and second it, just for discussion. We've got a question on the motion from Commissioner Smith.
Removing C1, that's an exemption. Right above there, on B, it says the sale or transfers of dogs and cats. No pet store shall display, sell, trade, deliver, barter, except for the exemptions of a hobby breeder. And then 2 is pet stores that obtain their dogs and cats from a hobby breeder would be exempt. So this isn't eliminating dogs from the store at all. It's just giving you an exemption of what can't be at the store.
I think we're talking about I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to speak over you. I think the request is to go back to the current ordinance and eliminate, not consider this.
Okay. So do we have the current ordinance?
Something's.
Okay.
This is very, there's a lot of.
Right. Commissioner Smith, you still got the
Do we
floor.
have the current ordinance in front of us?
The ordinance in front of you has not, it is in effect, but without the changes that are underlined. Remove the changes that are underlined, leave it as it is, but remove subsection C1, apparently, is the request.
Okay.
And that's the only change that's requested, I believe.
All right.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm just confused also because the 2 ordinances that we postponed are different than the one we're looking at tonight. They used to talk about any person located, or hobby breeder was defined as any person or entity, and you added located within and registered with the city, and I don't see that in the one tonight. It's the one tonight is different than the one that was postponed.
Correct. That was reviewed, and we decided legally we're not going to take that it could be an interstate commerce issue. We removed it, so you have to go back to the original ordinance, which is what's in front of you. The only changes to the original are underlined or stricken through.
I understand. It's
I
like
can bring you back the original ordinance, so we can start with that again, and you can give me further direction if you'd like.
Well, we don't need to do that. So the changes we have in here now are C2. You've added pet stores, so as an exemption, pet stores that obtain their cats and dogs from a hobby breeder as defined above or breed their cats and dogs and comply with section D. So I feel like that's actually adding more.
Yeah, we would not add that, and we would just remove the exemption for C1.
N2 goes, that's new, so that would go away.
And all the strike-throughs you see there, I mean, we would have to
That is just renumbering 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7 is new, and it says pet stores, as an exemption, it's pet stores that possess an active City of Pompano Beach or local business tax.
And subsection F would not be added and would remain the same, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see everything that goes out, but this is very different than the ordinance that we were looking at for the last 2 iterations also. A lot more to this that
Well, that would not be added. We would just be removing. And again, this original ordinance was Hallandale's ordinance when it first started. It's been amended since, but we followed their lead. Now, the only change would be removing the exemption in C1 for hobby breeder, and then all the other references that were just added for requirements for hobby breeders would be not added, and you wouldn't see them again. So we can take another stab at it and bring it back to you in January, if you'd like, if that's the will of the entire commission.
So is that kind of your motion?
Yeah, I just went back to the October 28th meeting to pull up the backup to see, and you're right. It's like it's like I remember to see these side by side, they're completely different. And so we need to just, I think we need to we need to have a better conversation before we get to this point, and I think, and work it out. So I'm not sure where.
Well, to give him direction.
Well, I'm trying, but that's,
Yeah, why don't
I'm
we- why
looking
don't-
at it, it's changed so much. Can we, do you want to, go ahead, I'll just talk.
I was just going to suggest that because your motion was to kind of go back to the original version and then remove that
C1.
Every C1.
So you want to direct him to do that, and
That's-
he'll bring it back
right,
to us
that's
for
what- 'cause
first
that's
reading
where it was.
and kind of start from scratch there.
Right, start from the October 28th, so I guess my motion would be to start from the October 28th version, which is a lot clearer, remove C1 from that version, and go work from there.
But the October 28th version, that was a changed version from what we actually have, right?
That was correct. There was objection to that. There was some indication, that's an interstate, and we did some research. We believe it is, and we haven't brought that back to you. We changed to make these changes based on the
So what's currently in effect today?
minus, yes.
Minus the C1.
Absolutely.
Would get us back to square one plus. And it sounds like that's what you're looking for, Commissioner Fessick.
I'm just,
Not the 28th version, because the 28th version was already it was modified from the original.
It's dead.
It's dead. I mean, it's your motion.
we postponed it because it wasn't accurate, or, it wasn't aligning with the intent of what we were doing, so.
Whatever you want to do.
And I feel like right now we're no better, so if I remember, I would like to just clarification. If I remember correctly, it was about hobby breeders, just not hobby breeders being able to operate because they, vets are hobby breeders, et cetera. But just not, how much is that doggy in the window when they're buying from, so basically you can buy a dog from a hobby breeder, you just can't buy it from a retail location. So whatever that looks like, however you need to legalese it up, then that's where direction I'm trying to go, if that's clear.
Okay. You tell me, Mr. Berman, is that clear?
Do we just need to vote no and then bring it back? Table, postpone it?
I believe I have an idea of what's requested at this time now, more specific direction, and we'll bring that back to you. If it's not right, we'll make it right.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
we're good to go.
Okay,
And
so,
I'll also do some, I'm going to have my staff do some legal research on that as well, now that we have specific direction as to what you want eliminated and the legality of taking that action before we put it on the agenda or at the time we put it on the agenda. So
Okay.
we have some time to look at that.
so with that direction, Mr. Berman, I'm just looking to you. What should we strike this? Should we just postpone it?
Postpone.
Postpone it?
Postpone it, and I'll bring you back a different version.
When do you want it? 13th or the second meeting?
Second reading in January would be good.
Okay, so which would be the 13th plus
27th.
27? Okay.
Whenever you, thank
Okay,
you.
So Commissioner Fessick, has a motion to
Postpone until January 20th.
7. Okay, cool. Second, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, took care of that one. All right, 25 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank the General Employees Retirement System of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on December 12, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and
Mayor,
second.
I
Vice
nominate Greg Eichhorn.
Very good. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 26 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Recycling and Solid Waste Advisory Committee of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 2 years, said term to expire on December 13, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Mary Antoine, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 27 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Historic Preservation Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as alternate 2 to fill the unexpired term of Carolyn Rhodes, said term to expire September 1st, 2027, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Mayor,
Mayor, I'd like to nominate
Moved and seconded. I've got Commissioner Smith first.
I'd like to nominate Abel Crean.
Abel Crean, District 2. Further nominations for this item?
to nominate Jeffrey Spiro.
Jeffrey Spiro, District 1.
I'd like to nominate Stephen Salome.
Stephen Solomon. This is going to be fun.
This is going to go fast, yeah.
Okay, so we've got all three nominated. So when your name is called, indicate your choice, either Jeffrey Spiro, Abel Cream, or Stephen Salome. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Jeffrey Spiro.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yeah, well, I don't have a three-sided coin.
I'll go with Stephen.
Okay.
Stephen.
Stephen Salome.
Okay. Commissioner Seegerson.
The last name, Salome.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Abel Crean.
Oh, no. Okay.
Abel Cream.
Commissioner Smith.
Abel Crean.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Stephen Salome.
Mayor Harden.
I'll go with Abel Cream. He was first. Okay.
No district loyalty.
Yeah, come on. I represent the whole city. Come on now. All right, any additional audience to be heard?
No, Mayor. No additional items.
Very good. Our next scheduled meetings, we've got January 13th, 2026 at 1 p.m., regular city commission meeting, followed by January 27th, 2026 at 6 p.m., regular city commission meeting. It just dawned on me also that January 27th meeting is a 6 p.m. meeting, which if Commissioner Lazaro plans to be here, we might want to ask staff to put her item a little earlier. Just a thought there.
Can we make it first for her, please?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can we make it first if she does come here?
Yeah, on the regular agenda? Yeah. Okay, that takes us up to reports. City Manager, Mr. Bosworth.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of Mr. Harrison and his entire staff, we just want to wish you guys a happy holiday season.
Good deal.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have very little business quickly to discuss. I know everyone wants to head out. Very quickly, you see the stanchions that were added by staff here. We also saw people hopping over the stanchions to come talk to you anyway. So the Sheriff's Office has done its security survey, made recommendations. The stanchion is to keep people from approaching the dais without authorization. I've had a request from one commissioner to do something with our code potentially, and I have prepared that in concert with BSO's recommendations. I believe, Chief, would you do me a favor, just nod your head up or down, yes or no? Are you in agreement with the proposed changes that I've shared that with you? Is that? Yes. That's in concert with BSO's recommendations. So the question is, does the commission as a whole want me to present? You want to just see how this works for now? Or do you want me to bring an ordinance back, a change to our code as to decorum at our meetings as requested by Commissioner Fezzik? I'm happy to do either. It's already, I've already written it, but.
Take it down.
I thought it was like Christmas decorations. I don't care for it either, to be honest with you.
Take it.
I think it separates us from the people we serve more so than it's.
Yeah.
But
I think it looks like, I felt like I was going to the movies.
yeah,
Turn out
and I appreciate.
get a red carpet,
BSO.
A really bad movie, actually, as it turns out.
Very rude.
It's a really
I felt
bad
like
movie.
so I feel like the intent, sorry, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, the intent was related to not necessarily putting up, obviously talking to BSO and having their suggestion, but I didn't expect these to be here yet either. The intent was also just to make sure people weren't not approaching unless asked, other than, and of course, I would defer to BSO on what they decided to do, but I thought the intent was to have people not be able to approach us during the meetings.
Well,
because and that was a safety concern that Major Elwood and, look, everybody here who's here to protect and serve us it makes their job a little bit more difficult if they can't do that in a timely fashion, so.
I get it, and I appreciate BSO and their concerns. But if BSO really had their druthers, they would probably like to have some bulletproof glass set up here for ultimate protection and all that. But I still say, Roderick, he stepped over the thing to come up this meeting, and I just don't think it's necessary, and it makes us look less
Approachable.
approachable, and we're, and I get it, security is important, but look, we're elected by the people, for the people, we serve the people, and I don't want to, I mean, I personally don't like the look of that.
Probably use them in the.
I agree.
Will you use them in the lobby?
In the lobby.
Yeah. Direct the traffic?
But Major, so I agree that this is probably not the best opportunity or the best way to go about it. But Major Elwood, I know that we've had conversations offline about this, and maybe we could find something that isn't this, but maybe we could still find ordinance or some changes that we would, listen, we moderate decorum here anyway. So to moderate decorum, rather than, we don't need a stanchion necessarily, but to moderate decorum where at least if somebody crosses, let's say, even if it's a tape line during a meeting, if somebody's trying to be aggressive and come at us, we don't know what they're doing anymore. And now well, I'll let you talk about the changes.
So, Commissioner, we provided the security assessment at your request. This is just a visual. I mean, anybody could step over this and walk. It's a visual. It just reminds the public you're not allowed to. Our recommendation is that they request permission to approach the dais. If nothing is there, we've repeatedly seen people just walk up, as they did today.
And that was there.
We can't protect you if they're right in front of you. You need something to say, once they pass a certain point, they're in violation. Then we can approach them. If there's nothing there, we don't know where that line is. So if they're already on top of you, it's going to be too late.
Too late for them.
So it's just a visual. Again, it's not going to stop anybody but it's going to force them to say, can I have permission to approach the dais, which is what they should do. They should ask permission. If they don't, they're on top of you. Our deputies cannot get to you in time to protect you.
I think it's maybe worth a conversation. It maybe doesn't necessarily have to be stanchions, but maybe just the conversation of just like we asked people 3 minutes, we'll come at it. But thank you for doing it, I know.
Sure. They probably had the same thing behind Lincoln at Ford's Theater, and it didn't work well either. So.
No.
I mean, Major, I mean, it's whether we've got this or not, whether we've got a rule or not.
We provided the
By the time somebody steps over that and gets to this right here, you guys, it's too late.
No, if they step over that without permission and you make an announcement that no one's allowed to go past that, our deputies will get to them.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's nothing there and they approach,
I mean,
and
but
don't know if
it.
they're allowed to go there or there or there, we're just going to watch them walk up.
Yeah. But, I mean,
Here, if they go past and they're not allowed to go past, we're going to approach them.
Okay.
If that's what you want.
And right, no, that's the thing. But it's I think we're talking shades of gray here, basically.
I wasn't involved in the setup of it. I would have made them a little higher so you can't just step over.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, I'm just one, but I think they shouldn't be there.
Understood. We provided the security survey at your request.
I'm willing to accept the risk. That's just me. I guess we should get a consensus here because.
I haven't seen the survey.
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner Fessek?
I would just like to see the survey. It doesn't necessarily have to be potentially as visually this, but if anything, if at least we know, hey, during an active meeting, that way at least they don't have to wait for somebody to react. Like, what if one of us was talking and looking at somewhere else and somebody comes at it from a different angle and you're not paying attention, they're coming straight for you. If they cross a certain line and they look like they're going to be angry or aggressive, you want them to be up and adhere at the same time. I'm just saying, it's.
Or Roderick.
Maybe we should get a laser light and set an alarm off if anyone crosses.
Yeah, some kind of a geofence or something, shock collar. I mean,
tape on the ground is fine. It's not like.
But so you want to see the survey? So
I would
Mr.
like to
Berman,
see the survey. Listen,
get the survey. Yeah.
To be fair, let's all joking aside. There have been from a state level. There have been a number of changes as to where people can carry, how they can carry in public spaces. We are always talking about our safety and public safety, and this is one extra piece, albeit without the red stanchions potentially. But I would like to defer I'd like to see what the study says and see what the recommendations are, because ultimately it started from people coming up here and being aggressive. So if we can stop that, or at least put a prevention layer in front of it, then let's be serious about it and let's think about it. It's not about not connecting. Every one of us walks down and into the audience when we're not up here. So it's just about trying to be decorum during the meeting and being present. Thank you.
Okay, so just, Mr. Berman, can you get that survey, whatever it is, out to all of us so we can look at it? And in the meantime, can we get rid of these stanchion things out here until we make a decision?
We'll try them out in my office first.
you go.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you, I'll find it, and if not, I can ask the chief for another copy if I can't find it. So happy to do that. And again, that's, as far as my report is concerned, I just want to wish everyone a happy holiday. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. All right. City Clerk, Mr. Alfred.
I wish everyone a happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, City Commission, Commissioner Fessick. No time limit here.
No, thank you. Oh, that's gracious. No, I only have a few things. I want to make sure this is at the end of every year you take stock, right? And so I just want to say thank you for a great first year, fully first year. Thank you to staff. I know that there's been a learning curve for me in terms of getting on board, but I also feel like at this point, we've come a long way. We started, even on certain things, we've come along to start to joke together, try to find compromise, and I just want to say thank you for that. Staff and I've had great conversations and gotten to know more and more folks in different departments. Communication, I feel, has been a lot better in a lot of respects in getting information, and we've learned how to communicate. Earl and I had about an hour-long conversation the other day about just interesting ways we can work together. Scott Moore, just exciting things that we want to do in the community. So I feel like this is a good time to take the moment to say thank you, especially in the holidays when we're feeling exceptionally, just want to make sure we're grateful. And so Thanksgiving, Christmas, et cetera. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm looking forward to us, again, in the new year, continue to be more open, communicative, collaborative, and most of all, find ways to compromise to get things done that are for the good of the entire city. I have, since Vice Mayor Fournier got ahead of the ball on me on December 10th, she's got her community meeting. Tomorrow, I will be doing my District 1 meeting on December 16th from 7 to 8 at Emma Lou Olson. It's just going to be a great way for us to connect about what we would like to see in the new year, some things that you have that are on your mind. I want to hear from you. I feel like it doesn't need to be as structured, but we're going to talk about some things that are coming up in the community, things that we have heading into the new year, and then we'll go from there. In January, I already have on the agenda to have our utilities department come and talk about some of the things that they've got going on and having him. So my last little piece is I would just like to talk about the past two meetings we've had. So I'd like to, next, when we do come back together, just to maintain public confidence and ensure fair competition, I think it's time we take a closer look at how we can bring in new qualified participants into our procurement ecosystem, vendor selection processes, or putting some safeguards in place where we don't have, moving forward, consultants selecting the vendors for the very projects that they're working on in the very areas that they're consulting on. And so it's not about penalizing anybody, it's about just making sure that we protect the integrity, transparency, and opportunity of the procurement process itself. And then that way, again, like I always say, when you remove all doubt, you just do a better job of making sure that you've crossed all your T's and dotted all your I's. And so our residents expect a level playing field, and I'd really like to make sure that our city contracts are open, competitive, our consultant contracts are open, competitive, and we set in some guidelines and stick to them moving forward. And I'd love to, also in the spirit of collaboration, other cities have workshops on a regular basis, and we've discussed it a few times. And I think that we can avoid some of these very lengthy meetings if we have maybe one workshop a month, maybe it's at the first or the end of the month, the same week as one of the meetings, a workshop where we can actually, as commissioners, whatever is going on in our district that we feel we want to bring to staff without having to go through the agenda process or try to lock it in and then have a lot of questions, we can start having those conversations and we can bring something or have an open, publicly noticed meeting where we can actually have those conversations so that if there is something that's going on in our community, we can bring it up to staff and to each other in a public forum and have people be able to comment on it and give us guidance of how to form a more perfect ordinance or more perfect order of action. So that's just something that I would like to look at and in the new year. And I just we don't have to make a motion on it or anything right now. I want everybody to just go to their own home and think about the things this year or next year that you want to accomplish, and how much easier it would be to accomplish if we had a quick conversation in a public forum about it before it became an agenda item. So, other than that, I want to wish everybody a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy whatever Festivus, whatever else you celebrate or don't celebrate. Enjoy the end of the year. Happy New Year. And I wish you all the best.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I had quite a few things here. I wanted to know, my first question was for the chief. I wanted to know, have we started utilizing the Kaya City substation yet?
Yes, Commissioner. We've had a deputy assigned there during the day. We have a CSA, community service aide there that takes reports. We've had a community meeting with Commissioner Smith and some HOA people as well. So there is someone there every day.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Also, I wanted to bring up the fact that we had a meeting, we had a grand opening, the second grand opening this morning for I&B Medical Associates, which is located in the Northwest. Very good ribbon cutting we had this morning, good turnout, and this is for the community so that we can have better health care in our community. So I will give you information as I get it about this particular business in the Northwest. And I have a question for you, Mr. Bosworth. Did we do anything to help Jamaica with the hurricane? Pompano, the city, did we do anything to contribute or whatever? Because I was told it's not too late.
We did an email, but I forget the site. Suzette, do you know the exact site? Or?
But as long as we've done something
Yeah.
say Pompano was...
We did and put
okay,
it
that's
out to
fine.
students. We did.
Okay, good. That's great. That's great. Okay, last but not least, everybody know that people are still having babies, right? Babies are still being born. So on Saturday, we're having a community baby shower. And it will be held at the Ally Culture Arts Center. And that's December 13th. It's for pregnant mothers and fathers with infants. So we'll have baby supplies and we'll have resources and family services for everyone that will attend. It's from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 11 o'clock a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. And the address is 353 Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. Again, that will take place, the baby shower will take place on December 13th at the Ally Culture Arts Center, and that is being held, it's being given by P3 Church. And lastly, I wanted to say I am having my ham turkeys. So for Christmas, I'm giving away hams again, and I've been doing this for years and years and years, so this is nothing new. The community is aware of that. So we will be doing that on Saturday, December 21st, which is a Sunday, from 2 to 4. And that's all I have.
Where's it at?
Merry Christmas. Oh, Hunter's Manor Park. The ham giveaway will be at Hunter's Manor Park. I don't have the address in front of me. But have a Merry Christmas, everybody. Would you like for me to sing you a Christmas song? Have yourself a Merry, Merry Christmas. No, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the pleasure of attending the ribbon cutting for I&B Medical and on Dixie and 12th. It's a beautiful facility, state-of-the-art, and they're working to reach out to the community, work with the community, and sort of make it more than just healthcare, but a holistic approach to the community health. Beautiful facility and great people, so that was a real pleasure. Patricia Williams organized the event. It was very nice. And I also want to just thank Scott Moore and the Park and Rec team. I have a person that I know well who will let me know where our errors lie. And she was very impressed that the parade went off very quickly. And you got all 87 entries through, and it was just a lovely parade, and it was really great to attend and kick off the season. And then, of course, the next night, Untapped with our tree lighting and our fireworks. That was exciting. And I also want to give a shout out to First Baptist and a couple of folks, former commissioner and deacon on the board there, to open up the lots and restart the dialogue. So I appreciate that, and I want to wish everyone a happy holiday, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, and a Merry Christmas. And to staff, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas season, holiday season, whatever. Have some time off and reset. All right, thanks. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Smith.
Two positives about the meeting. The first is we're going to buy a fire truck. And the other is Scott Moore's tie.
Oh,
Check
yeah.
out that tie. But I do love the jacket you have.
I thought it was something else.
Is this true? Also, thank you to Parks and Recs for the great parade and lighting of the tree and the fireworks. And District 5, thank you, BSO, for allowing me to come and get an update of what's going on in Collier City and the activities that BSO is doing and staff is doing to help to control all aspects of crime in Collier City. We had two key people from the community in attendance with us, and that was Phyllis Smith from the HOA and Sarika Peterson with Mindset joined us, and it was great to have the update. Great to meet everybody and to put faces to the names. My positive quote for tonight comes from Bob Hope. My idea of Christmas, whether old-fashioned or modern, is very simple: loving others. Come to think of it, why do we have to wait for Christmas to do that?
Oh, cute.
Have a blessed Christmas and a happy Hanukkah. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I also want to thank Parks and Rec and Cultural Arts for the events last week. We had a very busy week with the holiday events and the ribbon cuttings. We did the groundbreaking at the new skate park. We cut the ribbon at the pickleball courts at Kip Jacoby Park. Those are very active already and used. The Yuletide Parade was fabulous. Untapped was also fabulous. So thank you, Ty and Scott, for all your work on that. A little birdie told me that it's Scott Moore's wife's birthday.
I am the
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lori. So I'm sure she's thrilled with the length of the meeting tonight.
Yeah.
Give her our collective apologies. I have my community meeting tomorrow, December 10th, at the American Legion. It sounds like Audrey wants input at her meeting this month. I'm going the opposite direction. I'm going to just do an update on like a review of 2025 and a state of the city. So anyone's welcome to come if you want to get an update on everything we've been accomplishing and what we're looking for next year. I was going to ask about the procurement workshop, but I think while we were sitting here, I got a calendar invite finally. So it appears that we have a procurement workshop scheduled for January 5th. I'm very excited. And then it is that time of year where there's toy drives everywhere. So if you have the opportunity, the BSO and firefighters here do great things locally in our community with the donations. So whether you can contribute a toy or your time wrapping presents, anything is appreciated this season. And then District 3, we are also having a holiday party this year. It's our second annual holiday party. Revelry will open on a day they're normally closed at 6 p.m. and have a party with specials, and you can bring toys, and they will go to the firefighters. I mean, there's real substantive stuff here, but I don't think it's really worth it tonight. It's so late. So I also want to say Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and my quote, because Darlene says I need one now, is do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Merry Christmas.
Very nice. I just want to say hats off to staff. We've had an amazing run of events. We had Light Up MLK, we've had Untapped, we had Yuletide, and especially thank you to Dr. Tammy Good for making sure that I made it through the parade safely. She was my driver. So that was fortuitous. But all the stuff that's been going on, really, Untapped, everything, it's been off the charts. And thank all the staff for all their help in making that kind of stuff happen. I know it's not just Parks and Rec, it's not just the Cultural Arts Department. There's a lot of coordination that has to happen there. I mean, it shows. And I really think our residents and our visitors really enjoy the events that we have also. And that's one of the things that makes Pompano Beach great. I had to put kind of pen to paper here, so let me just read this. I got some stuff. It's good stuff. To my colleagues here on the dais, to our staff, our vibrant business community, and of course, our residents. As we close out this year, it's important to pause and reflect on the meaningful progress that we've made together. We have. Capital investments and community enhancements. We're now approaching 21 GO bond projects completed. This year alone, we cut the ribbon on Fire Station 52, completed A1A Phase 1, and most recently broke ground on a new skate park, each representing tangible reinvestment in the safety and quality of life for our residents. A major civic milestone. The City Commission approved the design for our new City Hall, a transformational economic catalyst for our emerging downtown, and a symbol of transparency, service, and community pride. Gratitude to our public servants. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to our city manager and assistants, city attorney, and every city employee. Your dedication, professionalism, and continued commitment to serving our residents make these achievements possible. Appreciation for our business community. Thank you to our small businesses, large businesses alike. You all contribute to each other's success. Thank you for choosing to invest, grow, and partner with us. Your confidence in our city strengthens our economy and helps build a more vibrant community for all. Looking ahead with perspective, the coming year will present challenges, particularly with state-driven tax reform discussions ahead. I think we all know about those. While we understand the need for relief for residents, we must also carefully consider the impact of proposals that could result in $30 million in lost revenue, could affect essential services, public safety, and the amenities that define our city and our quality of life. Together, we will face these challenges with clarity, collaboration, and continued commitment to safeguarding our city's future. Here's to a successful year ahead and to the shared work of building a stronger, more resilient community. Closing, I wish each and every one of you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, wonderful New Year, and may God bless the city of Pompano Beach. Thank you all. Appreciate it.